Chapter 877. The night belonged to those who never slept, and the remaining undead army advanced under the cover of the night. The undulating ridges of the valley in the darkness were like crouching behemoths, and the silent dark forest, the dim meadows, and the gravel-strewn riverbanks formed a landscape that rapidly receded from both sides of the pale vision of the undead. The blood staff and its high-ranking liches were protected in the very center of these skeleton riders. It raised its bare skull to look at the south of the valley, and the glimmer refracted by the gurgling river outlined the narrow shape of the valley pass in that direction, behind which was the exit to the Silverman Valley. At the mouth of the valley, there was a quiet camp, similar to all the camps of the undead. This camp was composed of a large number of bony thorns and a few large black tents sparsely scattered. But this camp was empty at the moment, and there were no signs of activity inside. The army of the undead stopped at the command of the Bloodstaff. There was originally a team of liches stationed here, and they had hundreds of skeleton warriors under them. But these undead seemed to have turned into air at the moment and disappeared without a trace. The Bloodstaff sent out several scouts, who quickly ran back and brought back the same news as what it saw. The camp was empty, and there were no signs of battle. The Bloodstaff was not a fool, and immediately understood that enemies had appeared on its way back. It found us. Brund exhaled a white breath in the cold night, and there was only sparse light in the rainy night. The blade in his hand was dark and did not reflect any light. It's awareness, not discovery. Aaliyah corrected. It's all about the same. No, there's a big difference. In terms of tactics, sensing our existence means that our position has been determined, but the realization is just a guess. There's a big difference in this. Brund, it's not your style to be vague. Shut up. Aaliyah wanted to say more, but little Pero also turned his head and glared at him, saying, "Shut up." He opened his mouth, and finally shut it obediently. There was a low laugh in the dark night, and the young cruise people were obviously used to Aaliyah's deflated look. "Are those the undead?" a female knight asked curiously. Little Pero looked at the skeletons from afar and nodded. The Empire fought against them in Crete. So this is what they look like. Those necromancers have been desecrating corpses at the borders of the Empire. The Holy Cathedral should have punished them long ago. Aren't you afraid? Aaliyah asked curiously. I heard that you women are afraid of these skeletons. Aaliyah, shut up. The female knight replied angrily. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. They're alerted. What should we do? Asked Brund, sitting as straight as a javelin in the saddle, as if he had not seen his bad friend make a fool of himself. Under the night sky, it was drizzling. His military uniform and wet hair stuck to his body. The gaps in his armor seemed to be full of water, which made people feel very uncomfortable. However, it did not affect him at all. He was like a model knight of the Empire. It doesn't matter. This is their only way. The Count fought a good battle. There aren't many of them left. We can just wait here. There's no need to play any tricks with them. Little Pero replied. The more complicated the tactic, the easier it is to fail. Brund recited as if reciting scriptures. Dogmatist. Aaliyah muttered under his breath. The folded sword knight regiment was in formation on the riverbank 100 meters away from the other end of the undead camp. Hundreds of cavalry were silent on the gravel, leaving only rows of cavalry swords and pairs of bright light blue eyes full of fighting spirit. The Bloodstaff quickly discovered this unusual cavalry. It was a little surprised because it thought that it would be ambushed, but it did not expect these bold humans to set up a formation in front of it and fight it head-on. It suddenly felt ashamed and annoyed. If it was a day ago, how could such a small group of human cavalry dare to be so arrogant? But even now, it still had more than 1,000 skeleton cavalry in its hands. These human cavalry simply did not take it seriously. The Bloodstaff clenched the skeletal staff in his hand. It was as if he could feel the anger in his burning soul fire. A few necromancer apprentices who followed him quickly whispered to him that this might be a trap set by the humans. But the Bloodstaff shook its head. Before it could speak, the dark mercenaries around it let out empty and meaningless laughter. The Bloodstaff looked at these guys with some annoyance. There's no need. This is our only way. They can just attack directly. There's no need to be so mysterious. No more than 300. The dark mercenaries who began to sneer quickly estimated the number of crew's night. Darkness was an ally of the eternal dead. These humans really don't know what's good for them. Send a scout cavalry to test their strength. The Bloodstaff suddenly sensed some danger. The young people of Cruz looked at the small group of skeleton cavalry that separated from the undead army, and immediately understood the other party's intention. Little Pero did not say a word, made a gesture, and also ordered Brun to lead a small group of knights to meet them. These folded sword knights were by no means new recruits on the battlefield for the first time. Before the life-and-death encounter in the deadly tundra forest, they had already fought with many enemies. These skeletons were just an interlude in their military career. Brund quickly intercepted the small group of skeleton cavalry, and then the two sides began to fight. It only took a few minutes to wipe out the opposite side, but none of the undead turned around and fled, which surprised him slightly and made him cautious. The army of the undead was indeed very different from the opponents he had encountered before. The strength of the silver rank is about between the middle and lower levels. The dark mercenaries from the Sea of the Dead Moon quickly came to a conclusion. The soul fire in their eyes flashed as they spoke to the Bloodstaff in a hoarse voice. "I'm afraid there's still some hidden strength. In other words, Erwin has another 4th grade cavalry team." The Bloodstaff replied in a deep voice, "No wonder they're so arrogant." Its tone was full of unwillingness, feeling that it should not have come to Erwin at all. Its past understanding of the kingdom was completely subverted in just one day, and it still could not figure out how the elite human army that was beyond its imagination came about. There should not be such an army in the southern border of the kingdom, and no one told it about it. The news it got from all channels pointed out that this was the most empty moment in the southern part of the kingdom. But now, the Bloodstaff faintly sensed that it seemed to have been betrayed. It was very smart, and it already knew that the road back to Madara would not be easy, but it still had a chance. It took away all the high-grade liches from the battlefield, and they were its most important force. As long as this foundation was still there, it would be a day when it could rise again. It came back to its senses and coldly looked at the army in front of it that it thought was Erwin's cavalry. Its strength was almost 6 times the opponent's, and even if this cavalry was a 4th grade army, it still had a certain advantage. "I have to let these humans understand that the night belongs to the immortals." The Bloodstaff gently waved his skeletal staff and pointed it forward. The skeletal cavalry began to disperse. These skeletal riders with flames dancing in their eye sockets rode side by side in the valley. They trotted forward and soon formed a wedge attack formation. During the entire process, the entire army did not make much noise. Only the crisp sound of skeletal horses' hooves hitting the gravel could be heard. It was so quiet that it made one's hair stand on end. This silent momentum was enough to suppress any human army, but the young people of the Folded Sword Knight Regiment were an exception. They had seen the scene of wolves galloping on the tundra, and the scene in front of them was nothing compared to the scene in the deadly frost forest. "They really came." Aaliyah even growled with some excitement. "They had to come," Brend replied. "You're really boring." Little Pero turned his head at this time, and his gaze swept across everyone's faces. "Count Tonagel told us not to expose our strength above gold rank. This is related to our main mission here, so do you understand how this battle should be fought?" Sigh. Sigh. Hearing Little Pero's words, the crowd suddenly sighed. "What's the fun in that, Little Pero?" Aaliyah could not help but shout. "Let's do a good job, our bones are going to rust from boredom." "You can tell that to His Royal Highness." Little Pero glanced at him and replied. This time, these young people from Cruz were speechless. They might as well be killed if they were asked to bargain with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Everyone knew that the Crown Prince was serious and usually very serious. He was obviously about the same age as them, but he seemed to be 10 years older than them. The key was that the Crown Prince had the commander behind him. These young people dared to ignore the majesty of the royal family, but in front of Veronica, they were like mice that saw a cat. The square formation of the night was suddenly silent, and Little Pero nodded with satisfaction. "Get ready, the first wave of attack." He raised his hand. The knight raised their hands in unison, as if a black forest had suddenly risen. At this distance, it was difficult for the Bloodstaff to see the movements of the Cruz people, but it still sensed the abnormality. The skeleton knight had entered the best distance to sprint, but the other party still did not move. What was the reason for this? Did the other party's commander not understand that when two cavalry met, whoever ran into the best position to attack first would have the upper hand? Besides, the number of these Erwin cavalry was far less than it. In theory, they should take advantage of their flexibility to make the first move to make up for the disadvantage in strength, but the other party seemed to be scared and stood there stupidly. Of course, the Bloodstaff did not think that the other party was scared silly. How could a commander who could command a Tier 4 army be a fool? It instinctively felt that there was a conspiracy, but it was too late at this time. The army had already started, and it was impossible to stop or turn around. What the hell is going on? For the first time, the Bloodstaff could not help but ask the unruly dark mercenaries. But these experienced tacticians were also dumbfounded at this moment. They did not understand what this strange cavalry wanted to do. In the end, an old necromancer from the barren territory in the easternmost part of the Sea of the Dying Moon saw some clues. They seemed to be preparing some kind of spell. When the necromancer saw this, his voice changed a little, because it was not because he saw it, but because he felt the majestic aura of magic coming head-on. Preparing a spell? The Bloodstaff was also dumbfounded. Today, he saw archers on horseback, cavalry without horses, and wizards used as archers. He did not expect to see armored cavalry wizards in the end. They're wearing armor, full cavalry armor, and you tell me they're preparing a spell. The Bloodstaff could not help but roar a little angrily. But as soon as his voice fell, a dazzling light flashed in the square formation of the folded sword knight regiment. The young knights of Cruz raised their right hands. Unlike most knight regiments, most of them were not wearing thick iron handguards, but beautiful platinum handguards. The biggest difference between this kind of handguard and ordinary handguards was that the 10 fingers were not connected together. It had an elegant and delicate beauty, but in addition to its artistic beauty, the biggest advantage of this kind of handguard was that it could leave space for the wearer to wear a ring. Of course, it was not an ordinary ring, but the so-called little secrets of the witches located on both sides of the magic triangle, magic rings. On the fingers of these young Cruz people was a piece of sparkling, beautiful rings inlaid with rubies, fire agates, emeralds, and blue crystals. Each ring was engraved with mysterious runes with countless magic circles. If Brando's army was already extremely luxurious in the eyes of Count Jacques, but compared with these young knights from Cruz, it was really the difference between a beggar and a rich man. 80% of the young knights of Folded Sword came from the descendants of various noble families in the empire. The cost of equipment for each of them was almost enough to equip an entire knight domain. This amount of money was just a drop in the bucket for the empire's aristocracy. It seemed to be a matter of course, but in a remote place like Erewhon, it was unprecedented. The Bloodstaff had the honor to witness how the elite knight of Cruz flaunted their strength and wealth. In some ways, it was the first person in Madara. Yalvit was standing next to her warhorse. The thick white armor on her body seemed to emit endless flames. This lady, who was called the Queen of Banshees by all the Dark Lords in the Sea of the Dead Moon, rarely showed her face, but today she was not wearing a helmet. Below the helmet was a pale face. For a lady, this face could be considered beautiful, but it was full of a gloomy aura. Her hair was like a burning phosphorescence. From time to time, there were silver flames flying around, reflecting the flat forehead without the slightest trace of blood. Under the sword-like slender eyebrows, a pair of silver eyes were hidden in the deep eye sockets. At this moment, she was pursing her thin lips, her cheeks were a little sunken, and she looked very silent. She did not speak, but her eyes reflected the distant flames shining brightly. Several banshees were guarding the Queen of Banshees. "Let's go." After looking for a moment, she suddenly turned around, grabbed the saddle and got on the horse's back. The Queen of Banshees' voice was very ethereal, like a faint singing voice. "There's nothing to see. The Bloodstaff is finished." "Your Majesty, you mean the Erewhon people defeated the Bloodstaff?" a banshee asked in a sharp voice. "Don't call me Your Majesty, Vigny. There is only one Majesty in Madara," Yalvit replied. "It's not strange that the Erewhon people defeated the Bloodstaff. It's just an idiot. It was played around by the Uncersta dragon from the beginning to the end. The poor thing thought that His Majesty would secretly acquiesce to its actions. I really admire Tarkus for daring to deal with that guy. Even if you were sold by the Uncersta dragon, sometimes you still have to help him count the money." Yalvit brazenly ridiculed the confidence of the few supreme beings in the empire. The banshees hissed and did not dare to continue speaking. She finally looked at the flash on the other side of the mountain and said to herself, "But the Erewhon people did give me a little surprise. Do you see? This is the heritage of this ancient land. Don't underestimate any enemy. After thousands of years of accumulation, they have some ingenious knowledge and secrets. They can always bring you surprises. However, accidents in war were fatal. The Bloodstaff had always looked at its opponents with the same foolish eyes in the past. Today was a battle of life and death. It would not hold back, but how could its enemies be merciful? Ah, the new dark nobles in the Empire can't wait to make a name for themselves in this land. But this time, I'm afraid His Majesty will have a reason to persuade them. Why should His Majesty care about this little Erewhon? Yalvit shook her head and did not refute her personal maid. She knew that the Supreme Being did not care about Erewhon, but the attitude of the four holy cathedrals. Erewhon suddenly showed his strong side today, but it was hard to say what it meant. The Count of Tonagel seemed to be related to the Wind Elves, but the power he held had traces of the Templar. He seemed to have appeared out of thin air overnight and had a strong force. Interesting, she said softly. Interesting. But there was one more thing she did not say. She even had a faint feeling that the army of Erewhon people had a very familiar aura. The Queen of Banshees shook her head and muttered in her heart. No, this should not be possible. P.S. A new week has arrived. Please get some votes, comrades. Chapter 878. To the citizens of Braggs, the period between the month of harvest and the month of frost seemed to be both long and short at the same time. The horrors left behind by the undead invasion last year seemed to resurface with the footsteps of the Bloodstaff's army. Following the repeated defeats of the Vermeer army, the situation worsened. Some merchants and nobles even began to flee to the Kirkle region with their families. But just when everyone was in a state of panic, the situation of the war suddenly took a shocking turn. First, the news of the allied army of Vero, Lantanailan, and Tonagel stopping the Bloodstaff's army in Silipharn spread. Not long after, the rumor of the Bloodstaff's death was confirmed. The undead retreated from the Silipharn region, and in just a week, the ice and snow on the front lines of Dragos and Vermeer had melted away. The people from the south even confirmed that the undead were traveling day and night back to Bucci. That period of time passed faster than any other moment. New news came every day, as if the war had left in the blink of an eye. The name of the Bloodstaff that caused everyone to turn pale half a month ago had now become the dust of history. It had lost its meaning to both Erewhon and Madara. Another half a month later, Count Randner's army was defeated east of Fort Kirkle, south of the Sapphire Mountains, near the Dwarven Circle. After losing the opportunity to escape to Madara, everyone knew that the Count's surrender was only a matter of time. Some people were destined to become famous in this war. Almost everyone was talking about the army of unknown origin. Almost every tavern had poets singing about the soldiers' stories. There was also a rumor that could not be considered a rumor that spread everywhere. Those who saw it with their own eyes swore that the late King Eric had returned with the White Lion Legion to save the kingdom in danger. Most people who heard of this rumor believed it to be true. Because the Lionheart's sacred sword shone brightly in the battle, everyone witnessed the glorious victory. After defeating the Bloodstaff, Brando let Freya take over his command of the Tonagel army. Count Jacques was no longer in the mood to fight for merits after that battle, and the Lantanailan cavalry knew what kind of person their leader was. Although Eek and his men were almost on the same page and had a reputation that everyone admired in the alliance, anyone whose brain was not burned by the knight's faith would understand who was the most reliable person in the alliance. Therefore, under Brando's signal, Freya actually had unparalleled authority in the army for a while. This was partly due to the amazing performance of the Tonagel army in that war. However, the Valkyrie from the countryside of Bucci did not disappoint those who believed in her. After she eliminated the Madara forces in the Silman region, she immediately turned north and accurately judged the movements of Count Randner's army. Then, in 2 battles, she cleanly destroyed all of the Count's hopes. In the last battle, Freya even used the Lantanailan cavalry to establish her reputation in one fell swoop. She used the cavalry twice to feign attacks on Count Randner's flanks, but in the final confrontation, she suddenly attacked and destroyed Count Randner's central position in one fell swoop. It could be said to be a textbook example, perfectly recreating the glorious victory of Erewhon's people against the Wind Elves in the Long War. This battle was even beyond Brando's expectations. He knew that Freya would definitely succeed because she had a serious and meticulous personality. In his opinion, Freya should be the most outstanding commander in this era when she had the advantage on the battlefield. Her meticulous judgment and meticulous execution would allow her to maximize her advantages as much as possible, without making any mistakes and giving the enemy a chance to turn the tables. The future Valkyrie had an extraordinary talent in using cavalry, but he did not expect this talent to be displayed so quickly. In history, Freya became famous in the war between the south and the north through her outstanding ability to command cavalry. The Valkyrie's riding ability was no joke, but at this moment, the history of the two worlds seemed to overlap. At that moment, he saw Freya happily riding back from the battlefield, waving Count Ranner's flag in front of him as if she was presenting a treasure. She shouted his name loudly. "Brando! Look at me, I did it!" At that moment, he understood that the Valkyrie in history had returned. He could not help but smile happily at that time. Brags in the month of frost had completely cooled down, but there were still many people on the streets. After the threat of war was removed, the city seemed to be holding a celebration every day for half a month. Ribbons and curtains were hung on the streets, and wooden platforms were built with wine and food piled on top. The knights who returned from the front lines were treated like heroes. They rode through the streets and could stop at any time to receive the cheers of the people or the adoration of the ladies. When Brando saw this scene, he smiled and said to Freya, "They seem to be talking about you, Erwin's Valkyrie." Brando. Freya's face turned red. She knew that in fact, the most important battle of this war was commanded by Brando, but the world knew very little about the details of the battle that defeated the Bloodstaff. Since then, the alliance had been under her command, and in the end, her reputation was far above Brando's. This made her feel very embarrassed and vaguely felt that she had let Brando down. However, this was what Brando was happy to see. He had always thought that the claws of a beast were sharpest when hidden. In this war, although Tonagel had to expose a lot of his well-hidden strength, he still carefully concealed the folded sword knights and some of the core secrets about Valhalla. If he could not expose them to the public, it would be for the best. "They don't understand, but Brando, you know," Freya whispered with a red face. She held the reins and lowered her head, and when she heard the cheers around her, she wanted to find a hole to hide in. "Among the officers in the same batch at the Royal Cadet Academy, I was the worst one. In fact, Carlo and the others were much better than me. This time, I just happened to be in the right place. Any one of Breton, Carlo and the others would have done better than me in the same situation." Brando could not help but laugh when he saw Freya's frightened face. He shook his head. This country girl from Wuxia was exaggerating. Indeed, she was not the most talented commander in the history of the future Woned. Compared to geniuses like Loka, Little Pero, Brund, and Insursta, she lacked that talent. However, she also had her own merits. The future Valkyrie had an inspirational power. Her persistence and seriousness could touch everyone around her. In fact, no one in Erwin today was more suitable for this honor than her. People like Carlo and Little Pero could become talented commanders, but Freya was destined to become the pride of this ancient kingdom. Opportunities are also a very important part of life, he shook his head. Freya, you need to be confident. Not everyone can be the commander of an army, but if she can lead the soldiers to victory, then she must have something extraordinary. You and I survived the test of life and death together in Wuxia. This in itself proves a lot. Everyone in Wuxia is a good man. If Breton and I can do it, you can do it too. Don't embarrass Wuxia." As if the words "don't embarrass Wuxia" had convinced her, the girl nodded. "I understand, but they are holding me too high. The kingdom's Valkyrie, this is too outrageous." Brando snickered. He could not help but look at Amandina, who was beside him. Amandina looked at him with a mischievous look, because this title was actually secretly arranged by Brando for her to spread. If this shy commander knew about it, she would probably blame her lord to death. But she only smiled without saying anything. She only started to interact with Freya after arranging for the battle with Seal. She did not spend much time with Freya, but she had a good impression of her. This female knight was as honest as Romaine, but not as capricious and cunning as the merchant lady. A serious person would always leave a good impression on others, and this young girl from Wuxia was undoubtedly one of the best. Sometimes, she was so serious that she was a little too rigid. If you think that you will become complacent because you are held too high, then you just need to be firm in your beliefs. You know that you are not fighting for false fame, right? Brando pretended to be serious and replied. "It's not that," Freya replied embarrassedly. "It's just that I feel too ashamed. If Senior Maynard and Breton knew about it, I'm afraid they would laugh their heads off." "Is that so? Erwin's Valkyrie, I think it suits you very well. Didn't Maynard also call you that? I think, why don't we ask Her Highness to give you a proper title?" Brando. Freya heard Brando's teasing this time and glared at him angrily. Brando, however, had no self-awareness and spread out his hands. "It's true, I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, you can ask Amandina." The noble lady couldn't help but roll her eyes at her lord, blaming him for dragging her into this mess. She hurriedly replied, "At least there's one thing that my lord said that I agree with. Not everyone can become the commander of an army, but if she can lead the soldiers to victory, then she must have some outstanding qualities. In history, Erewhon has many legions and commanders, but there are only a few who can lead the Erewhon to victory." Praise from different people naturally had different effects. Amandina's words made Freya blush, but she did not refute. However, she could not help but complain in her heart. "Amandina is still on the same page as you. She will naturally say whatever you say." It was a pity that Amandina could not know what she was thinking at the moment, or it would be someone else blushing right now. Brando saw that Freya had stopped talking and smiled. He turned his head to look at the night squad cheered by the crowd on another street. Those people were most likely soldiers of the Vermeer Legion or some Lantan Islands, because the Viro and Tonajal armies should still be stationed in Ranner's territory. With the defeat of Duke Arek and Count Ranner one after another, it seemed that a series of problems that had plagued the southern border of the kingdom were easily solved. With the support of Duke Viro, Princess Grafine had absolute authority over the entire southern part of the kingdom for the first time. In the eyes of the people, Count Tonajal, who had made a name for himself in the war, was only a knight loyal to her. The Highland Knights also expressed their respect. Duke Grafine had suffered a great loss in the war, and had no intention of stopping the power and prestige of the Princess Regent. It was as if the center of the kingdom's power had once again returned to the hands of the royal family after the Anson era. At least in the south of Ampere Seal, everything was developing in this direction. The royal faction was celebrating, but he did not stay with the Allied army to enjoy this exciting victory. In fact, after defeating the Bloodstaff, he had arranged for Carglass to stay behind to deal with the aftermath of the war, and then let the folded sword knights of Cruz return from Chablis to Abes. However, he did not go back the way he came, and instead left Silman with Amandina and Freya, quietly coming to Bragg's. The reason for all of this was because of a letter. Thinking of this, he could not help but frown, and then noticed that Amandina was looking at him, her eyes full of curiosity. Amandina was the one who handed the letter to Brando, and she also knew the contents of the letter. However, the person who sent the letter caught him off guard. The sender was his mother, or more accurately, the person who was closest to him by blood. The arrival of the letter was completely out of his expectations, and it also messed up his schedule. Ever since he came to this world, he had not interacted with his family in this world. On one hand, he was still young when he was in Tonajal, and he was afraid that his family would be implicated and retaliated against. On the other hand, he knew that the most important reason was that he was not mentally prepared to face his family in this world. Brando's memories of his family in this world had always been deep and vague, as if they were the most intimate people in this world, but they also seemed a little unfamiliar. He understood that this was because of the fusion of two different souls in his body. But no matter what, at this moment, even if he did not receive the letter from his mother, he had a reason to go home. He understood that these feelings and experiences could not be left there forever, and some things would forever be a flaw in his heart if he did not face them head-on. In fact, this state of mind had already begun to hinder his pursuit of power. It was reasonable for him to return to the land that gave birth to him, and face everything that belonged to Brando. This letter was like an opportunity that brought him back to Bragg's. However, he read another meaning behind the letter. His mother, who was born in a noble family in Cardarigo, said that someone from her hometown asked her to find him and ask him to go home to take a look. Her hometown was in Cardarigo, the easternmost part of Karsuk, the birthplace of the Highland Knight and Wizard. Someone from her hometown could only be a Highland Knight. This letter was very likely to have the shadow of a Highland Knight behind it. What were they trying to do? Why didn't they find him through the Alliance? He had interacted with a Highland Knight more than once in the Alliance, and even tested them before he left, but they did not seem to know about this letter. This was a little interesting. He was even a little worried. Even though he remembered that his mother was a very knowledgeable woman, but it was inevitable that she would be deceived by others. After all, the level he was at now was completely different from the level his parents were at. Moreover, he was more worried about whether Madara was the one behind this. Because of these reasons, he did not inform anyone, and only brought Freya and Amandina quietly to Bragg's. Amandina and Freya could be said to be from Bragg's, and a large number of people who escaped from Bragg's still lived in the vicinity of Bragg's. If he wanted to return to this place, he naturally could not help but bring them along. Freya also wanted to go back to her hometown more than once. The three of them silently crossed the street without attracting anyone's attention. Brando remembered that his home was in a manor outside the city. He was not poor, his father was a miller, and his mother was the daughter of a small noble family, even better than Amandina's family. However, he did not plan to go home immediately. The whole thing seemed strange to him, and it was better to understand the situation first. Before that, of course, he had to find a place to stay in the city. There were many inns in Bragg's, but they were not safe. If this was really an enemy's plot, it would be too easy to plant spies in these crowded places. Now that the three of them could be said to be a little famous in the kingdom, it would be difficult for them not to be recognized, especially for Freya. Fortunately, Bragg's was also Amandina's hometown, and Brando did not forget that she had a few properties here. Although they were a little shabby, it should be enough for them to stay. They quickly passed through the bustling main street and turned into Gravedigger Street. This was the old city of Bragg's, and the streets immediately became deserted. Brando looked at the street and suddenly remembered the first time he came here, and the scene when he met the crippled Ian. At that time, he also passed through this street and found the noble lady that the crippled spoke of. Thinking of this, he could not help but look back at Amandina. The noble lady behind him was also looking at him, her eyes shining brightly. It was as if the meeting was still in front of her, as if it was predestined, and so many wonderful things happened after that. She remembered that her life seemed to have changed direction after that moment, and today, her fate was already tied together with this somewhat quick-witted and frivolous young man, and there was no distinction between them. And all of this was unreal, like a dream. Chapter 879. The corridor was as dilapidated, narrow, and dim as he remembered, and the dusty wooden boards were full of holes left by years of disrepair. Brando came to a door based on his memory and stopped to ask, "Is this the one?" "Yes." A voice behind him replied softly. It was Amandina's voice. Freya followed behind the two, frowning as she looked at the place. As they stood on the walkway, the wooden boards creaked, and the air was filled with a choking smell of dust. She thought that even the stables in the countryside of Wuxia were slightly cleaner than this. She could not imagine that someone would live in a place like this. "It seems to be locked," Brando said as he fiddled with the doorknob. "I locked it before I left." Amandina replied softly. "Do you have a key?" "Yes, I've always had it with me." Amandina fumbled around and took out a copper key. Brando had a good memory and recognized at a glance that the chain on which the key was hung was her original necklace. He remembered that he had seen this necklace once or twice. There should have been a beautiful crystal pendant on the necklace, but this pendant had long since disappeared. He took the key and weighed it in his hand, a little surprised. "Why do you have this?" "I don't know when I'll need it," Amandina replied with her usual seriousness. "Looks like it did come in handy." Brendel smiled and glanced at her. Amandina also smiled faintly in return. He turned the key and opened the door. Behind the wooden door was like a monster's huge black mouth, waiting for its prey to walk into the trap. The three of them stood at the door for a moment before they adapted to the sudden darkness. The room was as small and dusty as they remembered, but it was very clean. It was obvious that its owner had carefully decorated it before leaving. "Amandina, you used to live here?" Freya looked at the room with some surprise. Back in Wuxia, even the militia's old warehouse was much more spacious and bright. She had always thought that Amandina was of noble birth, but she did not expect that she would live in a place like this before she followed Brando. "Yes. But I heard from Brando that you're the daughter of a noble family. Sir Lord is right." "I used to be," Amandina replied. "But after my father went missing, the creditors came knocking on my door. In order to pay off the debts, I had no choice but to sell off my family's assets. I remember that not long after that, my mother died of depression, and life became tight. In order to reduce expenses, she had no choice but to do so." "I'm sorry, Amandina. I didn't know you had such a past. I shouldn't have mentioned it," Freya replied awkwardly. Amandina smiled and did not mind. Brando came to the desk and lit the remaining candles. The candlelight was like a bean, barely illuminating the room. The room was filled with dust, but Amandina walked to the bed and lifted the curtain, revealing a clean wooden bed with only a slight musty smell. Brando looked at her with some surprise, his eyes full of praise. Freya was also of low birth, and did not feel uncomfortable in this small and dilapidated room. She saw the two's actions and silently helped to clean up the room. The three of them did not speak. Since the last time they left Bragg's, they rarely had time like this. The room was quiet for a while, and there were only a few faint noises. It didn't take long for them to clean up the room. Amandina opened the window next to the desk. She looked through the window and frowned. She gently closed the window and opened the drawer again. Someone entered the room. She suddenly said. Brando was a little surprised. What's wrong? After I left, someone entered this room. What's going on? Brendel's brows furrowed. There should be more than one person. They came in through the window. After they came in, they first checked the drawer. She walked to the side and opened the cabinet. They should also have checked my cabinet. The books inside have been rummaged through. They seem to be looking for something. Are you sure, Amandina? Brando asked with some vigilance. Yes, I put the things I put away myself. I never remember wrongly. Someone must have touched them. Do you want to ask around? Freya whispered. No, they definitely don't know anything, Amandina shook her head. Whether it's a thief or some other uninvited guest, they definitely wouldn't deliberately let people find them. Do you have any clues? It's a little strange. It seems that these people came early. When we cleaned the room earlier, we didn't pay attention to footprints or anything else. The dust in the room is very natural, which means that these people at least didn't visit in the past few months. A year ago? Brando thought for a moment. At that time, they seemed to have just left Bragg's not long ago. They were not well known, and it seemed unlikely that anyone would have noticed them at that time. He thought about it for a year and replied, if it really was at that time, then it could only be a thief. Amandina smiled. Then I'm afraid that the thieves will regretfully return empty-handed. This sentence made Brando's heart grow suspicious. The people who lived in Gravedigger Street were the poorest group of people in the city. It was unlikely that the people who mingled in the gray areas of the city did not know this. In fact, thieves rarely visited such places because they mostly knew that these places were not profitable. He hesitated for a moment and suddenly heard Freya say, There's only one bed here, Brando. Brendel paused for a moment before he realized the awkward situation. He had almost forgotten that Amandina was the only one who lived in this room, and there was only one bed in the room. Amandina paused for a moment before realizing this point. After all, the only furniture in the room was a desk, a small cupboard, 2 chairs, and a bed. It was hard for her not to think of the problem of sleeping in such a simple environment. The two of you can sleep together. With my current strength, it doesn't matter if I sleep or not. Brando thought for a moment and said, That won't do, Amandina shook her head. You're the Lord, how can a retainer let the Lord suffer for him? Besides, this is also because of my lack of consideration. Since Amandina did not agree, Freya naturally would not agree. Her face was not thick enough to be selfish to the point where she could enjoy it alone. Brando seemed to have expected this. He looked at the two of them and sighed. Let's talk about it later. I'll go get you something to eat first. Amandina nodded her head lightly. In the game, there were many places that sold food in large cities like Bragg's. As long as you could afford it, you could even buy food from the workshops on the streets. But in this place, if you wanted to get food, you would have to go to the inns, taverns, or the bakeries in the city. If you wanted to go further, you would have to go to the mills outside the city. There were many eyes in the inns and taverns, and no one knew if there were spies there. Brando naturally did not want to go there, and there were no bakeries near the Gravedigger Street. But this little trouble was not a problem for him. The slums did not lack idlers, and he casually spent a few tour to find a boy who was willing to run errands for him. He also showed off his skills in front of the boy and used his sword to carve a nightingale's mark on the wall, so that the boy would not dare to take the money and not do the job. Of course, with his current status, he did not lack money, but he could not let Amandina and the future Valkyrie of Erewhon starve. He was a noble of the kingdom, and he could not act so incompetent in front of the ladies by his side. When the boy saw the deep mark he left on the stone wall, he revealed a look of bewilderment. Brendel knew that the boy was not afraid of his swordsmanship, but the symbol that he left behind. Most of the people who grew up in this place had dealings with the Brotherhood of Thieves in the gray area, and there were many of them who were spies. That was why the boy was able to recognize the mark he left behind. It was a more advanced method of communication between the Brotherhood of Thieves in grimoires. He had learned a little about nightingales in the game, and even though it was only a little, it was enough to scare the boy who did not know much. The youth was frightened by him. After taking his money, he stood there timidly and looked at him carefully and asked, "Sir, do you have any other orders?" "You live nearby?" Brando asked. The boy nodded. "Do you know the tenant of that room?" Brando asked as he pointed to the window of the second room next to Amandina's. "Yes, there's an old man who lives there. People call him Nightingale. He used to be a loan shark, but I don't know who he offended, so he came here to hide." The boy answered straightforwardly. Brando raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not expect that the person he randomly caught would be so well informed. But then he felt relieved. These young people who came from the lower class had nothing to do and wandered the streets all day. Except for a few who could endure hardships, most of them were unwilling to be apprentices and be controlled by others. In this era where information was limited, it was normal for these people to be well informed. It was just that 9 out of 10 rumors that they knew were rumors, but some of the local customs could be found by asking them. "What about this room?" He pointed to the room next to Amandina's. "This room has been empty for a long time, my lord." "And the one next to it?" Brando's heart skipped a beat, and he pointed to Amandina's room. The boy hesitated for a moment, as if he was thinking for a moment, and then answered, "The owner of this room seems to be a poor noble lady, but I haven't seen her for a long time. I heard that her health was not good, and she probably died of illness." "You're the one who died of illness," Brando thought in annoyance. But he saw that the boy was talking about it as if it was normal for him to talk about eating and drinking, and he knew that the so-called death was a common occurrence in this place. In the slums of Gravedigger Street, there were many people who froze or starved to death every year. Everyone knew this, and the nobles turned a blind eye to it, as if it was natural. Brando sighed. At least this guy was not lying, and he really did know this place well. He asked a few more irrelevant questions, and then suddenly asked, "Do people often visit this place?" Of course, by patronage, he didn't mean that they had come to visit openly, but that he was talking about the thieves. Naturally, the boy understood what he meant. He couldn't help but look at this stylish gentleman in awe. He was certain that this gentleman was the legendary Nightingale. Otherwise, how could he have drawn that symbol that he didn't even recognize? That symbol must be the kind used between thieves, but it was much more complicated than what he knew. Now that he was talking about the Brotherhood slang, he was even more certain of this point. "Of course not, my lord," the young man hurriedly replied. "There's not much profit here, so it's unlikely that they'd be interested in such a place. Other than those poor mercenaries and old prostitutes, who would be willing to live in such a place? There are always some people who are blind." The boy thought for a moment, and he probably understood Brando's meaning. He thought hard for a while and then remembered something. "My lord, a year ago the patrolling cavalry came here." "That's right. They seem to be looking for the noble lady." Brendel frowned and asked a few more questions, but the youth could not say anything else. Just like what Amandina said, whether it was a thief or an uninvited guest, it was unlikely that they would be willing to let others notice their whereabouts. Brendel frowned and asked a few more questions, but the youth could not say anything else. Just like what Amandina said, whether it was a thief or an uninvited guest, it was unlikely that they would want others to notice their whereabouts. In the end, he shook his head and threw a silver coin to the boy. "All right, go and come back early, I'm still hungry." "My lord, don't worry. I promise I won't spend a single coin." The boy hurriedly replied in fear and trepidation. "There's no need for that. You bought enough food for 3 people, and the rest is yours. I don't lack money, but you better not cause trouble for me." Brando purposely replied coldly. He asked for the boy's name again, and the boy quickly ran away after he answered, as if he was afraid to stay by Brendel's side for even a moment longer. Brendel could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not completely forgotten some of the old tricks in the game. In this world, being a noble for a year had been too easy. Other than the basic swordsmanship, he was almost out of practice with other skills. In the past, these things were done properly by Amandina, Falerne, or Carglaise. Today it was rare for him to do it himself, and he found some of the feeling of the past. He stopped and looked at the scenery before Bragg's. The sky in the west was crimson, and under the clouds was a golden hue. This scene was not much different from a year ago. But at this time, he heard a cold laugh. It seems like my lord is quite knowledgeable. You're not unfamiliar with these things at the bottom. Brando raised his head. Amandina's house was located by the Wuxia River that passed through Brags. There was a small courtyard behind the house, and beside the courtyard was the Wuxia River. There was originally a staircase that led down to the river, and it was equivalent to a small pier. Those who had a little money would tie a small boat to a pillar beside the staircase as another way to travel. But the people who lived here were naturally not so extravagant. The staircase outside the courtyard had been abandoned for many years, and there were weeds that were almost as tall as a person growing in the gaps between the stairs. At this moment, there was an additional figure in the bushes. He narrowed his eyes and recognized the person. Terst. That man was Viscount Terst. He had seen him once at the auction in Brugloss. Even though his appearance had changed a lot, his blonde hair had turned white, and the wrinkles on his face made him look like he had aged by decades, Terst could still recognize his facial features and that unique gaze of his. Terst was able to call out his name without any hesitation. I didn't expect my lord to be able to recognize me. Terst sighed as he stood on the stone steps. Back then, when he fought with this man in the underground auction house of the city, he almost killed him. Who would have thought that in a mere year, the man's strength would have grown to such an extent? He used to think that he was a genius, but now he understood what a true genius was like. But all of that was meaningless to him. He came here to seek freedom. Brando heard Terst's hoarse voice and asked curiously, "How did you become like this?" "It's a long story. That experience was a nightmare to me," Terst replied. "But it has something to do with my lord." "What does it have to do with me?" Brendel furrowed his brows. He remembered that the only time he had interacted with this guy was during the underground auction, and after that, they had not interacted with each other. When he saw this guy appear before him, he thought that he was here to take revenge for what happened back then. "If my lord has the time to listen to my nonsense, I can slowly tell you this story. In return, I will tell you some secrets about the past," Terst said with a hoarse voice. "Did this guy come to me just to tell me a story? Is this guy crazy?" Brendel thought to himself. But from the looks of it, there was an 80% chance that he was. Still, he was interested in the secrets Terst spoke of. He had a feeling that it had something to do with the unifying guild, and the biggest threat to him right now was that damned organization. He nodded and asked, "Here? Let's do it here. There's no one around. Every second is torture to me. I don't have the time to look for another place," Terst replied. Brando looked at Terst curiously. What kind of experience did Terst go through to become like this? After a moment of silence, Terst suddenly said, "It's because of the Lionheart sword." "The Lionheart sword?" Terst nodded and told the story of how he started searching for the Lionheart sword for the unifying guild. Chapter 880. Brando listened to Terst's story quietly before replying, "You reap what you sow." However, he was actually quite surprised to learn that the Lionheart sword had such an experience before it was in Freya's hands. When he first met Grandmaster Bosley in the basement of AB's castle, the philosopher's slate suddenly resonated with him. Now that he thought about it, it must have been the All-for-One that activated the Lionheart sword. However, they were too naive. The Knight of the Lake who guarded the Lionheart sword was Captain Krentel, Eric's knight. Even before he became a heroic spirit, he was already as strong as Mephisto. Furthermore, after he swore an oath to protect the Lionheart sword, his will to battle would only grow stronger. Terst, a mere gold-ranked, dared to challenge such a monster. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted so much effort to obtain the Philosopher's Slate if he knew that the Lionheart sword was hidden somewhere near the Lake of Mists. Speaking of the legendary knight by Eric's side, Terst suddenly remembered that the person who followed Freya around like a ghost had been appearing less and less recently. This seemed to indicate that the Lionheart sword had fully acknowledged Freya as its master. Now, he would only occasionally catch a glimpse of the knight in the courtyard of AB's castle. The servants in the castle even treated the appearance of the knight as a ghost story. Terst did not refute Brendel's words and replied, "You're right, Count Brendel, I brought this upon myself. I've even forgotten the reason why I went to look for the sword, and I feel like a complete clown. Ever since I left the Lake of Fog, I've been following that person. My mind is muddled, and it's as if there's a voice in my heart urging me to do so. I can't think, I can't rest. I can only move forward day and night. I can feel time leaving me, but I can't resist it. It's as if I'm in an endless nightmare. I'm like a lonely ghost, suffering unbearably. But it seems like you're still conscious, aren't you? Brando looked at him and asked. Terst nodded. When I woke up today, I felt that I was still near the Lionheart sword. You can feel the Lionheart sword? Bran was slightly surprised. I don't know. You don't know? Now that I've seen you, my lord, I know that the Lionheart sword is still nearby. But before that, I could only feel a strong sense of calling. It was as if there was a gray and decaying world in front of me, and there was only a pale path in the wilderness. I could only follow that path forward, and then I arrived here. But it sounds like you're no stranger to what's happening in the outside world. He was conferred the title of Count after the Battle of Ampere Seal, but from Terst's tone, it seemed like he didn't have much time to interact with the outside world. I'm not sure, but everything about that sword seems to enter my mind. Terst replied with a hoarse voice. Brando raised an eyebrow. It sounded like there was some sort of connection between him and the Lionheart sword, but it didn't sound like recognition. It sounded more like a curse. He suddenly remembered a legend that said that anyone who was not recognized by the Lionheart sword and tried to lay their hands on the sacred sword would suffer misfortune. The last victim was the last emperor of House Cypher. After that, the Lionheart sword went missing until it reappeared today. However, Terst's condition was very similar to that of a nameless person. A nameless person was someone who had lost their faith and self. He didn't expect the curse of the Lionheart sword to have such an effect. Even though the members of All for One were a bunch of lunatics, their faith was still very strong. He looked at Terst again and asked, You didn't come here just to tell me this? Of course, my lord. I believe that there must be a reason why the voice brought me here today. Right now, I'm just looking for an escape. I don't want to live like a walking corpse anymore. Terst replied tiredly. You don't need to beg me for something like this. Death won't solve the problem. Terst sighed in pain. He used to be an arrogant person, but now he looked like a half-dead old man. I've died many times, but it was like a dream. When the dream disappeared, I would wake up in a different place. That sounds like a fate worse than death. Brando nodded. He didn't have a good impression of the members of All for One. Even if he didn't take pleasure in their misfortune, he didn't need to sympathize with them either. He looked at Terst and asked, You said you wanted to tell me some secrets about the past. It seems like you want to use this to make a deal with me. Terst nodded. Brando pondered for a moment. To be honest, he was very interested in Terst's secrets. But the problem now was that he wasn't good at curses, especially when it came to curses related to the lost names. It was a very dangerous thing to do. When he was in the deadly tundra, he dared to enter the dreams of the lost names because he understood the characteristics of the dungeon. But now, if he wanted to solve the problem of the Viscount, he would have to enter his dreams. As long as the Viscount had the slightest malicious intent, this trip would be very dangerous. If the Viscount was someone else, it would be fine. But he was a believer of All for One. Brando wasn't noble enough to risk his life for an enemy. He thought for a moment and refused. To be honest, I don't want to deal with people like you. I can even extend a hand of friendship to the nobles I despise. I can also tolerate the arrogance of the Cruise people, but I don't want to have anything to do with All for One. Yes, we are notorious. Terst replied weakly. He frowned and his tone became anxious. I understand that, my lord. It may be difficult for you to accept, but... No, Brando shook his head and interrupted him. That's not the reason. It's because you people are too crazy. Crazy? No, my lord. Some of us seek truth, some of us seek power. But I don't think we are as despicable as the people you deal with. Terst's tone was weak, but there was a hint of contempt in his words. It's despicable people who seek benefits for themselves. It's despicable, but at least it doesn't make me feel uneasy. Brando replied, No one wants to deal with crazy people. Don't play riddles with me, Count Brendel. I know you're interested in my secret. Terst interrupted Brendel anxiously. Why don't you give me a chance? Give us all a chance. My secret will satisfy you. Don't give me a chance. Give us all a chance. My secret will satisfy you. My lord, it's related to the safety of one of your subordinates, a lady close to you. Brando looked at the half-dead man and his heart skipped a beat. The first person he thought of was Scarlet. The Highlander girl had been missing for quite some time. Abes and Anthony had sent out all their scouts and spies, but they couldn't find any trace of her. He even asked the Bugas for help. Because it was related to the Azure Lance, they readily agreed, but there was still no news. He looked at the Viscount and asked coldly, "What did you say?" Turst gripped the rusty iron bars and glared at Brando. His face was pale, like a ghost. He stood there for a long while, as if he was hesitating if he should tell Brendel everything he knew. He did not know if Brendel would lie to him, but an obvious anxiety had already spread between his eyes. "I don't have much time, Count Brendel. You and I have no grudges in the past. Perhaps there was a small misunderstanding at that time, but there is no need for us to take such a small matter to heart. I believe in your character. As long as you give me a promise, I will tell you the secret." "Do you still have any room to bargain in this state, Viscount Turst?" Brando took in Turst's expression. Although he was curious as to what could torment the proud Viscount to this extent, all his attention was on the Highlander girl with the red ponytail. He didn't have the time to think about why the Viscount was suddenly so anxious. "My lord, you really have a heart of stone. You don't even care about the safety of your subordinates." Turst's face suddenly contorted as he gripped the iron bars tightly and wailed, "I only want a promise from you." "All right," Brando finally relented. "As long as your secret is valuable to me." Turst seemed to be relieved. His face contorted as he replied, "My lord, the lady beside you." "Ah!" His eyes suddenly widened and he screamed, "No, no! Wait. My lord, listen to me." "Ah!" It was Medsk's men who went to look for Borgnessen's daughter. "If you still care about this, let me go." "No, don't take me away. I beg you." "Ah!" Following a mournful wail, Turst's voice suddenly turned into a series of terrified roars. At that moment, Brendel felt as though something was moving through the night sky, and a glowing shadow flashed across the surface of the river. The shadow seemed to be an army of thousands, and it directly dragged Turst into it. When he blinked, the Viscount had already disappeared without a trace. Brendel finally reacted and rushed to the riverside to take a look. The surface of the water was as calm as ever, without even a single ripple. But when he looked down, he saw that the rusty iron gate had been torn apart, as if it was proof that what he saw was not an illusion. Brando stood by the riverside, bathing in the cool night wind. He stood there in a daze, feeling a chill run down his spine. Turst's last words were still echoing in his mind. Borgnessen's daughter. Isn't that Amandina? What does that guy know? Did he say that Medsk is looking for Amandina? He knew Medsk as well. He was the former commander of the White-Winged Cavalry and a high-ranking member of the All-for-One. He was later caught in the Great Purge after the Battle of Ampere Seal. He should have been burned at the stake by now. But why would this mess have anything to do with Amandina? He originally came to Brugloss for family matters, but he didn't expect to encounter such a situation. He almost couldn't react in time. But why would the All-for-One look for Amandina? He could not help but look back at the dilapidated building. Under the night sky, the building was like a crooked shadow, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It reflected the dim lights in the distance, making it even more eerie and terrifying. He took a small breath, feeling a little uneasy. A moment later, the boy who left earlier ran back, panting. He saw Brando's gloomy face and felt a little strange. He could not help but ask, "Did I come back too late, sir?" Brando did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Did you hear anything just now?" "Sound." The boy showed a puzzled expression and shook his head. Brendel looked at the iron fence one last time before he took the package from the boy's hands. He opened it and saw hot bread and bacon, as well as a few baked potatoes. It did not look like the food that was sold in the inn, but more like it was taken out from the boy's house. But although it was not sumptuous, it was better than the cold bread he ate when he slept in the wilderness. He put away the package and threw a silver coin to the boy as a reward. The boy looked flattered. Although he was a little scared at first, but for the sake of money, Brando was finally a little more amiable in his eyes. Brendel took a fancy to the youth's character and asked him to leave a way to contact him. It was like hiring a temporary follower, and the youth was naturally more than willing. He could not wait for Brendel to hire him for a period of time. A Thor in the market was almost a week's salary for a skilled craftsman, and Brendel's reward was enough to keep him busy for a while. Such a generous employer was not something that could be found all the time. Not to mention there was extra money. After Brando told the boy to report to him the next day, he took one last look at the Wuxia river that crossed the city, and then turned back to go upstairs. When he returned to the room, he found the two girls sitting at the desk. Freya was reading a very thin book under the candlelight. Brando glanced at the name of the book, Suleiman's Cavalry Notes. This book was very famous in Erewhon. It was one of the standard cavalry tactics textbooks of the Royal Academy. Although it was a little old, this girl from the countryside of Wuxia would revise it whenever she had free time. He turned his gaze to Amandina. Amandina was not as strong as him or Freya. Her physique was only about the same as an ordinary person's. After riding for days, she was now exhausted and had fallen asleep on the desk. However, this Amandina was so stubborn. Even though she was so sleepy, she still did not want to sleep alone. Brando saw this scene and could not help but shake his head with a wry smile. He closed the door and walked over to put the food he found next to Freya. Freya seemed to have just noticed Brando's existence. She was startled and recovered from the world of the book. Brando hurriedly made a shushing gesture to her and pointed at Amandina. The latter then realized that Amandina, who had been sitting next to her, had fallen asleep. She showed an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, Brando, I was too engrossed in the book, Miss Amandina." She hurriedly replied, but Brando waved his hand at her and gently helped Amandina up. He held the latter's back with one hand and put his other hand under Amandina's knee to carry her up. Amandina was sleeping soundly. Her long eyelashes fluttered under the candlelight as if she was having a beautiful dream. Brando only smelled a delicate fragrance that belonged to a young girl lingering at the tip of his nose and could not help but be startled. Freya saw this scene from the side and for some reason, felt a little jealous. She whispered, "Brando, do you need my help?" Brando hesitated for a moment before remembering that it was indeed more appropriate to let Freya do it. However, when he saw Amandina sleeping so weakly on the desk earlier, his heart was full of pity. He only wanted to protect this unique Amandina well and forgot about this for a moment. He paused for a moment and finally shook his head gently. He had already done it. If he stopped now, it would seem awkward. He walked to the bed and gently put Amandina on it, then pulled the quilt for her. He looked up at Freya again and saw the latter turn her head slightly. "You sleep with me too. I'll keep watch for you." "No need, Brando, I'm not sleepy." Freya refused. She picked up the booklet again and flipped through a few pages, but found that she was too distracted to read a single word. After a moment, she looked up and saw that Brando was already sitting where Amandina was sitting. When he saw her look over, he asked, "Did you hear anything earlier?" "Sound." Freya was just about to ask him about the matter between him and Amandina, but was startled by Brando's sudden question. She thought that this guy must be changing the topic. "There was no sound just now." She shook her head. "No." Brando frowned slightly. Turst's last scream was not soft, at least 100 meters away along the river. He had also asked the youth from before, and his answer was the same as Freya's. This was strange. He knew that there was only one reason for this to happen, and that was that he had encountered an illusion. However, the crack on the iron gate clearly reminded him of what had happened. He thought about Turst's words, and suddenly remembered the first time he and Roan met Amandina, and the patrolling cavalry. At first, he thought that they were just trying to extort money, but now that he thought about it, there were many suspicious points. Even though Erewhon was rotten to the core, nobles had their own set of rules. No matter what, Amandina was still a noble's descendant, and the patrolling cavalry would not be unaware of this. If they wanted to earn some extra money, there were many better targets to target, and there was no need for them to cause trouble here. Turst's words made more sense. Brando knew that Braggs's patrolling cavalry was also from the White Wing Cavalry. That meant that the people he met that day were probably Medjk's subordinates. But if Turst was not lying, then what did the unifying guild want from Amandina? Thinking up to here, he could not help but look at the princess sleeping on the bed like a fairy tale princess. His heart was filled with confusion. Forget it. Brando shook his head in the end. Since Amandina was right beside him, if the unifying guild wanted to cause trouble for her, they would have to ask for his permission first. P.S. I forgot to post it when I uploaded it. Luckily, I remembered before I went to bed. Chapter 881. The night passed in silence. In the end, Brando and Freya sat facing each other in silence for the entire night. The former had a lot on his mind, while the latter wanted to speak, but did not know where to start. In Freya's heart, she did not know what kind of feelings she had for the man in front of her. Perhaps there was some admiration, but it was probably not the feelings of a young girl. She was not too sure about this point, but since she knew that Brando and the Roman had already confirmed their relationship, she naturally did not want to interfere. But when she sensed the ambiguous relationship between Brando and Amandina, she could not help but feel a little annoyed. For the entire night, she sat on the wooden bench and silently flipped through the thin book in her hand. The book was not very thick, and she quickly flipped to the last page. She subconsciously raised her head and saw Brando looking at her with bright eyes. She was slightly startled, and quickly lowered her head again. She gritted her teeth and thought, "This despicable playboy." She then hurriedly flipped open the book again, and her mind was filled with thoughts. How can he stare at me like that? It's so rude. Poor Brando, in fact, was actually thinking about Terst's words and the letter from his mother. His gaze was not so much on Freya, but rather on the wall behind her subconsciously. He was completely unaware that his image in the future goddess of war's heart was equivalent to that of the scum of the nobles. The silence between the two of them lasted for a long night, but it did not delay the arrival of the next morning. When the first rays of the morning sun rose over the roof of the tall building opposite the dilapidated wooden building, it passed through the window and fell on the desk, but before it crossed the middle line, there was a sudden knock on the door. Brando was the first to regain his senses. He straightened up and saw the future goddess of war in front of him with her hands on her knees. The book was placed on the back of her hand, and her head was lowered. Her long ponytail swayed with a movement of her head. She had actually fallen asleep, but only her upper body was upright. As expected of the kingdom's knight, Brando could not help but find it funny. He stretched out his hand and patted her forehead. Freya was extremely alert, and immediately opened her eyes. Her hand subconsciously moved to pull out her sword, but the book in her hand fell to the ground with a clatter. She woke up with a start and looked at the scene, and her face turned red. Brando, I also slept for a while. Brando smiled. Although it was not much of a problem for him and Freya to not sleep for a day or two, it was hard to change a person's habits in a short period of time. Besides, after a week of traveling and the previous fierce battles, everyone's spirit was actually very tense. Someone is knocking on the door. Brando listened for a while and heard a rhythm of 4 knocks and 1 light knocks. He nodded and replied, "It's the little guy I hired." Then, he went to the door and opened it. As expected, he saw the young man from last night standing outside the door, a little uneasy. However, Brando also noticed that the young man was holding a basket with some bread and cheese in it. Just as his gaze fell on these things, the young man explained as if he was afraid that Brando would misunderstand. "My lord, I was just wondering if you need breakfast." Brando did not expect this young man to be so business-minded. He laughed, but on the surface he said with a straight face, "Put it down. Since you are here so early, you must have found out what I asked you to find out yesterday." The young man hurriedly put down the basket. Although he still seemed a little uneasy, he instinctively revealed a tone of flattery. "Isn't that so? My lord, how could I dare to neglect what you asked me to do? I have already found out what you asked me to find out." "That miller called Scott. Have you found out?" Brando asked. Scott was actually the name of his father in this life, but outsiders usually called him Old Scott. "I found out last night, my lord. I didn't even have time to sleep, and you see, I rushed over here." The young man hurriedly replied, as if he had an innate talent in this aspect. He described vividly, "There is indeed such a person. His manor is just south of Bragg's, close to the Bucci River. However, I heard that he opened a mill here, but it was only a few decades ago. When His Majesty the King of the previous generation was in power, his family was still an outsider. It seems that they have some relations with the nobles of Karsuk." It was only a night of information, but it was already a good result. However, Brando knew that it was because his father was a miller, and in any case, he was a somewhat famous person in the area. If it was a nameless person, it would not be so easy to find out the exact information. "What else?" he asked again. The young man frowned and scratched his head as if he had just remembered some trivial things. "And Oh right, I heard that he had a son who went missing in the war. How unlucky. Brando knew that the young man was talking about himself. It seemed that not many people knew about what happened to him. After all, most of the outsiders had heard about the deeds of Count Tonajul, and his own name was not widely spread. Even if a few words fell into the ears of the locals, they would not think that the dignified Count of the kingdom, the descendant of the sword Saint Darius, would have anything to do with a miller. Based on the cultural level of the people of this era, it was common for people to have repeated names. Not to mention the commoners, even the nobles sometimes had to face this kind of awkwardness. Otherwise, how did the names of Anson X and Oberg 7 come to be? He nodded pretentiously. What else? I asked you to find out if this family has any guests recently. Did you find out? The young man quickly nodded. Seems like there is. Seems like there is. Does it count as there is or not? Brando was very dissatisfied with the young man's answer. His previous questions were just to make sure that the young man was not lying. In fact, this question was the real focus. He did not expect the young man to give him an ambiguous answer. It was almost the same as not answering at all. The young man was startled. He quickly looked at Brendel's face and found that this very important employer did not look like he was going to fly into a rage. He quickly licked his lips and added, I think there should be. I specifically asked the people who have dealt with this family these days, and they all said no. There were neither visitors nor strangers staying in the neighborhood. But my lord, this time I was careful because I think some of the guests may not be willing to let others know about their existence, the young man said while carefully observing Brando's expression. When he noticed that the latter's face showed a slightly surprised and appreciative look and nodded, he was relieved and continued. So I changed my question. You changed your question? Brando interrupted him. The young man nodded. What did you ask? I asked those people if there were any caravans, mercenaries, or strangers that passed by Old Scott's mill recently. You know, in this place, there are very few outsiders. Any outsider that passes by, whether it's an adventurer, a mercenary, or a merchant, we locals can tell them apart at a glance. My lord, can you guess what I asked this time? Those people told me that a week ago, a group of knights passed by there. But I know that the road to Old Scott's mill is a dead end. Normal people would not pass by there. Brando knew that the road was not a dead end. It passed through the sawmill in the south and led to Fortress Reedon. When he was young, he learned swordsmanship from his grandfather there. But after the undead invasion, the road was completely abandoned. It was not wrong to call it a dead end. A group of knights. What kind of knights? He continued to ask. They wore green battle robes, but they could not describe the emblem on the robes. Green battle robes. Brando muttered to himself. He already had an answer in his heart. In the whole of Erewhon, the only knight that wore green battle robes was the Highland Knight. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility of other forces impersonating them, but the possibility was not high. In Erewhon, there was a risk of offending a Highland Knight to impersonate them. He had no choice but to do so. In the whole of Erewhon, it was not easy to find a second person like him. Could it really be a Highland Knight? He shook his head. He still could not figure out why these people bypassed him to find his parents. Could it be that they wanted to rekindle the relationship left by his grandfather and get close to him? It seemed that there was no need for those free knights. He put away his thoughts and looked at the young man in front of him. You're called Dian? Yes, my lord. The young man replied respectfully. Then, as if he had sensed something, he quickly added, If my lord needs my services, I'll be at your service at any time. Is that so? Then let me ask you. Are you willing to leave Bragg's? Brando also admired the young man named Dian's cleverness when he asked for information. He seemed to have an innate talent in reading people's expressions. Such a person was born to be a nightingale. He had just asked for Sue from the Shire and was preparing to build an intelligence network in Cruz and Madara. He just happened to need such a talent. When Dian heard such a question, a light flashed in his eyes. Of course he understood Brando's meaning, but he hesitated and shook his head. I'm afraid not, my lord. Seeing the young man's refusal, Brando was a little curious because he could see that Dian was moved. He could not help but ask, Why? Are you afraid to go out and explore? Dian hurriedly shook his head and explained, That's not it, my lord. But I still have my mother to take care of. My mother's health is not good, so I can't go too far away. Brando suddenly looked at the food in the basket on the ground and could not help but laugh. Don't tell me these are your mother's handiwork? Dian's face reddened. He did not expect that the Lord had already seen through his trick. He was a little embarrassed as he explained, My mother's handiwork is not worse than the inn's. Brendel looked at the youth and had a better impression of him. Even though he loafed around on the streets like the others, he was not a real hooligan. He made up his mind and said to the youth, Go back first, I'll send someone to look for you. Don't worry, if I want you to leave Brugloss, I'll ask you to bring your mother along. With your current state, I'm afraid your mother won't be at ease. Dian was a little surprised and looked at him with surprise. My lord, is what you said true? He vaguely guessed that Brando had taken a fancy to him and wanted to take him in as a follower. Of course, he would be happy to follow such a generous master, but he had never heard of a master who was willing to let his follower take care of his family. Do I look like someone who has the time to entertain you? Brando replied snappily. My lord, you are the kindest person I have ever met. Dian replied sincerely. Brando spent another silver coin to send his new follower away. He then picked up the basket from the floor and closed the door. He turned around and found that Amandina had woken up at some point. She was lying on the bed looking at him with a little embarrassment. I'm sorry, my lord, I'm too useless. She saw Brando turn around and whispered. But Brando was not in the mood to argue with her. He was a man, and it was natural for a woman to rest on a bed. He shook his head and asked, Did you hear that? Amandina nodded her head in agreement. What do you think? He shouldn't be lying. But if that's the case, my lord, the people that your mother mentioned in her letter should be the Highland Knights. She whispered her analysis. But what I'm puzzled about is, why did they come in such a roundabout way to find me? My lord, they might want to avoid the other nobles. Amandina replied. In Brando's mind, this was the only possibility he could think of. But he was a little curious. Why did the Highland Knights want to find him by bypassing the other nobles? In fact, he was very curious about these knights from the beginning of the battle in Ampere Seal. Even if he was the grandson of Darius, the other party seemed to be a little too enthusiastic about him. Although Darius was once the marshal of the Allied army and held a high position in Erewhon, he was never the leader of the Highland Knights. The other party did not seem to have any relationship with his grandfather, let alone with him. If he was so enthusiastic about a descendant of a sword saint, and was even willing to get involved in a war, it was a little too ridiculous. And from what happened today, there seemed to be some secrets between the other party and his grandfather's family. That guy from the Shire is also very tight-lipped. In fact, he did try to sound Seal out before he left, but that guy kept acting like he was crazy, as if he had forgotten everything about him. But Brendel knew that it was impossible, and Medisa was a good example. In the end, he sent that guy back to his territory in a fit of anger, and was too lazy to bring him to Brugloss. But Brendel knew that was impossible, and Medisa was a good example. In the end, he sent that guy back to his territory in a fit of anger, and was too lazy to bring him to Brugloss. But now that he was sure that the guest mentioned in his parents' letter was indeed a Highland Knight, and was not threatened by others, at least he was relieved. He sighed and said to Freya and Amandina, All in all, we'll know what tricks they have up their sleeves later. Brando, are you going to meet them? Freya asked curiously. Of course, what else can I do? Brando replied in a bad mood. Besides, I haven't been home for a long time, so it's time for me to go back and take a look. Do we have to go as well, my lord? Amandina asked. Brando nodded. Of course, one of you is my aide, and the other is my assistant. Naturally, you have to share my worries, right? Brando said it as a matter of course, but Amandina seemed to think of something else. She lowered her head under the quilt, blushed, and did not say anything else. The three of them packed up and left the room not long after, heading straight out of the city. Brando remembered that his family's mill was south of Bragg's, located on the dead end, between Fortress Reedon and the sawmill in the Stag Forest. This was the same as what Dean had described. Brando originally thought that it would take him a lot of effort to find the road in his memory. After all, according to Brando's memory, he had been away from home for 2 years, and according to Sophie's soul, she had never been to this place. But soon, the pine forest by the Butchie River became familiar in Brando's eyes. 2 years had obviously not changed this area greatly. He walked along the riverbank, slowing down. He looked around, every black pine tree, and even every rock on the riverbank overlapped with his memory. The feeling was very strange, as if he had been here more than once in a long dream. He silently looked at the picturesque scenery without saying a word, but a feeling that he had never imagined arose in his heart. That was guilt. It had been almost 2 years since he left home, and in the previous year, there was no news at all. He suddenly realized that his parents, especially his mother who came from the noble family of Carteregs, must have been very worried about him. Although his mother was quite knowledgeable in his memory, she was still a young woman, gentle and quiet. Other than doing the housework, she poured all her energy into her son. In his memory, he had never been a simple person, or else he would not have gone to such a remote place like Wuxia. His grandfather's hope, his parents' expectations, at this moment, it was as if they had all returned to his memory. Even before he came here, there was still some resistance and unfamiliarity in his heart, but at this moment, those feelings disappeared, and his heart was completely replaced by an even deeper feeling. That kind of feeling came so suddenly. It was as if something had awakened in his blood, causing him to open his mouth. His heart was filled with the anticipation and timidity of a wanderer returning to his hometown. He looked at everything in front of him, took a light breath, and finally stopped. Brando! A somewhat surprised voice suddenly came from not too far away. Brando trembled slightly, and he looked in that direction. In that direction, a middle-aged man who was leading a donkey suddenly stopped, and looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. Brando looked at the familiar face and blurted out, "Uncle Dwayne." "Brando, you're really Brando, you're still alive, you're back?" "Yes, I'm back." Brendel felt that there was something extra in his eyes at this moment. Chapter 882. Under Dwayne's lead, Brando and the other two stepped through the wet pine needles into his own manor. Old Scott's Mill was located beside the Wuxia River, shrouded in a lush pine forest. However, at this time of the year, the pine needles had already been dyed a light yellowish brown. Through the forest, they could vaguely see a wooden and stone water wheel mill. 1/3 of the huge water wheel was immersed in the Wuxia River. It spun slowly, creating white splashes. The Wuxia River was turbulent, but it was crystal clear. From the surface of the river, they could see the bottom of the river, which was paved with fine pebbles. In Brando's memory, this was only a corner of the manor. There were actually other houses in the forest. Behind the houses, there was a warehouse, and further behind were patches of farmland. At the end of the farmland was an endless stretch of dense forest, which was the stag forest south of Bragg's. This was a land full of memories of his childhood. He didn't even have to actively recall them. These images would automatically appear in his mind. Along the way, Dwayne had been nagging about the things that happened to Bragg's in the past 2 years. He was an old servant in the manor. In a small manor like this, one could also say that he was a hired farmer. After all, in a small manor like this, there wasn't much distinction between identities. Brando only knew that before he was born, this man had been working in the manor since his grandfather's era. He also had a wife called Norsa, who was also the cook in the manor. He had been calling her Aunt Norsa since he was young. Other than that, there were a few other servants in the manor, and they were in a similar situation. Brando deliberately took a closer look at this middle-aged man whom he had known for nearly 20 years. He was still the same as in his memory, nagging like a woman. In short, he warned him not to run away for such a long time without any news. However, he was still very polite to this young master of his. Brando could only smile at him and treat his words as a gentle breeze. However, he paid special attention to Dwayne's palms. They were definitely not a pair of hands used to operate farming tools. There were dense dry calluses on his palms. Only a person who had been using a sword for a long time would have such marks, and it had to be a heavy sword. He knew that both Aween and Kurlut's soldiers preferred heavy swords that were good at fighting, especially the Highlanders' cavalry. This so-called Uncle Dwayne was at least a silver tier. If he was in the Highland Knights team, he would be a captain. Brando didn't know these details in the past. He really didn't know what to say. He didn't expose him, he just quietly followed behind and listened to Dwayne's nagging. He knew a lot about the things that Dwayne said. After the War of the Black Rose, he stayed in Bragg's for a long time. That was also the most turbulent period of time in Bragg's. The undead's retreat, refugees, and the loss of Butchie. Lost. Braggs. Was. Braggs. Braggs. Braggs's. But when he heard that his mother had been crying every day after he went missing, he still felt guilty. This guilt came from the bottom of his heart, and it came from the deepest part of his bloodline. His face was dark. Dwayne noticed his little master's expression and comforted him. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." The two girls followed behind and listened quietly. Although they knew Brando for a long time, they were curious about Brando's mysterious background. The nagging old servant, the small manor hidden in the woods, and even the creaking water wheel on the other side greatly satisfied their curiosity. Amandina only found out about her lord's background after the battle in Ampere Seal. She never dreamed that the legendary sword Saint Darius would live in seclusion in such a place and become a miller. Freya guessed that Brando might be the son of a noble. In her eyes, there was no difference between a noble and a small one. The manor's owner was also a person with a reputation. She thought that she guessed correctly, not to mention that Brando was Darius's grandson. Of course, Dwayne also noticed the two ladies, but he didn't think too much about it. He only felt that his little master was a capable person. Even though the noble's daughter and the knight's daughter couldn't be said to be exceedingly beautiful, but they were still rare beauties in Brugloss. Especially since Amandina was from a noble family, her every move was elegant and quiet. Dwayne was someone who had seen the world, and normal nobles wouldn't be able to cultivate such excellent noble etiquette. He couldn't help but wonder if his little master ran off to kidnap the count's daughter from somewhere, right? The other girl was even more amazing. Dwayne could tell that Freya was a soldier with just a glance. She even learned the etiquette of a knight. He accidentally glanced at Freya's epaulette and couldn't help but call out in his heart, "Oh my God, Martha!" His little master had tricked a female knight from there. He came from the Highland Knight system and naturally understood Erwin's military system. A knight like this would at least have the strength of a peak silver. Dwayne didn't see through Brando's strength. After all, after reaching elemental awakening, the obvious signs of strength in his body disappeared. Now, Brando looked like an ordinary person to outsiders. Besides, no one would associate a young man less than 20 years old with an elemental awakening master. Even if others didn't know, he still didn't know what level his little master was at. If he said that Brando had awakened his elemental awakening in a year and a half, Dwayne would definitely think that it was a joke. But then he thought of the guests in the manor and couldn't help but have a headache. He thought that the two girls brought back by his little master were very outstanding and very troublesome. Of course, he wouldn't say this out loud, but Amandina and Freya still felt that Dawn's gaze on them was a little strange. Both of them blushed at the same time. Seeing this scene, Dawn understood 80 to 90% of what was going on. He thought to himself that his little mistress was indeed extraordinary. The three of them turned and entered the manor. As soon as they stepped into the manor, Brando's eyes became hot because he saw a very familiar figure not far from him. The figure stood in the stable next to the mill. He was 40 or 50 years old, tall and had a pipe in his mouth and a farmer's hat on his head. He obviously didn't notice that there was someone behind him at first and was brushing the horse's mane. But when he heard the noise behind him, he was slightly startled and turned around. His gaze fell on Brando and his eyebrows furrowed. This was his father, Old Scott. Brando was still hesitating about what to say when he first met his closest family in this world. But when he saw this face, it was as if it was a natural reaction. When he saw this face, he had already subconsciously blurted out, "I'm back, old man." His voice was almost trembling, and there was a strong feeling in his chest. That feeling told him that this was his home, his father, his closest family. He wanted to say something else, but when he opened his mouth, he felt that his mouth was dry, and he couldn't say a single word. Old Scott didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at him silently and snorted coldly. He dropped the brush, turned around and walked into the house, leaving Brando standing there awkwardly. "Sigh," Dwayne couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. "Brando, Mr. Scott, You don't have to say anything, Uncle Dwayne. I understand." Brando smiled bitterly. Of course, he knew that this was his fault. He also knew very well about the old man's personality. In the past, Old Scott was called stubborn, but now it was more like a soldier's principle. Just now, he had already understood that this family's secret was probably hidden from Brando alone. His father was not a miller. His strength was a level higher than Dwayne's, and the aura he exuded was typical of a soldier. Today, Erwin could only find such a professional soldier among the Highland Knights. He now understood that his father had probably participated in the November War, and it was very likely that he was his grandfather's subordinate. He turned around and saw that Freya was a little uneasy, and the noble lady was looking at him a little mischievously. He also sighed. "Uncle Dwayne, you should go do your own thing." Okay. Dwayne obviously understood his master's temper, and he quickly agreed. He took a last look at Brando and the others, and led the donkey to the back of the farm. He had something to do, but since the young master was back, these trivial matters were trivial. "Brando, are you okay?" Freya saw that Dwayne had left, and she was a little worried and asked. Brando gave her a comforting look, indicating that he was fine. However, anyone could see that this count who was calm in the face of Madara's army, the demons, and Cruz's army was actually very nervous at this moment. Amandina looked at her lord and wanted to comfort him, but when she opened her mouth, she did not know what to say. After all, it was the count's family matter. After a while, a woman rushed out of the house in a hurry. As soon as she arrived at the door, she saw Brando standing in the open space outside, and she froze there as if she was possessed. At that moment, Brando's chest was also blocked. Some feelings did not need to be described with words. He did not expect that he had only been away for half a year, and the face in his memory had become a little old. His mother was called Windsor, and she was once a famous beauty in this area. But now, there were wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, and there were even silver hair on her temples. It was as if he had not seen her for a while, but time had passed. At that moment, only one sentence appeared in his mind. A child wants to raise, but his parents are no longer around. Windsor was already in tears, and she asked carefully, "Brando, is it really you? You're back." With just one sentence, Brando's psychological defense was completely broken. He pursed his lips and wanted to say something, but he did not know what to say. His vision was blurred, and he could only nod hard. "I'm sorry, mother." Silly child," Windsor rushed to Brando's side and affectionately stroked her son's face. "It's good that you're back, there's no need to say sorry." "Mother." At this moment, even if Brando had thousands of words in his heart, no matter how many heroic words he had, he could only turn them into these two words. In his heart, all the memories, time, everything in the past, his father, mother, grandfather, every bit of familial love, seemed to converge into a torrent, gushing out from his chest. He was Sophie, and also Brando. From the beginning of everything in the year of flowers and summer leaves to the turbulent year of swords, he had done a lot of things. He even changed this country with his own hands, and changed the fate of countless people. But only at this moment, he understood that he was not wandering in this world, and was not a bystander who had nothing. He had everything. Home, this harbor, represented all the people who were waiting for him in the harbor. He used to think that there was a layer of barrier between him and the world, but only today did he understand that it was just a barrier he built out of fear. And the power of warmth was enough to disintegrate the strongest fortress in the world. And at this moment, Brando finally realized that some things were hidden in the bones and blood. They did not need to be described with words. They only needed to wait for a certain moment, and they would naturally burst out from people's hearts. It was like a cry from the depths of the soul, only related to the natural emotions. Once it broke out, it would drown all rationality. All the emotions of his previous life and this life finally converged at this moment, and in Brando's absent-minded vision, it made the world show another meaning in his eyes. It existed. And it was not an illusion. It was the wound that belonged to everyone in this world. It was also the wound that belonged to him. Brando silently bent down, still allowing his mother to hug him like she was comforting a child. His mother's tears fell on his shoulders, and his heart was at peace. All of his exhaustion was completely put down at this moment, as if he had returned to the harbor, and returned to the carefree era. Amandina looked at this scene with some envy. She once had such a happy life, but it was gone in the end. Her father, her mother, the memories of the past were still vivid in her mind. She still remembered the last time her mother placed her hand in her palm on her sickbed, and called her by her nickname. Anna. Anna. The voice was so weak, but so gentle. Her mother's hand was so cold that it made her heart cold as well. She did not know when it started, but the noble daughter had bitten her lower lip hard, and tears fell from her eyes. Suddenly, she felt a soft hand holding her own from behind. Amandina looked at Freya in surprise, and saw that the knight's eyes were a little red. Freya was raised by Aunt and Uncle Sil, and it was as if she had never seen her parents' faces since the day she could remember. Perhaps she did not care before, but the scene that she saw today had touched the most fragile chord in her heart. Brando finally comforted his mother, but he did not expect that the two ladies who came with him were already crying. He looked at them with some confusion, but quickly thought of something, and his heart softened. He quickly introduced Amandina and Freya to his mother in a low voice. In fact, Windsor had already noticed Amandina and Freya with her son. Her eyesight was not inferior to Dwayne's at all, and she could tell that these two girls were good girls at a glance. She could not help but roll her eyes at Brando, as if she was blaming him for not taking care of the girls. She had just heard about the two's background from Brando, and her heart was filled with infinite sympathy. She quickly went over to hold their hands, and softly comforted them. Amandina was fine, and she quickly calmed down. She wiped away her tears, and a little embarrassed introduced herself to Brando's mother again. However, she kept saying that she was Brando's aide, causing Windsor to angrily glare at Brando a few times, meaning that he would be in trouble later. This was really an unexpected disaster. Brando could not help but secretly complain in his heart. He hurriedly looked at Amandina from the side, but he did not expect that the usually gentle and quiet Miss Amandina did not seem to see it at all. After a while, she secretly smiled at him. Damn! Brando finally understood that Amandina was actually throwing a tantrum. He had never seen a noble lady like this, but it seemed that all women were the same. Fortunately, Freya was still the country girl from Bucci. She maintained a simple and pure heart. She was a little sad at first, but now that Windsor was holding her hand and asking questions, she was very embarrassed. She could only blush and not say a word. However, Brando looked at his mother's posture from the side and felt that something was wrong. He finally seized the opportunity to interject. Just as he was about to speak, Windsor turned around and said to him with some seriousness, "Brando, Freya and Amandina are both good girls, you can't let them down." As soon as she said this, Amandina and Freya's faces turned red. Amandina looked at Brando with some embarrassment, and Freya almost buried her head in her chest. Damn, what's this and what's this? Brando was dumbfounded. He was about to explain, but his mother glared at him fiercely. By the way, how are you going to explain this to Uncle Bun-Eyed? Uncle Bun-Eyed? Explain? Explain what? Brando was slightly stunned. He was a little confused. Why didn't he realize that his mother's thoughts were so jumpy before? He thought for a while before he finally realized whose name it was. Bun-Eyed, the Grand Commander of the Highland Knights. The Highland Knight is really in the manor, and it's very likely that Bun-Eyed came personally. This information flashed through his mind, but he still couldn't help but scratch his head. The problem was, what did he have to explain to the Highland Knight? He didn't seem to have offended them, right? He stared at his mother suspiciously and asked, "Mother, what's going on?" Chapter 883. Brando, let your father tell you these things. Windsor touched the faint scar on her son's cheek. This scar was left behind during the calamity of wolves. Even though it wasn't obvious, it still made her heart ache. There are some things in our family that I should tell you. But for now, tell me what happened in the past few days. You must have suffered a lot in the outside world. It's nothing. But mother, you won't make me stand here and talk, right? Look at me, I'm getting old. You're not old. You're a famous beauty here. You're even more beautiful than the eternal goddess Elaine. From Silman to Bucci, from Manowar to Fort Kirkle, I don't know how many people envy this old man. Windsor smiled as she listened. Freya and Amandina also laughed. They had never seen their lord like this before. The mistress of the manor held the hands of the two young ladies and led them into the house. It was a living room, decorated in a compact and warm manner. It was similar to the style of a typical house in the countryside. There was a fireplace, a flower rack on the wall, and a pot of spider plants in the middle of the room. Next to the kitchen, there was a low wooden cupboard against the wall. On top of the cupboard was a variety of porcelain jars. In the middle of the living room was a sofa and a tea table. On top of the tea table, there were fragrant pastries that were made by the mill. Brando still remembered his mother's cooking. Amandina and Freya were also full of praise, but the two of them were very elegant. After tasting a few pieces, they were too embarrassed to continue eating. Brando then began to tell his mother about his experiences. He wasn't good at telling stories, but he was able to tell them clearly. When he talked about how he escaped from Fortress Reden, Windsor showed a look of relief. She said worriedly, "Your father and I heard that a mercenary brought the refugees out of Fortress Reden. We didn't expect you to be among them. Why didn't you come to us at that time? Your father was angry because of this." "I wanted to," Brando blushed. "But as you know, I offended the Unifying Guild. I was afraid of exposing my identity and bringing trouble to the family, so I chose not to come home." Poor child. Aunt Windsor, I can also vouch for Brando. He got into trouble with those evil cultists because of me. It was all my fault for acting on my own. Please help Brando explain to Uncle Scott. It's not Brando's fault. Freya mustered up her courage and interrupted in a low voice. Windsor looked at her with a smile. "Silly girl, it's not your fault, and it's not Brando's fault. Our old man is just sulking with himself. He's stubborn, and he'll be fine after a while. Freya, Amandina, if you don't mind, you can call me Mother Windsor. This will be your home from now on." Amandina and Freya felt their cheeks burning when they heard it. They could not say it out loud, but they felt warmth in their hearts. Freya was fine, but Amandina lowered her eyes and almost cried again. Brendel did not know what his mother was thinking and quickly interrupted. "Mom, there's a lot of things that happened after that." Windsor's attention was caught. "Oh right, where did you go after that?" "After that, I went to Tonajal to settle the refugees." "Tonajal, I think I've heard of that place before." "Oh right, there's an amazing person there called Count Tonajal. I heard that he lost a cruise in Ampere Seal, and recently even Madara was defeated by him. He also helped the princess defeat Count Ranner's army. I think he'll soon change his name to Count Ranner." Brando knew that his mother had always been more knowledgeable. Otherwise, how would a countrywoman know about Ranner and Tonajal, let alone the relationship between them? In the past, Brando attributed this to his mother's noble background, but now it seemed that a small noble family could not raise such a daughter. With his grandfather's identity, his mother's background was probably not small. But he was a little surprised that his mother did not seem to know who Count Tonajal was. Did Bun-Eyed not tell them? "Mom, you really don't know who Count Ranner is?" "How would I know who the Count is? Silly child, I only heard about it from the rumors that spread from the city." This surprised exclamation was not made by Brando, but by Amandina. Amandina and her lord looked at each other and could not help but look at each other. The Highland Knight did not seem to have told his family what happened during this period of time. Then why were they looking for him in such a hurry? For a moment, Brando could not help but become more and more confused. He wanted to know what the strange knight in the Karsuk Highlands were up to. "Brando, do you know Count Tonajal?" Brando nodded and was about to speak when he saw Dwayne come out from the room and said to him, "Brando, Mr. Scott wants you to go over." Brando immediately shut his mouth and looked at his mother. Windsor nodded at him. "Go, Brando, let your father see you. Don't be fooled by his current state. There wasn't a day when he wasn't worried about you. In order to find you, he even entrusted his old connections. Originally, your grandfather." "Sigh, forget it, go, your father will tell you everything." Brando also nodded. He originally wanted to bring Amandina along, but after thinking about it, it would be too ambiguous to bring Amandina along to see his father. He subconsciously looked at Amandina, who immediately understood what her lord was thinking. She quickly replied, "I'll stay and accompany Aunt Windsor." "Call me Mother." Windsor corrected her. Amandina blushed and said something in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Perhaps even she did not hear it clearly, but Windsor smiled. "Go," she said. "Go, Brando, let your father take a good look at you. You're a man now." Brando stood up and walked into the house with Dwayne. They passed through a house and came to the courtyard behind the manor. He saw his father standing under an oak tree from afar, and there was another person beside him. Brando recognized that it was Bun-Eyed, the leader of the Highlanders. However, he also saw a young girl not far away from them. When he saw her, he stood there as if he was petrified. The young girl obviously noticed him as well. She turned her head and looked at him carefully. The young girl stood there, wearing a long silver dress. Her pointed ears pierced through her silver hair, and the hair set off her soft face. But the expression in her eyes was calm as if he was in a dream. "Brando, long time no see." "Your Royal Highness?" Brando thought of all kinds of possibilities, but he never dreamed that the one who would appear in front of him would be Princess Griffine. Why would Her Royal Highness appear here? Brando felt as if he was hit in the head with a stick. His mind went blank for a moment, and he lost the ability to think. The visit of the Highland Knight was not unexpected. His grandfather was Darius, and his mother was the daughter of a noble from Carderigo. All the signs pointed to the possibility that he was born in the family of the Highland Knight. But the Highland Knight was independent of Erewhon's political system and had always maintained a detached status. When did they get together with Her Royal Highness and the royal family? Brando looked at Bun-Eyed, then looked at the princess, and then looked at his father. For a moment, his mind was short-circuited. This was completely beyond his understanding. Brando subconsciously looked at his father, wanting to get a reasonable answer from the old man. But old Scott was wiping a two-handed sword. His movements were meticulous, silently wiping the blade until it shined. Then he raised his head and looked at Brando. "I just heard that in the past 1.5 years, you have experienced a lot of things. The princess has also conferred you the title of Count, and your swordsmanship has improved a lot?" Bun-Eyed laughed. "Scott, your son is not the same as before. Now, even I may not be his opponent." A trace of surprise flashed in Scott's eyes. He looked at his son with a straight face. At that time, Brando ran to the countryside of Wuxia because he could not endure the hardships of the militia training. He knew that his son was quite talented in swordsmanship, but he was undisciplined by nature. Because of this, he often lost his temper. But before his father was alive, it was his father who taught Brando. The old man also strictly forbade the other people in the manor to show that they knew swordsmanship, so he could not intervene. Not long after his father passed away, this undisciplined guy ran away to Wuxia. He could never have imagined that so many things would happen after that. Until Bun-Eyed came to visit, he did not even know that his son was still alive. Scott looked at the sword in his hand. This was his old partner. He had carefully kept it for nearly 20 years. Today was the first time it saw the light of day. He raised the sword and gestured, then looked at Brando. "Old man, what is going on?" Brando was getting more and more confused. "If you want to know, once you get past me, I'll naturally tell you." Scott raised his sword and assumed a defensive stance. "If you want to inherit something, you must first have the qualifications to do so. Otherwise, I'd rather you stay mediocre. Come on." Brando knew at a glance that this was Erewhon's military swordsmanship, but it was a set of two-handed swordsmanship. To be honest, his father's strength was also above the gold realm. Even among Erewhon, he could be considered as one of the top experts. However, at this moment, in his eyes, it was full of flaws. Compared to grandfather, the old man is still far behind, Brando thought, but his face showed an awkward expression. "Old man, let's forget about it." He was not afraid, but he was worried that he might be able to embarrass the old man with just 2 or 3 moves. Moreover, Her Highness the Princess and Bun-Eyed were still here. With the old man's stubborn character, if he really embarrassed the old man, his good days would come to an end. "Mr. Scott, let me do it," Griffine suddenly said. "Your Highness, you?" Scott was stunned. "Scott, let Her Highness try." Bun-Eyed smiled at the side. Scott hesitated for a moment. He glanced at his son, then looked at the princess and nodded. "Then, Your Highness, please be careful." Brando had been paying attention to Bun-Eye's expression. That guy was smiling like an old fox. Who knew what he was thinking? Griffine took the sword from his hand, lifted her skirt with one hand, and came in front of Brando. "Count, in terms of swordsmanship, you are Haru's teacher and also my teacher." She raised her sword and bowed to Brando. "Teacher, please advise." The half-fairy princess bowed slightly. She was wearing a long skirt, but she held a long sword in her hand. She was like a lily blooming under the afternoon sun, making people's hearts beat faster. But when she stood up again, her face was stern, and her aura changed. It was as if she was no longer the princess of the kingdom of Erewhon, but a female knight. She looked at Brando with her silver eyes, and only Brando's figure was left in her eyes. She held her skirt with one hand, took a step forward, and stabbed her sword at Brando with one hand. The sword's light shone under the mottled sunlight passing through the leaves, like a bunch of flowers and leaves. When Scott saw this, he couldn't help but nod. Her Highness' sword wasn't just for show. It displayed a very solid foundation. He could not help but look at Brando. With his son's previous level, even if there were 10 of him, he would not be able to take this sword. But Brendel didn't panic. He took a step back and dodged the princess' sword. Then he used the sheathed Halran Gaia to lightly knock it away, causing Griffin's sword to deviate in an unknown direction. The princess returned without any success. Her face was a little red. She looked at him with a little surprise. Although she knew that this Count Tonagil's swordsmanship was extraordinary, she did not expect him to be able to resolve her attack so easily. She could feel that Brando did not use any strength, and even his speed was not much faster than the average person. He was purely using his skills to fight against her swordsmanship. Scott frowned. Brando's move was more famous to him. A knight who had been on the battlefield. It did not only contain swordsmanship, but also combat experience. Only a person who had been on the battlefield would dare to face the sword of others so easily. He could not help but look at his son suspiciously. Brando had not told him about Brando's great achievements, but he could guess a little at this moment. He thought that his son must have had an extraordinary encounter in the outside world. The princess' sword did not succeed, so she immediately lowered her body and slashed at Brando's waist. The sword drew a silver arc with her body, but what was more beautiful was the dancing long skirt. Brando was stunned. Slashing was different from stabbing. He could no longer dodge this sword. He could only use the sheathed Halran Gaia to suppress the princess' sword, and then took a step forward to block Griffin's attack route. The princess only felt the sword sinking, and the next moment, Brando's figure was in front of her. She wanted to withdraw her sword, but it was too late. Her hand tightened, and the sword fell to the ground with a clang. Griffin's sword was one of the more famous moves in the White Raven swordsmanship, Wing Circle. Brando could not be more familiar with this move. When he saw this move, he subconsciously used the set of moves that he was best at. But when he used one hand to hold the princess' neck with the sheath and the other hand to hold the princess' wrist, he realized what a stupid thing he had done. He was stunned for a moment. I'm done for. This was the only thought in Brando's mind at that moment. Not only him, even Scott was shocked. He never knew that his son would be so bold. Not only did he beat the princess without mercy, but he also took advantage of the princess openly. Martha above, Scott only felt that the biggest mistake in his life was not teaching Brando what a gentleman's demeanor was. But he suddenly felt a sense of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he did not really fight with his son. Otherwise, it would not be him testing his son, but his son testing him. Then, he would lose all his face in front of Brando. He felt a little proud in his heart. After all, they were a knight family. A knight stood with a sword. This generation of the Cardoloso family did not lose face for the family. In fact, it was far beyond everyone's expectations. The courtyard was quiet for a moment. Griffin was stunned for a moment, but her face did not show any shame or anger. She gently struggled and said, "Teacher, can you let me go?" Brando reacted immediately and hurriedly let go of the princess. He only felt that his cheeks were hot all the way to his ears. He thought to himself, "God, what have I done?" Thinking back to the moment of foolishness in Ampere Seal, he was afraid that he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He could not help but look at the princess with some shame. But Griffin's face was very calm. She bent down to pick up the sword on the ground and quietly looked at Brando. She gently gasped for a moment before saying, "Mr. Scott, Your Excellency, can I be alone with the Count for a while?" Scott and Bun-Eyed looked at each other as if they exchanged a look, then nodded. But before leaving, Bun-Eyed smiled and said to Brando, "Little guy, your courage is commendable. As an uncle, I will pray for you." Brando's old man, old Mr. Scott, was more reserved. He just glared at him and reminded him, "You're on your own." Brando saw the two of them walking out of the courtyard one after the other. He did not understand what the princess meant. He turned around and saw Princess Griffin standing with both hands on the sword. She stood under the tree and raised her head. The light spots between the leaves fell on her shoulders. She looked like a fairy in the forest. Her gaze passed through the courtyard and looked at the scattered farmland outside the manor and the buck forest in the distance. She said softly, "Mr. Knight, can I still call you that?" Brando's face was still warm. He felt particularly uncomfortable when he was alone with the princess. It was as if the soft touch from before was still in his arms. There was still a faint lily fragrance on her body. It made him a little distracted, but he still nodded. Griffin glanced at him. The expression in her silver eyes was very complicated. He could not tell if it was joy or worry. "You must be wondering why I am here with the Highland Knight, right?" Brando nodded. "P.S. I seem to have written the time wrongly in front of me. It should be less than 2 years, more like a year and a half. I seem to have written half a year." Chapter 884. A gentle breeze blew through the treetops, and the leaves rustled like an afternoon tune. "It all started during your grandfather's era," the princess's soft voice seemed to be responding to the tune. "It was almost 60 years ago, when Anson 11 was still on the throne, and the kingdom still had Darius, the sword saint, and Tulman, the master of the Mithril fortress. It was the year of thunder, and Erwin had just issued the militia training decree, and the construction of Fortress Reeden, the Vermeer defense line, had just begun. It was the most glorious period of the ancient kingdom since the Cipher dynasty, and your grandfather was one of the most dazzling names in that era." Brando was silent, and he looked in the direction of the fields. The clouds were floating above the stag forest, and the faint shadows of the mountains in the south were the mountains of Yusong. Darius, the sword saint, was indeed a legend of that era. He was the strongest sword saint in the history of the kingdom of Erwin, and the only general of the kingdom who served as the marshal of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. However, the light of this star did not last long. Not long after the end of the Holy War, he mysteriously disappeared from history. Some people said that he was dead, some said that he was just missing, and there were even rumors that when the kingdom was once again in danger, the sword saint would return to this land and save Erwin from danger. But Brando understood that it was just a beautiful dream. In another period of history, these legends were buried under the dust with the fall of the kingdom, and perhaps thousands of years later, no one would remember it. If he didn't have this experience, he wouldn't have known that Darius had never left the kingdom. He was born in this land and died in this land. Until the last moment of his life, he was still hiding his identity in this border city of the kingdom. No one would have thought that outside of the city of Brags, in this humble mill by the Bucci River, there lived and was buried a former hero of the kingdom. "Princess Griffin," Brando said. These things had nothing to do with his current situation, but he vaguely felt that there might be some kind of connection. "You want to tell me what happened to my grandfather in the end? What prompted him to leave the center of the royal power and live in seclusion here? I know that this must be related to the Highland Knight Commander Bun-Eyed and the others. Maybe it is also related to the Erwin royal family. This is the reason why you are here now, right? You've always had an unusual sensitivity to the development of things, Mr. Knight. You seem to be able to see the past and the future. I've always admired you, and I still do today," Griffin whispered, but she shook her head. "But I've never lied to you. I really don't know what happened to your grandfather. I only know that after that, the royal power declined, and the kingdom became weaker day by day. The glory of the Erwin royal family seemed to be gone forever. After my father died, my brother and I trekked in the wilderness of darkness and despair until you appeared in front of us, Mr. Knight." Brando seemed to be able to hear the sound of his own heartbeat. He did not understand why the princess would suddenly tell him this. He looked at Princess Griffin. At this time, the afternoon breeze blew across the fields, gently blowing the half-elf girl's silver hair. Her skirt also swayed with the wind. Griffin's slender hands pressed on the hilt of her sword, standing in the wind. There was no expression on her face, as if she was just casually mentioning this. No one could guess what she was thinking. But Brando pursed his lips. He knew that Griffin had sent a letter to invite him here, and even avoided the eyes of the royal faction and her grandfather. She must have something to tell him. He was not in a hurry, so he calmed down and waited. Sure enough, after a moment, Griffin continued, "But you can rest assured. I can at least assure you that in the turmoil back then, the one who was at fault was not your grandfather. In fact, it wasn't even anyone in your family. Your grandfather took on the responsibility for certain reasons and chose to live in seclusion with your family until now. Although I don't know the details of what happened at that time, The royal family has its own secrets passed down from generation to generation. My father told me one thing, and that is that the House of Corvado will always owe the House of Cardeloso a favor. She looked at Brando with her silver eyes. Of course, maybe it's two now. Brendel was stunned by her words. But this didn't stop his thoughts from spinning quickly. The information revealed by Her Highness the Princess quickly assembled in his mind, gradually piecing together a rough outline. This meant that everything that happened in the Alcash Mountains that day, his grandfather, the sacred swordsman Darius, was not at fault. It could even be said that he took on the responsibility for someone or every force. A line of thought gradually became clear in his mind. No wonder the Holy Cathedral of Fire did not continue to pursue the matter after his grandfather went into seclusion. It seemed that the Holy Cathedral of Fire was very likely aware of the inside story at that time. Everything that happened after was probably just a statement made by the Holy Cathedral of Fire. But he was still a little confused about who his grandfather took on the responsibility for. From the princess' words, it seemed that his grandfather took on the responsibility for the Erewhon royal family. But this did not make sense because the Erewhon royal family did not participate in the Holy War at that time, and it was impossible for them to have anything to do with the battle in the Alcash Mountains. But if it was someone else, it seemed that the Corvado royal family did not have to owe the Cardeloso family a favor. Who or what force could make his grandfather and the Corvado royal family make such a big sacrifice? Brando knew very well that if his grandfather did not leave the center of the royal power at noon, the Erewhon royal family would not have declined so quickly. Of course, this ancient kingdom would fall one day, but it would not have started in the year of flowers and summer leaves. Was it for the Holy Cathedral of Fire? He shook his head. Then the Holy Cathedral of Fire's attitude would not be the same as it was later. Your Highness, do you really not know anything about everything that happened at that time? Mr. Knight, when I was born it was already history. What I know is only a few words that my father, my history teacher, told me. I am as curious about the history of that era as you are. No, Griffin gently shook her head. I'm actually even more unwilling than you are. I don't understand why the late King Anson would make such a choice. If not for that, the kingdom would not be as weak as it is today, and at the mercy of others. Brendel saw the light in the princess's eyes and his heart softened. Wasn't this also his question? Wasn't this also his wish? May the black pine be evergreen, may the Erewhon live forever. May the faith shine as bright as before, may the sword be as sharp as ever. The ancient songs of the kingdom were the hope of everyone who longed for this homeland. But he stopped, suddenly thinking of the real purpose of the princess. She invited him here and left him alone for a private meeting. Was it just to tell him this? She said that the Corvado family would forever owe the Cardeloso family a favor, but she did not have to tell him this. If she still cared about the relationship between the Corvado family and the Cardeloso family, then the relationship between the royal family and Tonajul would not be the same as it was today. But Brando knew in his heart that the princess had never trusted him wholeheartedly. She had always been careful to maintain the relationship between him and her brother, even though she always knew in her heart that he was the grandson of the sword saint, Darius. Sir Knight, I still remember that you described the future of the kingdom to me in your letter. The ideal Erewhon that shone with a different light was once the hope in my heart. Princess Griffin suddenly changed the topic and said softly, now that Count Ranner is defeated and Arek is dead, there are no more enemies in the south to stop you. Now, can you tell me the story of the future that you described? Brando was slightly startled. He looked at the delicate half-elf girl. She stood there with both hands on her sword. Her body was as straight and sharp as a treasured sword. She laid all her cards on the table as if she was asking him if he had eaten lunch. It was such a simple question. Brando was silent for a moment. What does your highness think? He asked. Griffin did not speak, but she felt a little uneasy in her heart. She used to think that there were many trustworthy people around her who would fight for the same ideals until they completely changed the face of this ancient kingdom. However, she soon realized that this was just her wishful thinking. This kingdom might have many different futures, but the one she wanted was only one of them. She looked at Brando. Her silver eyes were almost emotionless. She only wanted to see through this person. A while ago, my royal brother wrote me a letter. He wants to betroth his sister to you. Princess Griffin said quietly. Brendel felt as if he had received a heavy blow. At that moment, he understood the princess's thoughts. Tonajul was now fully fledged. In the battle against Madara and Radner, The army from Valhalla had displayed a terrifying strength. Anrek and Radnor had fallen, and there seemed to be no army in the south that could stop this new count. The Lantan Islands were his best allies, and the Viro army was weak. The Highland Knight of Karsuk would only stand by his side. Princess Griffine looked around and suddenly realized that there was no reliable force around her that could stop Brando. She tossed and turned in bed every night, as if she suddenly found another Anrek by her side. Although Brando had promised her that he would give her an ideal heroine, how could she trust him? Perhaps the knight really did have such thoughts, but people change. Just like Grandmaster Fleetwood and Makarov, when a person was in a high position, their thoughts would gradually deviate from their original intentions. She was born in the royal family and experienced the betrayal of the royal faction. She knew everything too well. She only had one way now, and that was to tie Brando to her chariot. She lowered her head, and a faint blush appeared on her neck. In order to repay the debt owed by the House of Cavardo, the late King Anson wanted to marry Princess Gloria to your father. But at that time, Mr. Scott was already engaged to your mother. After Anson the Great, his brother Oberg VI succeeded the throne, and this matter was put aside. But the House of Cavardo and the House of Cardoloso still had a marriage contract until my father, Oberg VII's era. Every descendant of the Highland Knight was betrothed to a noble lady from Cardoloso. But do you know why you didn't, Brando? This was the first time Griffine called out Brando's name. She whispered, "Because your fiancé is me." Commander Bunide already knew this. Brando took a deep breath. His mind was in a mess, but his heart was very clear. It was impossible to say that he did not have the slightest bit of longing for the princess. But what he liked was the strong, independent princess who would never give up, not Princess Griffine, who would easily promise to marry him just to repay a favor, or to tie him to her chariot. What did she take him for? What did she take the Roman for? He stared at the silver eyes of the princess, as if he wanted to find some clues. But in the end, he was disappointed. "I'm not a wreck, your highness." Griffine's face turned red, as if she had been greatly insulted. She clenched her fists in anger and looked up at him. "Mr. Knight, I never thought of it that way." "But you did. You already knew that there was a marriage contract between you and me, but why did you only say it today? Because you understand that it is not until today that this contract of marriage has its value, and that before that it is but an insignificant verbal agreement, is it not?" Brando's heart was cold. He felt as if his beliefs had collapsed. He replied angrily, "You disappoint me too much, your highness. You should understand that everything I did for you before was not for such a superficial purpose." He took a deep breath and replied incoherently, "All right, I admit that I once longed for you, but what I longed for was the princess who had the same ideals and beliefs as me, and not a woman who would compromise for the sake of the general interest. Do you remember the ideal kingdom I described in the letter I wrote to you, your highness? What you're doing now is shaming it." Princess Griffine's face was pale. She almost swayed slightly and looked at Brando in disbelief. "But you said it so righteously." Tears burst from the half-elf girl's eyes. She clenched her fists and almost cried. "But what you did to me in Ampere Seal that day, do you still remember, Mr. Knight?" Brando felt as if a sharp sword had pierced through his heart. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he couldn't say a word. He finally understood why Princess Griffine trusted him so much before Ampere Seal, but after that, she carefully built a strong wall. He always thought that she was guarding against his growing wings and endangering Erwin's future royal power. But at this moment, he finally understood that his irrational behavior at that time had planted a deep shadow in the heart of the 17-year-old girl. Brando wanted to slap himself. What did he do? He stood there, his face as red as a soldering iron. "I'm sorry. Your Highness. I'm sorry." For a moment, it seemed that he could only find such a sentence to express his feelings. Princess Griffine bit her lower lip and looked at him with tears on her face. She was so angry that she almost trembled, but finally calmed down. Princess Royal Highness wiped her tears and turned her head away, as if she was talking about something irrelevant. "Then, can I still trust you, Mr. Knight?" Brando also calmed down. The two stood in the courtyard, still with the breeze blowing through the clouds. Only the faint sound of insects could be heard in the countryside. In Brando's eyes, a few elk were jumping through the forest in the direction of the stag forest. There seemed to be a moment of silence. He finally nodded. You said before that everything you did for Erwin was not for such a superficial purpose. You are still moving towards that ideal, right, Mr. Knight? Princess Griffine also looked in the direction of the forest. Her face was a little red, and her voice was pitifully small. Brando nodded. Princess Griffine opened her mouth, as if this affirmative answer made her feel a little suffocated. I'm sorry, I wronged you, Mr. Knight. Brando replied very embarrassedly. I should be the one saying sorry, Your Highness. Griffine turned around and saw the awkward expression on the Countess' face. She couldn't help but laugh through her tears. The smile on her face was exactly the same as that day when she sat by the arched window and listened to Oberwei tell her the story of the young knight under the warm and beautiful afternoon sun. The smile on her face was exactly the same as that day when she sat by the arched window and listened to Oberwei tell her the story of the young knight. Because in that story, the flag was so dazzling, it was as if they had returned to the ancient kingdom. Mr. Brando, do you still remember the story of your grandfather that I told you just now? Do you really want to know the truth? Brando was slightly startled, and he looked at the princess doubtfully. But Griffine shook her head. Don't look at me like that, Mr. Knight, I'm not lying to you. But I know, about everything that happened in the Battle of Alkash Mountain, there are still a few people who are related to it alive. Who? Brando's heart skipped a beat, as if he had grasped a glimmer of light in the darkness. The Silver Queen, the King of the Wind Elves, and the Pope of Fanzan. Chapter 885. The night was as cold as water. Brando walked slowly along a quiet path. The silent forest parted in his field of vision, revealing a winding path through the woodland. The sound of running water could be heard from far and near. The right side of the forest sparkled under the woven moonlight. That was the direction of the Buchi River. After the bushes parted, the path in front suddenly opened up. The old wooden house was like a sleeping beast, looming behind the dense foliage. He was very familiar with this path. Every day for 10 years, he would walk through this forest in the morning light, following the tall figure. A bare tree stump suddenly entered his field of vision. There seemed to be an old man and a young man beside the tree stump. The old man looked at the young man, who was holding a wooden sword and repeatedly waving it in the air. But the tree stump was already covered with moss, and there were even brown mushrooms growing on the roots. The figure seemed to dissipate under the moonlight, pulling time back to reality. This quiet sawmill had been abandoned 10 years ago. The owner of the sawmill had sold it to a local noble, but the noble did not manage it well and closed it down not long after. Brendel's memories of the sawmill started from that time, until his grandfather passed away. The quiet scenery seemed to calm his chaotic mind, but Princess Griffine's words were still vivid in his mind. The Silver Queen, the King of the Wind Elves, and the Pope of Fanzan were also in the know at that time. They were not only in the know but also in the experience. Only they knew what happened in the Battle of Alkash Mountain. There's one more thing I have to tell you, Mr. Brando. The Wind Elves also owe Lord Darius a favor. But it was not that simple. Brando shook his head, because he remembered what Veronica had told him. The Holy War had ended 40 years ago, and from then on, the Silver Queen had ascended to the position of the Empire's supreme ruler step by step. She had an adventure when she was young, which allowed her to stay young forever. Even the Dragon Clan owed her a favor because of it. The messy threads seemed to be gradually connecting together. Behind the layers of history, Brendel actually saw the shadow of the Golden Folk at this moment. Dragon Clan. Why was the Dragon Clan involved in this matter? In fact, there was another name in his mind. Alaz. Brando silently walked to the riverbank. A stretch of tree stumps formed an open area. On the other side of the river was the quiet stag forest. In the past, there were many legends in the forest. Old witches, fairies, white stag, haunted castles, all of which brought him endless joy when he was a child. The adventurous nature of boys was the natural enemy of adults. Although the local children were forbidden from entering the forest, there were still 2 times when he succeeded. Gradually, the memories of his childhood washed away the doubts in his mind. For a moment, Brando couldn't help but think of Breton, that arrogant fellow. At that time, he was the leader of the children outside the city, and Breton had followed the children of the nobles in the city. They had fiercely fought a few times, and were beaten black and blue. But at that time, he couldn't beat Breton, and the enmity between the two of them was formed. He shook his head, and the group of shaking children's faces disappeared from his mind. Breton had gone to the north, and he didn't know how he was doing. The small conflict between him and Breton had disappeared long ago when he was in Ampere Seal. His father, Sir Harbuck, came to visit him in the afternoon. He must have heard about him from the higher-ups of the Van Meer Legion. He still remembered the high-spirited appearance of the Sir Harbuck when he was the chief of security. However, Harbuck had resigned from his job in the Parliament of Nobles last year, and returned home to enjoy his retirement. When Brando saw him again, Sir Harbuck's hair was white, as if he had aged 10 years. Naturally, Harbuck came to his house to inquire about Breton. He didn't hide anything, as Breton had entrusted him to pass a message to his family when he was in Ampere Seal. But when he saw the white-haired stooped Sir Harbuck, who kept talking to himself like an old man, Brando felt that time was passing by like water. Aya, that child Breton doesn't know how to deal with people. Brando, you two grew up together. You have to help him. Don't let him offend too many people. Thinking about Sir Harbuck's words, Brando couldn't help but feel a little amused. In his impression, Breton was indeed such a person. But he wasn't any better. If he hadn't been so mischievous when he was young, he wouldn't have let his grandfather's knowledge go to waste. He sighed, and slowly walked along the riverbank. The quiet sawmill was filled with the creaking of insects 10 years ago, and it was still the same today. The only difference was that the moonlight was brighter, and the sound of flowing water seemed to be clearer. Brando slowly walked past these familiar scenes. Almost every tree stump was filled with bits and pieces of his memories. He had a faint understanding in his heart. It was as if the world had gradually become real and clear in his eyes since daytime. The mentality of a passerby and player that had always existed had finally begun to crack. Brando could even hear the sound of glass shattering and disintegrating, melting the ice and snow. He raised his head, and a shadow appeared in front of his eyes. It was as if the whole world had turned into the color of an old photograph. He saw the past, the scene where his grandfather brought him here to practice swordsmanship. Every sword, every step, every raise of the arm, the trajectory of the sword's light was clearly reflected in his memory. He saw himself getting hit time and time again, and then getting up, sometimes complaining, sometimes throwing a tantrum. But that old man just looked at him silently without saying a word. But for a moment, as if he was possessed, he saw the legendary sword Saint Darius raise his head and look in his direction. Brando was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He stood still under the bright moonlight, and the memories of the past flowed into his mind like flowing water. From birth to growth, from ignorance to maturity, he seemed to see the last moment when he woke up from a dream. The swaying skeleton, the sharp sword inlaid with black roses, the jumbled images intertwined and spun rapidly, as if they were lines that extended forward. Brando suddenly realized that this was the law. The wall of law became real and clear in front of him, and then it collapsed. Brando raised his head and saw that the whole world was expanding in a space of nothingness, and in the center of this world, a white tower towered into the clouds. The second world was the White Tower, Ovilia. Legend had it that the White Tower supported all the order of the Wand, and was the end of all the lines of law. All the laws formed a circle called the world, with it as the center. Martha wrote all the truths and laws on the White Tower, and the traveler climbed up the White Tower, understanding the true meaning of the world one by one. It was like a child and an elder walking hand in hand, and mortals said that they were on the side of the truth. Brando suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a strange light in his bright eyes. What was space and time? They described the state of matter, as if they existed in this world, but also did not exist in this world. But the moment he touched the wand, the core laws of this world finally opened the door to him. Brando raised his hand, and the stone that should have existed in a certain position in reality disappeared, and then appeared in front of him. He had a feeling that he could easily change the nature of matter, and the surface of the stone became bumpy as if it had been eroded by the wind, and then it shattered, and finally turned into powder. It was as if thousands of years had passed. This was the final unification of the laws and will. Brando understood that he was already standing in front of the door of the side of truth without knowing it. His state of mind, after a long journey, had finally become one with this world. Brando and Sophie were no longer separated from each other. The knowledge and experience of the past, the memories and the emotions, perfectly fit together. He felt that although his strength did not increase, if he were to fight with Ko Hua or Williams again, he could easily suppress them. Brando smiled, and the first thing he did was to open the panel. Human male. 20 years old. Power system. Elemental domain. Self-law. Superior authority. Time and space. In the eyes of the Hazer divine people, time and space are concepts used to describe the state of existence of the world. If matter and energy do not exist, then time and space will collapse accordingly. But concepts often extend to the power of definition and imagination. It is the root of the law, the key to existence. Elemental power. 44. Dominator. Space is controlled and managed by you. As long as the line of law tends to be stable, the controller of time and space can make the next attack appear at any coordinate in space, and you can make any object appear at any coordinate. Consumption. 50. Order power. Stability. Space is the furthest distance between people. If you can't cross it, how can you hurt me? Sardan. King of Law Wizards. The line of law protects the user's armor and weapons. As long as the attack does not penetrate the law, the armor and weapons are considered indestructible. In addition, stability gives the controller of time and space an additional +2 defense. Consumption. Passive time. Time is my ally, your enemy. The controller of time and space causes one or more beings to completely decay or recover. The degree of decay or recovery depends on the amount of order power the controller controls. Consumption. Any. Gap. You seem to be in the crevice of time. Its flow is always especially slow for you. The controller of time and space no longer ages naturally. Therefore, his lifespan is doubled, and the body functions brought by metabolism are doubled. Consumption. Passive order power. 03000. The 4 pillars of elemental power had been completely changed. Certainty had become dominator, and the passage of time had become time. Dominator allowed him to control not only himself, but also everything in the line of law, including enemies. Time not only strengthened the ability to age, but now it also had the power to backtrack. Such power was close to that of a god's existence. However, the consumption that came with it was also amazing. He had experimented with the power of decay before, turning a stone into powder. The 3,000 order power that he had after growing to the peak of elemental activation was instantly consumed. Brando could not help but smile bitterly. This ability still looked good, but with his strength level, he could not use it at all. The only consolation was that it was at least slightly better than when he was elemental activation. Moreover, his gap ability had been further strengthened. The speed of aging had slowed down again, and the body functions had doubled. This attribute was originally a bit useless to him, but now it was a very practical passive skill. But what really brought him the biggest change was his level. The mercenary became level 40. In addition to the original military swordsmanship, weapon mastery, charge, in-depth analysis, piercing strike, 9 luminary sword art, flash strike sword art, and horsemanship, there were also 3 more skills: sneak, gracious knight swordsmanship, and army breaker. The elementalist became level 27. His skills did not change much, but his alchemy was raised to level 10. The Templar Knight became level 30. The Blood of the Sun, Crown of Thorns, and Conflict Halo all became level 15. In addition, there was a new skill called Holy Power Infusion. The Frost Soil Guard became level 25, but he did not learn any skills as before. He only learned a basic sword enchantment, Frostbite. After that, the Scholar level increased the most, going from level 15 to level 50. Below it, there were a variety of grey knowledge, geography, nature, engineering, and all kinds of local knowledge. Most of them were about Farnazane's religious knowledge and Madara's local knowledge. Below all the professions, there was a new profession that Brando was very familiar with. Two-handed swordsman. Level 30. When Brendel saw this class, he almost cried. If he did not understand what was going on when he saw the changes in his attributes before, but when he saw this class, his heart was clear. Because this profession was Sophie's last profession. A level 130 two-handed swordsman. He learned stealth from the Nightingale players in White City, learned the famous knight swordsmanship from the Grey Hues Knight Squad, and obtained his only high-level swordsmanship in the dungeon under the ruins of Valada, the Sword of the Destroyer. His Templar Knight skill level came from before Erewhon was destroyed. His alchemy was formed in the early days of the game. After learning blood refining, he had been neglected. His knowledge came from a long journey. He lived in Erewhon for a long time, dealt with the Brotherhood of Thieves, and learned about the gray areas of this world. He went to Saint Tassol, to Fanzan, to Grey Hues, and even infiltrated Madara. But this was all in the past. These experiences had long been in his mind. But it was not until this moment that the system finally recognized this knowledge and merged it with Brando's experience in this world. Just like when he took over this body, Brando's soul had left behind the militia and swordsmanship experience in this body. Now, the experience and knowledge from Sophie had finally and naturally integrated into this body. However, the swordsmanship and combat experience gained in the game was not as solid as in actual combat, so it seemed that the system had only recognized less than a quarter of it. But it was this quarter that allowed him to jump to the peak of elemental activation. The enlightenment of truth was just in front of him. This was really an unexpected gain. Brando let out a long sigh of relief. He had always felt the barrier between himself and this world. It was this barrier that slowed his progress before and after elemental activation. He had been investing experience in several professions, but the realm of his elemental activation had not improved. But today, he finally broke this knot in his heart. The path to the power of existence seemed to have become clear in front of him. Although he knew that the road was still long, at least it was not out of reach. His mind seemed to have returned to his body, and the subtle sounds in the night were once again captured by his five senses. He listened carefully to the sound of insects and the flow of water, but at this time, a strange sound also entered his ears. Brando frowned. He felt that his senses had become much sharper. Before this, he did not notice this subtle sound at all. He turned his head in a certain direction, and in his heart he could already confirm that the sound was the sound of someone practicing swordsmanship. He was all too familiar with the sound of the wind. But the question was, who would be practicing swordsmanship here in the middle of the night? Brando looked in that direction with slight doubt. Amandina stood by the creaking water wheel, hugging a coat, silently watching the sparkling river under the moonlight. Her mind kept replaying what she saw in the afternoon. Sometimes she felt that it might have been better if she did not see it. She remembered that when she passed by the low rose fence behind the manor, when everyone was admiring the water wheel of old Scott's house, she saw her lord and her highness together in the corner of her eyes. At that time, her eyes widened as she saw her royal highness approach her lord. Like an ignorant young girl, she stood on her tiptoes, raised her face, and gently pecked him on the lips. At that time, she was so scared that she almost screamed. Even now, she still felt that her eyes were playing tricks on her. But she immediately felt that her eyes were playing tricks on her, because she suddenly saw a figure poking its head out from the bushes not far away. But it was so late. Why would there be someone in this place? Amandina suddenly became alert. It was not her imagination. There really was someone in the bushes there. She frowned and looked at the place vigilantly, and whispered in a low voice, "Who is there?" With a rustle, a young man who looked like a beggar came out from the bushes. He looked at Amandina with some uncertainty, and asked carefully, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Brando's wife? I'm looking for him." Amandina blushed, but she did not shake her head in denial. Instead she asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Dean. I have something urgent to tell Mr. Brando." The young man answered. Chapter 886. Brando had mentioned this youth to her before, so she continued to ask, "What do you want?" Dion looked at her suspiciously. "My lady, can you represent Mr. Brando?" "What do you think?" Amandina asked. Dion hesitated for a moment as he looked at the noble lady, as if he was trying to determine if he could trust her. Suddenly he showed an expression of surprise. "Ah, I remember now. You're the noble lady who lives in 52 Gravedigger Street. I've seen you once before." "You've seen me before?" Amandina tried to recall, but there was no such person in her memory. "When those bastards came looking for you, I happened to see you from afar, my lady," Dion replied. Amandina understood that he was talking about the time when her creditors came knocking on her door a year and a half ago. The locals of Bragg's liked to call the loan sharks No Tie, saying that they were people whose souls were captivated by No Tie's money. Dion's words clearly indicated that he was on her side. But this little bit of flattery was not enough to move her. She was no longer the destitute noble lady she used to be. She nodded and asked, "So what happened?" "My lady, you know that Mr. Brando asked me to go home and pack my things so that I can leave Bragg's with my mother. I quickly took care of this matter and waited for Mr. Brando to send someone to inform me. But I remembered something else, so I returned to 52 Gravedigger Street. I didn't expect to see a group of criminals looking for something in your house. What? Amandina immediately became alert. She did not know what Tursten Brando said, but she immediately remembered that someone had entered her house and left behind traces. You said there were people in my house. What kind of people are they? There are all kinds of people. They dress up as thieves, but they can't fool my eyes. I can confirm that they are all fugitives, mercenaries, or adventurers. When did this happen? It's been a while, madam. It took me a while to find you and Mr. Brando, Dian quickly replied. Amandina frowned and asked, Then what are they looking for? Do you know? Dian shook his head, but he immediately explained, Madam, Mr. Brando kindly gave me a task, so I naturally can't neglect it. However, there are 7 or 8 people on the other side. If I rashly alert them, I might not be able to deliver the message to you. They were in the house. I didn't know what they were looking for, but after that, I followed them and found out something else. After those guys left 52 Gravedigger Street, they went to another place. You did the right thing. Amandina knew what Dian was trying to explain to her. She comforted him and continued to ask, Where did they go? It's at 47 Wan and District. I don't know if you've heard of this place, madam. Ah! Amandina could not help but let out a low cry. 47 Wan and District. It was the old house of House Nesson. Amandina lived there when she was a child, but in order to treat her mother's illness, she had no choice but to mortgage the house. After that, she never returned. Her face was slightly pale, and she subconsciously pressed on her neck. They went there. Yes, they went there, madam. Amandina carefully maintained her tone as Dian did not notice anything out of the ordinary. She answered truthfully. What were they doing there? Amandina carefully asked. They seemed to be digging for something in the courtyard. Dian replied. In the courtyard? Yes, that house seems to be unoccupied. There is an old tree in the backyard, and they dug under the tree for a long time. But they didn't find anything? Amandina suddenly interrupted him. They didn't find anything. Dian looked at the noble lady with a strange expression. You're right, they returned empty-handed. Amandina sighed in relief. The courtyard, the tree behind the courtyard, was like a flash of lightning in the dark sea. The date at the Baden ball. The words her father left for her mother in his will. She immediately remembered. She should have thought of it earlier. Those people were after her father's inheritance. Amandina was slightly relieved, but she still had some doubts. In her memory, her father should not have been involved with such a group of fugitives. But she did not care about that now. She hurriedly said to Dian, I have to tell Mr. Brando about this immediately. Can you rush back to 47 Wan and District? Of course. If anything happens in the meantime, can you find someone to send a message to us? Amandina asked carefully. No problem. I have many reliable friends in this area. Dian replied. Then remember the code, the mountains of Chablis. If you ask your friend to send a message, tell him this code. I understand. I'll go now, my lady. Dian received a silver coin from Amandina as a reward. He thought that he had made the right choice in coming here. He turned around and quickly disappeared into the shadows of the bushes. Amandina watched the youth disappear into the forest. She bit her lower lip and felt a strange feeling in her heart. A year and a half ago, her father's will was brought into her life. But today, a year and a half later, when they returned to Bragg's, she did not think that this matter would resurface again. She looked up at the dark night sky and felt a little absent-minded. Brando walked in the direction of the sound. He passed through the creaking bushes that were filled with insects, stepped on the thick pine needles in the forest, and went around a shed that was used to store logs. At the edge of the forest behind the sawmill, the figure of a young girl suddenly appeared in his eyes. The girl's figure was like a silhouette at the edge of the forest under the moonlight. She wore the uniform of Erewhon's cavalry, her long ponytail swinging up and down as she meticulously swung her sword. She was so focused on repeating this simple action that she did not notice that there was someone else beside her. Brando stopped in his tracks. Freya had obviously arrived here much earlier than him. He was only here to search for some of Brando's memories, But this girl who came from the countryside of Wuxia never forgot her mission and mission. This was the Valkyrie of Erewhon's past, present, and future. Her thin shoulders once shouldered the beliefs and ideals of all the players in Erewhon, but very few people knew the story behind it. It was not the light of a genius, but the hard work and perseverance of an ordinary person. Freya entered the Royal Knight Academy as the last student. Until she graduated, she was just an ordinary student. In history, the princess favored her because she was the daughter of Everton, but it was this ordinary girl who relied on her own efforts to become one of the most legendary generals in Erewhon's history. The kingdom ended with her blood flowing out. She was Erewhon's last hero. Brando silently looked at Freya, who was swinging her sword under the moonlight. After a while, the latter finally felt a trace of abnormality. She alertly stopped her movements and turned around. But when she saw Brando, she was startled. Brando! Freya was like a child who was caught stealing food. She panicked. You! Why are you here? I used to practice swordsmanship with my grandfather here. It's rare for me to come back, so I wanted to take a look around. Brando replied. Freya's face was flushed red. She didn't know if it was because of the increased blood flow or because she was embarrassed. I've heard you mention it before. I am just curious. What kind of place did Lord Darius teach such an outstanding person like Brendel? Brando was stunned for a moment before he smiled. How is it? Do you feel anything? Freya nodded lightly and replied with a lonely tone. It's very quiet here. I like this place. Actually, it wasn't this quiet before. This used to be one of the main roads to Fortress Reden. Ever since Wuxia. Brando suddenly stopped talking and looked at Freya apologetically. Freya smiled, although it was a little forced. It's all right. We will take it back one day. Didn't Brando defeat them? I believe that day is not far away. Brando nodded, but he did not agree. Defeating the Bloodstaff was seen by many as venting the anger of the War of the Black Rose. But in fact, the war between Erewhon and Madara had just begun. It was not easy to make the Darkness Empire retreat. Brando, you seem to have become stronger again. Freya looked at him and suddenly said. Of course he had become stronger. After absorbing Sophie's experience, he had obtained many additional levels. Although they were scattered, they were almost equivalent to a pure profession level of 57 or 58. This level was very close to Veronica's level when she was in the loop of trade winds. It was just that he did not have the leader template of a special NPC. In fact, his actual attributes were already comparable to the peak of the elemental enlightenment. It was just that his understanding of the laws was still lacking. He was still standing at the last threshold of the elemental activation stage. This threshold was not a problem for him now. In fact, the two most difficult stages of elemental activation were crossing the elemental wall and entering the extreme planes. The other stages were basically a matter of time. However, he was slightly surprised by Freya's sharpness. She did not have such eyesight and judgment in the past. Brando looked at the Valkyrie and replied, You have improved a lot too, Freya. Everyone can see it. Freya lowered her head. She could not believe that she would one day have the opportunity to enter the realm of gold. Everything that had happened was like a dream. Thank you, Brendel. I know that all of this was given to me by you. You were the one who gave me the opportunity to enter the Royal Cadet Academy. You were also the one who fought for me in front of Her Highness to have today's results. That slate was also given to me by you. She took a light breath. I don't know why you are so good to me, Brando. But I will remember it for the rest of my life. Aunt Sil said that I am a stupid girl, but I will never forget who is good to me. Freya. Brando suddenly felt that her mood was a bit strange. It's nothing. Freya shook her head. Then she raised her head and looked at Brando with bright eyes. Brando, can I ask you a question? Brando stared at her eyes and vaguely sensed something. Ask away. He replied. Brando, did you already know about my background? Freya looked at him and asked softly. Brando froze for a moment. Then he understood. The princess told you? Freya nodded. What do you think? Brando immediately asked. Freya did not answer. She only had a lonely expression. Brando immediately understood the silly girl's thoughts. You think that we chose you because of your background and identity? Freya looked at him in a daze. Her bright eyes were filled with sadness, as if to say, "Isn't that the case?" When the princess told her about this, she almost understood everything. At that moment, she thought of Maynard, thought of the princess, thought of the royal faction's care for her, and naturally thought of Brando. Her memory of Brando was so deep that she immediately remembered the first thing he said when he saw her in Wuxia. "Freya. You are Freya?" "Freya." "Alicia, born in the year of the moonflower. Your father is the great knight Everton?" At that time, she thought it was just a dream talk, but now that she thought about it, it was like a knife stabbing into her heart. Brando obviously also realized this point. He could not help but scratch his head. In fact, he also understood that the princess and the royal faction really did choose Freya because of her background. After the Great Frost War, the royal faction was torn apart due to their failure. During that era, the great knight Everton took full responsibility and died in prison. However, his wife and children were protected by the royal faction and escaped from Monsteros. Freya came to Wuxia at that time and was adopted by her uncle and aunt. Because of this, the great knight Everton had always been a symbol of the royal faction. His reputation was extremely high. During the era of Oberg VII, many of the younger generation of the royal faction, including the Wolf Knight Oberwei, were his students. From this point alone, one could see the influence of the great knight. Historically, the reason why the royal faction tried to rope in Freya was because of her family background. However, they were not without concerns. On the one hand, the royal faction felt guilty towards the Earth Knight, Everton. They were worried that Freya's family background would cause a rift between them and the royal faction, which was why they kept her identity a secret. Before she became famous, the royal faction did not reveal her background to the public. After Freya became the goddess of war, everyone could see that they were forced to do so. But what puzzled Brando was, why did this happen so early? He pondered for a moment and suddenly realized that this was something he did. He had a long talk with the princess in the afternoon, and it could be said that he had completely dispelled the doubts in her heart. Although he was very willing to work together with the princess to achieve the ideal heroine, he did not expect the princess to tell the truth about Freya's background to this girl from Wuxia. He could roughly understand the princess' thoughts. She probably did not want to continue lying to Freya about this matter, and wanted to have a clear conscience. Brando was going crazy. He would rather the royal faction continue to keep this secret because he knew that Freya had always felt inferior. She suddenly went from a country girl to a student of the royal faction's Sergeant Academy. Compared to the young heroes of Erewhon, there was still a considerable gap in terms of talent and background. Her greatest pride and determination was that she relied on her own hard work to not fall behind others and even achieved her current results step by step. But suddenly, she realized that these results were built on a false lie. Everyone around her was only interested in her background and not her efforts. One could imagine the disappointment in her heart. In history, when this Valkyrie found out the truth about her background, she had already achieved success and fame. At that time, she was wholeheartedly working for Erewhon's destiny. Her inner world was already mature and stable, so naturally, she would not be affected too much. But in this era, Freya was only a young and inexperienced girl. Brando did not need to use his brain to guess how lonely she would feel when faced with this lie. Of course, perhaps some people who suddenly found out that they were born noble and jumped from a commoner to a noble would only be pleasantly surprised. There would definitely not be any loneliness or disappointment. But Brando knew that the strong and independent girl in front of him would definitely not have the mentality of a nouveau riche. When he saw Freya's expression, he completely understood the hesitation and uneasiness in her heart. She probably came here to practice swordsmanship to dispel the confusion in her heart. This was really a self-inflicted evil. Brando simply wanted to slap his forehead. It was a good thing that the princess could think like this, but the problem was that good intentions could also lead to bad things. But at this time, he could only think of a way to salvage the situation. "Freya," Brando suddenly said seriously to Freya, "do you believe me?" Freya was slightly startled. She raised her head and looked at Brando with some confusion. "Of course I believe you, Brando." Brando exhaled softly. At this time, he suddenly remembered something. "Come with me, I'll take you to a place." Before Freya could react, she felt her hand being grasped by a large and warm hand. "Brando!" She jumped in fright, but Brando raised a finger to his lips and made a shushing gesture. He then pulled her toward the stag forest. Chapter 887. Brando and Freya walked under the moonlight in the forest. The shadows of the pine trees were like a long and narrow tunnel. Their soft footsteps made rustling noises. There was a full moon above the pine needles. Owls were crying in the silent night, their sharp cries piercing through the forest. Brendel walked very quickly, and Freya could barely keep up with him. She held onto the hem of her shirt with one hand to prevent it from getting caught on the uneven shrubs, but her mind was already on their linked hands, and her mind was in a mess. She vaguely remembered that ever since they parted ways in Brugloss, they had not had the chance to be alone like this. The last time they walked side by side under the night sky was in the deer forest, and it was also in this forest. Brando, where are we going? You'll understand in a moment. Freya did not say anything else. Although she was a little shy, she still let Brando hold her hand tightly. The two of them advanced through the forest one after the other. It was a long but short journey. Gradually, the heavy branches parted in front of them, and the forest became sparse. Faintly, light shone through. Only then did Freya realize that they had passed through the forest from the other side, but she was full of doubts as to what was in front of them. We're here. We're still here. Brando thought in his heart. A large door opened in front of the two of them. Behind the door, there seemed to be a lively and prosperous market. This market was located at the edge of the forest. The market was dotted with lights, as if it was a banquet held by the forest fairies. Clusters of torches were lit and gathered here. But Freya saw the crooked huts and wooden houses in the market from afar. She pressed her left hand against her chest and opened her mouth slightly. She realized where she was. Ever since the War of the Black Rose, refugees from Fortress Reden and the Buchi region gathered around Brags. Some of them left this sad land and brought their families to Manowar, Kirkle, and Magetan in the north. But there were always people who missed their homeland and the weak who could not move. They could not compete with the locals for land, so they could only build scattered settlements along the edge of the forest and reclaim the wastelands. Among the refugees who escaped with Brando from Fortress Reden, some of them were grateful for Brando's kindness. They followed the Reto's mercenary group to Tonajil. But those who were willing to leave their homeland were the minority. Most of them chose to stay, especially the refugees in Buchi and the north. Take a look, Freya. These are the people who place their hopes in you. Their circumstances are not good. Go and ask them. Ask everyone who survived the catastrophe in Buchi. Did they respect you and take care of you because of your background? Brando said with some emotion. In his previous life, he knew these places very well. The construction of these settlements lasted throughout his entire time as a newbie. He knew very well what kind of people lived in these huts. Freya had completely lost control of her emotions at this moment. She held Brando's hand tightly and couldn't help but cry. This was her dream home, her neighbors, the source of her ideals and beliefs. Aunt Sil, Uncle, Captain Martin, Petit Finus, and everyone else. Did all of these people's trust in her come from her background? This was a question that did not need to be answered. Do you still remember the oath you made, Freya? Brando. Brando. Freya muttered to herself as if she was interrogating herself. Freya, you are Everton's daughter, but you are also Buchi's daughter. No matter what you achieve in the future, this will not change. Brando stood in the night wind and quietly replied. I understand. I should have understood. Freya closed her eyes and shook her head vigorously. I was wrong, Brando, I'm sorry. Brando patted her shoulder lightly. Bringing Freya back to see the villagers in Buchi was his original goal, but he did not expect it to happen so early. Do you want to go in and take a look? He asked softly. Freya took a deep breath and looked at Brando apologetically, then nodded vigorously. Ever since the year of blossoms and summer leaves, the continuous influx of refugees had become the biggest headache for the nobles of Brugloss. They did not have the ability nor the will to help these homeless people settle down. The local government and the army were pushing the responsibility to each other, and the refugees' livelihood was declining day by day. When the kingdom finally chose to submit to Madara, they no longer had any hope of returning home. Inside the gray-white castle, the nobles were busy fighting for power and profit. It was as if the kingdom's defeat in the war had become the sharpest spear and sword in their hands, used to pierce the chests of their opponents. A group of unlucky people fell after the war and went to the gallows, but another group of people who sang the song of victory may not be sincere about this ancient kingdom. Even at the local level, the local people, under the leadership of the manor lord, ostracized the outsiders. Although the people at the lower levels were naturally sympathetic, this sympathy was only built on the premise that their own interests were not shaken. The selfishness in human nature made the situation even worse for these poor people. They were powerless to compete with the local people for living resources, and could only enter the forest to huddle together for warmth. But even so, they still had to face the discrimination and suspicion of the local people. In such a situation, the situation of these refugees from the Wuxia region could be imagined. As a matter of fact, the refugees still had to face the uncertainty of their future. This was because the land that they relied on for survival was still the territory of one of the counts in Brugloss. In order to not cause a riot, the nobles had to pretend that they did not see the actions of these poor people. However, the count might not be satisfied with this decision. He did not care about this loss, but it could not be his loss alone. Otherwise, wouldn't he become a fool in the eyes of others? In fact, the count had already made a request to the Parliament of Nobles, requesting to drive away these bandits who had forcefully occupied his land. This kind of thing was unimaginable to ordinary people, but the Parliament of Nobles had to carefully consider the count's request. Protecting the legal property of the nobles was a serious matter. Old Marden sat beside a bonfire, wearing a well-ironed garrison uniform. It was just that the corners of his uniform had been washed so many times that they had turned white. This uniform seemed to symbolize his honor. Although it was still meticulous, it was already a thing of the past. The matters of the Parliament of Nobles had more or less reached his ears. He looked at the dark night and let out a long sigh. Sorrow seemed to have seeped into every wrinkle on this old man's forehead. That day, he did not choose to leave with Brando and Freya because Wuxia was his responsibility. The matters of the young people should be left to the young people. As for him, his old bones had already experienced too much wind and frost. Let him be buried here. He could not give up his feelings for this land, and could not give up the familiar smell of Wuxia's soil. Everyone was still here, so how could he leave? But now, the situation was getting worse by the day. The poor land did not produce much, and the count had forbidden the refugees from going into the forest to hunt. Although they could still chop firewood to keep warm, many people were already unable to eat. The key was that everyone lacked hope for tomorrow. It was as if they lived day by day like walking corpses. They were already numb and had lost the ability to think, hope, and look forward. When did such days begin? Every time old Marden thought of those times, his heart would become heavier. The only thing that comforted him was another rumor he had heard these days. A commotion could be heard from afar. Marden frowned. Phoenix's group of young people really did not stop. Irene, Mackie, go block their escape route. Niberto, go call your brother Vlad and Ikova. Hurry up. Don't dilly-dally. The people on the street quickly retreated, as if they were used to such a scene. In the empty space that they made way for, two groups of young people were facing each other in a row. On one side, they were wearing the various uniforms of the militia and the garrison. However, most of the uniforms were old, and some were even covered with patches. Only the swords in their hands shone with a cold light, but most of them were numb with ropes wrapped around the sword hilts. They had either lost their gauntlets or their heavy hammers. On the other side, they were all wearing the uniform of Braggs's patrol cavalry. They were well-equipped and arrogant. Even the boots on their feet shone brightly. It was obvious that they were the children of Bragg City. At this time, the one who was commanding the militia was Petit Finus. He was at least a head taller than a year and a half ago, and he was wearing the uniform of the garrison. After the War of the Black Rose, he was recommended by Marden to be a reserve member of the Wuxia garrison. However, not long after that, the Wuxia garrison became a part of history and completely lost its existence. Phoenix! The young patrol cavalry shouted. Count Nagin is about to take back this land. You bunch of illegal refugees, why don't you hurry up and surrender? Petit Finus spat in disdain. It's not too late to talk big after the noble parliament's discussion. Aren't you guys just trying to take advantage of this opportunity to get some benefits? I wonder who was the one who was beaten black and blue last time. You guys really forgot the pain after the scars healed. What did you say? You little bastard. The young patrolling cavalrymen were immediately hit where it hurt and started cursing. They originally thought that with their status, they would definitely be able to get rid of these country bumpkins. The last time they came out to earn some extra money, they did not expect to be caught by Little Phoenix. They were caught and given a good beating. Their noses and faces were swollen. Both sides were hot-blooded youths, and would not resort to any tricks for a fight. However, this time they had finally recovered from their injuries, so they naturally called their comrades to take revenge. Both sides had the intention to fight, and because of a disagreement, they started to fight. In theory, the patrolling cavalry was well-equipped and well-trained, so they should have the upper hand. However, the youths of Wuxia were not to be trifled with. Almost everyone present was Marden's student. What kind of existence was Marden? He was a veteran of the November War and even held the Candlelight Medal. None of his disciples were cowards. Not to mention Irene and Mackie, these old militia members had been on the battlefield and fought against Madara. In this kind of conflict, one of them could be used as a few people. However, the most powerful was still Petit Finus. He originally had a talent in swordsmanship, and he had also learned 2 moves from Brando. Now that he was personally taught by Marden, his swordsmanship was unparalleled in Bragg's area. The patrol cavalry obviously knew how powerful he was, so they specifically picked out 3 people to deal with him. After fighting with the 3 for a while, he suddenly freed his hand and stabbed one of them in the thigh. That person screamed and quickly threw down his sword to surrender. Although both sides were fighting, they still followed the rules. When Petit Finus saw that person throwing down his sword, he did not bother him anymore and focused on dealing with the other 2. After a few more exchanges, he risked the injury on his shoulder and knocked away another person's sword. That person looked at his sword that was knocked away, helplessly shook his head and raised his hand to surrender. The last person knew that he was no match for Petit Finus, so he quickly retreated to a large pile of boxes. Suddenly, he threw a box at Petit Finus and shouted, "Hey, Mr. Ogene, this kid is too powerful, come and help me." Petit Finus used his hand to block the boxes, and could not help but curse. At this time, he suddenly saw a sword coming towards him from the side. He was shocked, and only then did he see that the person who attacked him had already taken away the swords of a few people on his side. Unlucky, this guy is at least a captain. He quickly raised his sword to block, and with a crisp sound, he almost lost his grip on his sword and let it fly out of his hand. He was shocked and realized that he had underestimated his opponent. This guy has the strength of a mid-level silver rank. But it was too late for regrets. His sword was blocked, and for a moment, he was wide open. Petit Finus looked at the sword coming towards him, but he was unwilling to let go of his sword. There was only one thought in his mind. "It's over, big sister, brother Brando. I don't know if I will be able to see you in my next life." However, before he could close his eyes, he saw a sharp sword shining with cold light appear beside him, and with a clang, it blocked the person's sword. Then, his vision blurred, and he saw that the person who came had forced the other party to retreat with 2 consecutive strikes. The speed of the sword made him fascinated, and he never thought that swordsmanship could be so clean and neat. Before he could finish this thought, the patrolling cavalry captain's sword had already been taken away by the person who came. Then, he was pressed on the chest and sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. This move shocked everyone. Both sides stopped fighting at the same time and looked in this direction. At this moment, Little Phoenix finally saw clearly who the person who had suddenly appeared in front of him was. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock and open his mouth wide. Big sister. Ah! Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, Freya pulled out his ear with a straight face. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Big sister, let go. Petit Finus almost cried from the pain, but he didn't dare to resist at all. He didn't have the calmness from before, and was like a child who had done something wrong. Aren't you promising? Why didn't you throw your sword just now? Freya asked in a bad mood. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Petit Finus grimaced in pain, but when he saw Brando from the corner of his eyes, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Brother Brando, you're back too, that's great. Freya snorted softly and let go of this guy's ear. The latter hurriedly ran far away, as if the female knight was a dragon that would devour people. Petit Finus rubbed his face and looked at the 2 people who suddenly appeared, as if he was still in a dream. At this time, both sides separated and returned to their original positions. Most of the youths in Wuxia had already recognized Freya and Brando. Only a few people from the north had not seen the two of them. On the other hand, the patrolling cavalry was a little uncertain. Of course, they could see that Brando and Freya were obviously on the side of the country bumpkins, but the other party's swordsmanship was too frightening. Those who had seen Freya's moves before couldn't even think of resisting. When the others heard the description of their companions, most of them were also skeptical. But the captain of the knight who was knocked down by Freya noticed more details. The patrolling cavalry who ran over to help him up even asked him what to do next, but when he saw Freya's epaulette, he couldn't help but glare at the latter. Royal Knight Regiment, Knight Captain. His face was pale. Even in his dreams, he didn't think that this group of refugees in Wuxia would have the support of the royal family. In his mind, these foreigners had no roots in this place. Even if they were bullied, they might not be able to find anyone to stand up for them. But now, not only did someone stand up for them, the other party's background was not small either. The captain of the Royal Knight Regiment, Martha, was a knight. In this kind of remote place, one might not even see one in their lifetime. Brando greeted Irene and Mackie from afar, then looked at the patrolling cavalry and asked Finus, "What's going on?" "What's going on?" Freya asked at the same time, but she immediately realized that she was thinking the same thing as Brando. She couldn't help but blush and subconsciously shut her mouth. This scene was of course seen by Petit Finus. He was still a naive youth back then, but now he had matured a lot. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart, thinking that Big Sister still liked Big Brother Brando. He looked left and right again, curious about where the witch went. Everyone in the militia knew about the relationship between Brando and the Roman, but the citizens of Wuxia had always called the Roman and their aunt witches. "What are you looking at?" Freya could tell what this guy was thinking at a glance and snapped. Petit Finus was shocked and hurriedly looked down. Freya was the captain of the militia in the past, and when she was still in Wuxia, Petit Finus was most afraid of this big sister, and now he was even more afraid of her. Brando looked at the relationship between the two and felt that it was funny, but he was slightly relieved that Freya had at least temporarily forgotten about her past, which was what he wanted. He was also surprised by Petit Finus. In the past, when they were escaping from Wuxia, this youth only showed a little talent in swordsmanship, but now this talent was fully displayed. The battle just now had been seen by him and Freya from start to finish. Petit Finus' strength was faintly on the verge of the silver rank. This rate of growth was really terrifying. One must know that Petit Finus had been in Wuxia for the past year and a half, only receiving guidance from Marden. He didn't have as many opportunities as Freya and Breton. Brando also noticed another point, and that was that the strength of this group of youths was actually above the iron rank, and many of them were already on the verge of the silver rank. This was something unimaginable in the past, but after thinking for a while, he understood that the influence of the great demonic wave was beginning to show. These thoughts ran through his mind, and he returned to the matter at hand. He smiled at Petit Finus and said, "Tell me, Petit Finus, what's going on?" Unlike Freya, Petit Finus dared to be indecent in front of her, but he was full of admiration for his big brother, Brando. Seeing that Brando had spoken, he hurriedly described the whole matter in detail, from the patrol cavalry to Earl Naken's suggestion. Freya's face darkened when she heard it. Chapter 888. Freya's eyes were still a little red. She went to see Aunt Sil and Uncle Sil's graveyard. This graveyard was in an open space in the forest, filled with simple wooden tombstones. Most of the tombstones did not have a real owner, and were only there to comfort the souls of those who died in the war. In the square, the patrolling cavalry squatted there obediently, being looked after by the Wuxia lads. However, no one made things difficult for them, and even the injured were taken care of. Brando and Marden stood together and were talking. The old man had also heard the news and rushed over, but he did not expect to meet him and Freya. This veteran of the November War, the old captain of the Wuxia garrison, was very pleased with Brando and Freya's growth, especially with Brando and Freya's current status and position, which made him see hope for the people of Wuxia. In fact, this old soldier had a good understanding of Erwin's noble nature. To change the situation of the people of Wuxia was not a problem for the current Freya. She did not even need to trouble Brando to use his identity as Count Tonagel. Even if she was the captain of the Knight Regiment of the Royal Knight, Count Nagin would not be willing to offend her over a forest. This might sound a little sad, but to the people of Wuxia, this was a matter of life and death. However, to Count Nagin, this was just a matter of face. As a noble, he was not willing to be bullied by a group of refugees. However, if these refugees had the support of a close vassal by the princess' side, then it would be a different story. Freya did not even need to personally remind him. As long as the goddess of war, whose reputation was rising day by day, revealed her background in Wuxia, Count Nagin would automatically withdraw his proposal in the Parliament of Nobles. The news of the fight between the patrolling cavalry and the people of Wuxia quickly spread. This was not a small matter. The people of Wuxia knew that this represented the views of the nobles in the city of Brags towards them. Many people came over worriedly after hearing the news. They did not know what had happened. Had the Parliament of Nobles come to a conclusion and decided to chase them away? The crowd quickly gathered and spread all kinds of rumors. Most of the people were generally sad and angry. No one opened their mouths or shouted. The scene was very oppressive because no one knew what to do next. They could only silently accumulate their anger. The patrolling cavalry on the open ground looked at this scene with fear. Only then did they realize how much trouble they had caused. Fortunately, Freya personally came out to mediate the situation. Just like what Brando said, she was the daughter of a Wuxia citizen, and had once led the refugees from Fortress Reden with Brando. Many people recognized her, and when they knew that the daughter of a Wuxia citizen had made a name for herself, even though they were still doubtful, at least they were slightly relieved and did not seem to be restless anymore. Brando looked at this scene and let out a sigh of relief. In history, during the month of frost in the year of the Swift, the conflict between the nobles of Brags and the refugees had intensified for 3 years. When the nobles began to chase the refugees away, the people of Wuxia could not take it anymore and exploded in one night. What followed was a riot that engulfed the entire Brags region. Many people died in the disaster, and after that, the situation of the Wuxia citizens worsened under the pressure of the nobles and the locals. Grimoires also suffered a great loss because of this, but the more serious disaster was that a cold suspicion was planted in the region, causing the kingdom to completely lose its prestige in the region. But today, it seemed that this disaster would not repeat itself. However, when Freya returned to Brando's side, she seemed a little depressed. "Brando, this is a little different from what I imagined," she replied softly. "Do you still remember what I told you? One day, you can rely on your own strength to protect Wuxia, and let the people of Wuxia control their own destiny, and not be at the mercy of the nobles." Brando seemed to understand what she was thinking and comforted her. "Today you have done this, and all this proves that your efforts were not in vain. You have set a goal for yourself, and in the end, you have fulfilled your promise." But what? But I can't help but think, if I didn't have the status I have today, what would have happened? Brando, I really want the people of Wuxia to be able to control their own destiny, but the power to decide everyone's destiny has only been transferred from the nobles to my hands. They may be able to live a peaceful life from now on, but even they don't realize this. If one day I want to push them into the fire pit, everything will repeat itself. Freya replied faintly. "My child, but you won't do that after all, right?" Marden replied. "I know, but..." The old man seemed to know what Freya wanted to say, and interrupted her. "This is the rule of the nobles. You are one of them, so you have to abide by this rule. You have already done enough, my child." Freya pursed her lips tightly. She wanted to refute, but she didn't know what to say. She felt that there was a problem somewhere, but she didn't know what the problem was. Uncle Marden didn't seem to be wrong, but she felt very sullen in her heart. It was as if after all her hard work, she didn't get the result she wanted. However, she had a faint feeling that if there was someone here who could answer her doubts, that person would be Brando. Just like every time she felt puzzled, she still looked at Brando first. "Captain Marden is right, Freya," Brando replied calmly as if this question was never a problem to him. "Under the rules of our era, this is the best way." Brando's words were like a flame that illuminated the darkness and haze in Freya's heart. She immediately reacted and raised her head, asking, "Brando, do you mean that the rules can be changed?" Brando smiled at her. "Isn't this what we have been doing all along? Me, you, Her Highness, and everyone else have been looking for a way forward." Freya opened her mouth slightly. Marden seemed to have understood something as well. He couldn't help but look at the young man whom he had only met twice during the War of the Black Rose. He felt that he could see more of the young man each time, but he was also surprised every time. Brando replied softly, "So Freya, you mustn't belittle yourself. You have to know that what you are doing is far more glorious than you can imagine. Your background, your talent in front of this ideal and belief, is like a grain of sand, not worth mentioning at all. Those who ridicule you, those who laugh at you, do not understand what you're thinking, because they cannot imagine the glory of Aween's ancestors. This is the great work of ordinary people, just like the oath that the late king made before his sword." "Young man," Marden listened for a long time before he spoke, "do you believe in this?" Brando nodded. "I believe without a doubt, because I know that many people have sacrificed everything for this. Until now, there are still many people who have overcome obstacles for this belief and ideal. I don't dare to say whether it will succeed or fail, but at least I know that I won't let it stop halfway." He turned back and said to Freya, "Freya, do you still remember what you said before? You made an oath to fight for the destiny of independence for the people of Buchi, so that everyone who pursues happiness and beauty will one day not be manipulated by others. Do you still remember what I said to you that day?" "I remember." Freya nodded vigorously, as if the haze that troubled her heart was just a thin layer of mist that would disappear with a gentle blow. She replied as if she was making an oath, "Brando, I understand. I will continue to persevere. Even if there is a day when I bleed to death, I will not regret it. Brando, do you believe in me? I will do it." "You have done it, silly girl." Brando heard Freya say that even if she bleeds to death, she will not give up. In the history of Erwin, this Valkyrie had indeed shed her last drop of blood for this ancient kingdom. Erwin's ancient glory was a scene described in legends. Marden did not dare to imagine it, but he would not easily criticize the hot-bloodedness and impulsiveness of young people. No matter what, as long as the people of Buchi could live better than today, he would be satisfied. He had seen too many of those illusory things. He gradually grew old, and did not easily believe in the so-called beautiful vision, thinking that it was just a kind of illusion. But at least he understood that Freya was a good girl, and would not push the people of Buchi into the fire pit. That was enough. Buchi, who had been through so much war and pain, only wished to return to the peaceful life of the past. The crowd gradually dispersed, but the patrolling cavalrymen did not dare to act rashly. After a while, these young people finally figured out the identity of the two people in front of them. So they did not dare to act rashly, but each and every one of them cursed their bad luck in their hearts. Braggs had just experienced a war, and it was the allied forces of Tonajul, Lantern Island, and Vero that saved them from despair. However, in this war, the prestige of Count Tonajul and the Valkyrie beside Her Royal Highness was like the sun at noon. These people who were related to the army and the nobles would have heard of these two people's names. When they found out that these two people were actually from Buchi, they suddenly felt as if they had kicked an iron plate in their hearts. They did not have time to sigh for Count Nagin, because compared to Count Nagin, it could be said that he was innocent because he did not know, but they had bumped into someone else. If the Count wanted to punish them, they were afraid that no one would dare to stand up for them. The patrolling cavalrymen were uneasy, but they did not expect that Brando and Freya had long forgotten about them. After all, Brando was not so petty. Moreover, he was very clear about the customs of Grimoires and even Karsuk. It was very common for hot-blooded young people to fight and even duel with each other. Both sides were relatively well behaved. Although some people were injured, basically no one killed them, and Brando was not in the mood to be harsh on them. As for the fact that these patrolling cavalrymen came to make a quick buck, it was indeed the custom, and he could not stop them even if he wanted to. Besides, he believed that with this lesson and his and Freya's background here, the patrolling cavalrymen would not make such a mistake in the future. There was no need to offend people for no reason. After all, the people of Buchi still had to live here. These young patrolling cavalrymen were mostly the descendants of the local gentry and nobles. If they really made enemies, he and Freya could not always take care of them. On the other hand, Freya did not have the intention to do so. It was rare for her to return to her hometown, and all she saw were the familiar faces, especially Petit Finus who used to be in the militia. They crowded around her and insisted that she tell them the story of her and the Count of Tonajul. However, she and Brando did not have that many stories to tell. Freya blushed and stammered for a long time without saying anything. How could she still remember the patrolling cavalrymen? The patrolling cavalryman captain, Eugene, waited there for a long time in fear and worry, but no one came to announce the death sentence or pardon. At first, he thought that the count deliberately left them there, but after waiting for a while, he finally felt that it was not the case. It was not easy for him to find an opportunity to ask a young man from the militia. The young man's sword was taken away by Brando before, and he was very polite with his swordsmanship. That was why he came to ask Brando how to deal with these people. It was not until now that Brando remembered that there was a group of people waiting for him to deal with them. When Eugene appeared in front of him in fear and trepidation, Brando could not help but laugh. He knew these people very well. Whether it was in his previous life as a player or later in Fortress Reden, he had seen these arrogant and domineering cavalrymen with his own eyes. In the early years, the patrolling cavalrymen were a part of the kingdom's professional army that was responsible for security and defense. However, after the establishment of the garrison, the patrolling cavalrymen became the place where the nobles placed their trusted aides and arranged for their children to go out. The aristocratization of the army inevitably led to lax discipline and corruption. After the year of summer and summer leaves, the patrolling cavalrymen were basically a dispensable organization in many cities. In a border city like Bragg's, the patrolling cavalrymen could still maintain basic combat strength, but in the cities that were deep within the borders, they were just a group of pure vermin. In fact, the reason why he had forgotten about these fellows was that he had subconsciously thought that these fellows had already escaped. However, he had forgotten that in front of a count with real power, it seemed that these patrolling cavalrymen would not dare to leave without asking him, no matter how bold they were. When Eugene first saw Brando, he was a little surprised. He probably did not expect the legendary count to be so young. However, he thought of other rumors about this Count Tonagel. For example, he was the grandson of Sword Saint Darius, and some rumors about him and the princess. He felt relieved. Besides, people often said that this count was Erwin's rare young genius. Only someone like him deserved the title of a young genius. He quickly coughed and straightened his posture. He lowered his head and bowed. Count, today's matter is actually a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Brando was still thinking about how this guy would apologize, but he did not expect it to be such a boring old trick. He could not help but yawn and ask, "What misunderstanding?" "It's like this, my lord," Eugene quickly said. "Everyone thinks that we are here to help Count Nakin drive them out of here. This is actually a pure rumor. Let's not talk about driving everyone out of the forest. This is just a rumor. Besides, even if it's true, this is not within the scope of our duties. In fact, my lord, we are here for other official business." "Other official business?" "My lord, earlier we heard a report that a group of vicious criminals appeared in Bragg's. These guys left the city around evening. Later, our spies found them in the vicinity, so I followed them all the way here." "Let me guess. Then you bumped into Little Phoenix and the others, so you fought on the way, right?" Eugene nodded embarrassedly. Of course, he could shirk all responsibility, but he knew that he might not be able to deceive the young count. He might as well tell the truth to avoid offending him. Brando nodded. He roughly understood the cause and effect of the matter. These people searched all the way here and then encountered Petit Finus and his men. There was already a grudge between the two sides, so the patrolling cavalry wanted to seize the opportunity to take revenge in one fell swoop. This was a more reasonable explanation. Brando was very clear that the so-called mission was nothing to these descendants of nobles. As for the so-called vicious criminals, it would be considered a merit if they caught them. If they couldn't catch them, then so be it. After all, they didn't lack the so-called merit. However, he was a little curious about the existence of the so-called vicious criminals. In theory, there were already a lot of criminals in Bragg's. In order to attract the attention of the patrolling cavalry, there were at least two conditions. First, they must not be local. The local criminals were mostly related to the Thieves' Brotherhood or other grey organizations. These organizations were usually inextricably linked to the local nobles. Therefore, the patrolling cavalry generally wouldn't find trouble with their own people. Although Brando couldn't explain why the patrolling cavalry and the criminals were on the same side, this could be considered as the scenery of Erewhon in this era. Second, there must be a certain number of criminals. One or two criminals wouldn't attract the attention of the patrolling cavalry. It wasn't that they didn't want to care, but with their efficiency, they probably wouldn't notice the existence of one or two criminals. And the current situation clearly indicated that a large group of criminals had sneaked into the city, So much so that even the patrolling cavalry was alerted. No matter how Brando thought about it, he felt that it was a little like the way the cultists did things. But when he asked about this matter, Petit Finus seemed to have heard something. He ran over and said, "Brother Brando, I think I know these guys." "You know?" Brando looked at him curiously. Chapter 889. I don't know where those guys came from. They sounded like Erdek or smugglers from Greywater Bay. In short, they were probably from that area. There were about a dozen of them. Most of them were the ones mentioned above, but 2 or 3 of them were different. They were taller and spoke like the locals. Once, Noberto noticed that they were all using the same saber, the kind that was longer and thinner, with a relief of 2 wings on the guard. These guys live in an abandoned hunter's camp in the forest. They rarely go out and don't interact much with outsiders. They have been there for at least half a month. At first, Captain Marden sent people to keep an eye on them, but we found that their range of activity was very narrow and they didn't have much interaction with us. So, after a while, no one paid them any attention. These people aren't particularly strong. Of course, there may be 1 or 2 of them who are a little troublesome, but there's nothing to be afraid of. I heard that the abandoned hunter's camp was left behind before the war. The original owner had long fled to the north, so it was abandoned. The camp isn't far from here. After entering the forest, head south. After about an hour and a half, you'll see a path that leads to that place. According to Petit Finus' description, Brando led, or rather escorted, the group of patrolling cavalry into the forest. The first full moon, Gold Sea, had already fallen below the horizon. The second moon, Moya, had just risen above the mountains. The gray moon hung in the sky. They moved south along the foot of the hillside illuminated by the slanting moon. A small path passed through the twisted bushes, and it didn't take long for them to find the hunter's camp. The moon was very bright that night. They could clearly see that the camp was located in a call from a few miles away. Brando stood in the woods at the top of the hill and looked at the hunter's camp. He confirmed with Petit Finus beside him. "Is it there?" Soon, he got an affirmative answer. "It's there, Brother Brando," Petit Finus whispered. "Captain Marden used to bring us here for training, but the skeletons made too much of a ruckus some time ago, so this place was taken over by others." He continued to brag. "To be honest, if it wasn't for Captain Marden telling us not to cause any trouble, I would have brought some men to chase them away. Those guys don't look like good people at first glance." Ouch! Freya retracted her hand that had knocked on Petit Finus's head, and looked at him in annoyance. After not seeing him for more than a year, this little guy had already replaced her as the new leader of Butchie's militia. Irene and Mackie were more mature than him, but the young people preferred a capable leader. If they were still in Butchie, this little brat would never have dared to be so careless. He actually dared to bring everyone to fight. Freya was furious when she thought of this. In the past, the Butchie militia under her leadership was not synonymous with causing trouble. Although the young patrolling cavalrymen were all frowning, they couldn't help but snicker at this moment. Petit Finus rubbed his red forehead and looked at them, feeling that his self-esteem had been hurt. He angrily said, "What, do you think I don't have the ability?" "Of course not, Mr. Petit Finus. We admire you very much." "Yes, yes," the patrolling cavalryman hurriedly replied. Eugene also complimented, "The Count's little friend's talent in swordsmanship is amazing. One day he will definitely become extraordinary." Brando looked at Petit Finus and agreed with this point. In this era, Butchie had produced 2 outstanding people. One was Freya, the other was Breton, but Petit Finus's talent in swordsmanship far surpassed the 2 of them. He didn't know if this young man had died in Butchie, but Erwin's name did not shine after that. "Petit Finus, what do you plan to do in the future?" Brando asked. "Captain Marden wants to recommend me to the Manowir region's garrison. He has some old friends there who can help." Petit Finus did not hide anything from Brando. "That's good." Brando nodded non-committally. "What do you think?" Petit Finus stared at him. "Brother Brando, I want to learn swordsmanship from you." For some reason, Brando suddenly thought of Haruz and nodded silently. This was actually an idea that he suddenly had before. When he saw Petit Finus's outstanding talent in swordsmanship, he had the idea that he couldn't let such a bright pearl be left in this place to collect dust. The name Petit Finus didn't exist in history, but there must be a place for this young man in this world. He had this premonition when he first left Wuxia, but looking back now, Erwin might have missed a real genius. In time, Petit Finus could grow into a sword saint like his grandfather. When Brando thought so, he didn't consider that his current reputation had a tendency to inherit Darius's position, especially in the noble circle. Many people already knew that Darius had a grandson who was only in his early 20s, but had already achieved elemental activation and the strength of a sword saint. After Anson's era, Erwin would have a real sword saint in the blink of an eye. Brother Brando, you agreed? Petit Finus cried excitedly. Brando, don't spoil him too much, Freya couldn't help but interject. Captain's arrangement must have his reasons. I think you'd better ask Uncle Martin first. Big sister Freya, you can't help outsiders. Hey, tell me how I'm helping outsiders. Brando is not an outsider. For big sister, big brother Brando is indeed not an outsider, so I've misspoken. You. Freya was almost angered to death by Petit Finus's words. Brando smiled as he watched the siblings bicker, feeling as if he had returned to Wuxia. He didn't care about Freya's worries at all. Martin arranged for Petit Finus to join the garrison at Manowir because he didn't know about his and Freya's situation. Now that they had returned to Wuxia, he was afraid that Martin would come to him without him saying anything. The veteran who participated in the November War would know where Petit Finus had a better future. He then looked at the hunters' camp in the valley. He didn't come here on a whim to pretend to be Braggs' security officer, but Petit Finus's description of those people caught his attention. There were about 10 of them. Most of them were the ones mentioned above, but there were 2 or 3 of them that were different. They were taller, and their accent was more like the locals. Once, Niberto noticed that they were all using the same sword, the kind that was longer and thinner, with 2 wings embossed on the hilt. This is a typical cavalry sword. Only one type of person in Grimoires would use this kind of sword, and that is the white-winged cavalry. The decorations on the sword also prove this point. So, these 3 people are most likely deserters. Thinking back to Terst's last words last night, Brendel's heart was suddenly filled with a sense of vigilance. He wanted to investigate this matter thoroughly. However, he didn't tell Freya and Petit Finus since it was just a guess. The group quickly approached the camp, and Brando ordered the patrolling cavalry to surround the entire camp. Perhaps it was because they wanted to show off, or perhaps it was because the young men from Braggs really did have some skills, but under Eugene's lead, they quietly spread out and quickly took control of the camp. When they got closer, they could see a few scattered wooden houses scattered in the forest. A wooden wall about the height of a person surrounded the camp, but the wall was tattered and full of holes. The camp was overgrown with weeds, and it looked like no one had taken care of it for a long time. This point alone showed that these people didn't plan to stay here for long. In this era, refugees were basically fugitives. Eugene looked around and told Brando, "These people actually came back. How bold of them. I thought they would at least move to another place." With Brando's sharp senses, he could naturally hear 12 breathing sounds in the house. He thought to himself, as expected of someone in charge of law and order. He looked at the patrolling cavalry captain curiously and asked, "How did you know?" Eugene looked at the count strangely and pointed to the second house. Brando looked and couldn't help but cough lightly. It turned out that there was a person on night watch sitting in front of the door. He patted his head lightly. He was so focused on listening to the sounds that he didn't notice that there was a bandit right in front of him. This was too embarrassing. He quickly shut his mouth and put on a solemn expression so that others wouldn't see that he, the count, had made a fool of himself. Brando listened carefully for a while and found that it was as Petit Finus had said. These people's strength was very ordinary. The person on night watch was about the upper level of iron, and the others were about the same level as him. There was a silver-ranked person in the third house. Because they were too far away, Brando couldn't tell what level he was at, but he probably wouldn't be above the middle level. After making this judgment, he felt a little disappointed. These people were too weak. Even if they were cultists, they probably wouldn't be any corps members. In Wonde, these types of fugitives were not rare. They often roamed around to commit crimes, murder or other sensational crimes. However, their world obviously didn't have much interaction with him. After confirming this, Brando shook his head disappointedly and made a gesture to the patrolling cavalry. That gesture was meant to tell the patrolling cavalrymen how many people were in the house, where they were, and what their strengths were. This was a common tactical gesture used by the patrolling cavalrymen, and Brendel was able to use it so easily. Eugene was also surprised when he saw this. Could it be that this count was also a patrolling cavalryman? Of course, he didn't think that Brando would be a low-level underling like them. He thought that Brando was most likely a high-ranking commander or a grand knight. However, he didn't know that his first thought was closer to the truth. Although these cultists were just a few thieves, Brando didn't plan to let them go. He didn't plan to do it himself. Instead, he wanted to give the credit to the young patrolling cavalry. After all, these young men had accompanied him for half a night in the wilderness. They should at least get some benefits, even if they didn't do it willingly. Under Brando and Eugene's instructions, the young patrolling knight immediately took action. They first sneaked into the camp and quietly killed the night watchman. Just like what Eugene said, these cultists were frighteningly bold. There was only one night watchman in the entire camp, and even that night watchman was actually dozing off. They obviously didn't expect the patrolling cavalry to come to their lair. It was only when the young patrolling cavalry entered the third house that they woke up the cultists. The battle almost immediately broke out. The silver-ranked cultist was the first to react. He grabbed his sword and pounced on the patrolling cavalry. Eugene followed suit with his sword. The two of them clashed with their swords, but no one could do anything to the other. It was obvious that the leader of the patrolling cavalry was a tough nut to crack. Unfortunately, this guy's men were useless. They fell one by one under the siege of the patrolling knight. In the end, only the leader of the cultists was left fighting alone in the house. He probably knew that there was no hope for him to break out of the encirclement. He suddenly let out a roar, turned the tip of his sword, and stabbed it into his own throat. He fell to the ground, dead. The battle ended faster than expected. Brando was a little surprised by the strength of the patrolling knight, but he soon understood. The current situation did not show how strong the kingdom's patrolling cavalry was. On the contrary, it was precisely because of the poor performance of the patrolling cavalry that these outlaws dared to act so boldly. They obviously did not expect the local security team made up of nobles to attack them in the middle of the night. If Brando did not let them witness the truth, they would have thought it was a fantasy. However, the young patrolling knights were apparently unaware of this. They happily dragged the bandits out of the house one by one, as long as they were still breathing. Little Phoenix did not want to be left behind, so he naturally caught one of them with his own hands. The cultists were lined up in a row outside the camp. There were only 5 of them left. Most of the others had their throats slit in their sleep. Brando glanced at the 2 taller ones among the 5. He paid special attention to the swords that were thrown in front of them. Just as Petit Finus said, they were the swords of the white-winged cavalry. As for the third person, Brando knew that he was probably dead. "Did you get anything out of them?" He turned to ask Eugene. Eugene smiled and shook his head at Brando. He was slightly older than the young men under him, but he was only in his 30s. According to Wone's calculation, he was still young. Moreover, he was the captain of the patrolling cavalry. His men had found out that these people were all cultists of the All for One. This was a great achievement. They had captured 12 cultists in one fell swoop, and 5 of them were still alive. Not to mention, 3 of them were deserters of the white-winged cavalry. Eugene could almost see a medal waving at him. He smiled and replied to Brando, "Count, these guys are all cultists. They are very stubborn and won't say anything. But it doesn't matter. They are going to die anyway. Once they are sent back, they won't be hanged until next week. When the time comes, I will book a better stand and invite you to see it in person." Brando had no interest in watching the hanging. He shook his head, but he also understood that what Eugene said was not wrong. Most of the members of the All for One, from the outlaws to the nobles like Arek, were obsessed and would never turn back. They probably understood that once their identities were exposed, death was the only thing waiting for them. So they did not have any hopes of getting away. But this meant that he had wasted his trip tonight. Just as he was thinking about this, a young patrolling knight suddenly ran out of the house. He waved something in his hand and shouted excitedly, "My lord, I found another piece of evidence." When the guy came closer, Brando saw that he was holding a map. He opened it up in front of Ojin as if he was presenting a treasure. Brando immediately understood why the guy was so excited. The map should be the streets of Bragg's castle. It was very detailed and was a typical military map. Brando looked at the two wings on the map and understood that this was probably a map used by the white-winged cavalry. Privately collecting military maps was a serious crime in this era, not to mention stealing it from the army. Brando narrowed his eyes slightly. At the same time, he felt Freya gently touch his hand. Freya also understood military maps. She saw that there were two shallow red circles on the map. One of them was marked on Gravedigger Street 52. Brando, she whispered. Brando understood and immediately whispered in her ear, Freya, go and call Amandina over. Amandina, she? Brando nodded. He thought that he had guessed wrongly, but he did not expect that there would be a light at the end of the tunnel. The deserters of the white-winged cavalry in front of him, the leader of the white-winged cavalry, Medshk, Turst's last cry, and the map. A line of light and dark appeared in front of him. But he felt that it was strange. Why were the members of the unifying guild always pestering Amandina? What could a noble like her have that would be of interest to them? Brando thought about it carefully and shook his head in confusion. This matter was very strange. Turst and Medshk were members of the upper echelons of the unifying guild. Logically speaking, a matter of their level should not be handled by these cannon fodders. What was going on here? Thinking up to here, he patted Ojin's shoulder. Captain, I hope that you can do me a favor. What favor? Ojin was slightly startled as he looked at the Count. I think that these people's identities are not as simple as they appear on the surface. I suggest that you don't send them to Bragg's prison first. Instead, find a place to interrogate them properly. Brando replied. Ojin hesitated for a moment before nodding. Compared to a merit, he was more unwilling to offend Brando. Brando smiled. Thank you very much, Captain. Don't worry, the merit will definitely belong to you and your subordinates. Ojin was elated when he heard Brando thanking him. He thought that he had made the right decision this time. Chapter 890. When Freya returned to the manor, it was already late at night, but Amandina had been waiting for this moment after sending the youth away. When she heard Freya's description, she understood what had happened. She was a little surprised, thinking that it was such a coincidence. With her astuteness and intelligence, she immediately thought that the people that Brendel had captured were probably the same group of outlaws that Diane had encountered. She asked Freya to wait for a while, then went back to the house to get the shawl and the necklace without the pendant, and then set off to meet up with Brando. When the two of them arrived at the hunter's camp, the patrolling knights wasted another 2 to 3 hours in vain, and still did not get a single word out of the cultists. They searched the hunter's camp again and again, almost turning it upside down, before they found a 16-page black-covered book called the Codex of All Things, and a wooden statue with a coiled serpent carved on it. The statue was obviously often used in various kinds of ceremonies, and its surface had long been polished smooth, but it was very clean, and there was not a trace of dirt on it. It was a stark contrast to the filthy and unkempt outlaws. As for the Codex of All Things, Ojin took a glance at it and hurriedly threw it aside. This was a forbidden book that the Holy Cathedral of Fire prohibited from reading and spreading, and he seemed to be afraid that the book would come alive and bite him, and cause him trouble. But the young men under him were more careful. They first opened the Codex of All Things and flipped through a few pages to make sure that there was nothing inside. Then, they fumbled around the cover, and opened it up. In the end, they really did pull out a thin piece of parchment, but it was a pity that there was nothing on the parchment. The patrolling knights tried all kinds of methods, whether it was dripping a potion on it, roasting it with fire, or putting it under the moonlight, but there was no way to make the parchment show any words. Brando tried a few small magic tricks, but to no avail. In the end, he could only put it aside. At first, the young patrolling cavalrymen were full of energy, determined to show off in front of the Count. But after a few hours, they couldn't help but yawn. The cultists seemed to be made of special materials. No matter how they were tortured and wailed, they did not say a word. They even killed one of them as an example. The rest of the cultists were trembling in fear, but they still gritted their teeth and refused to speak. Compared to death, they were more afraid of the torture after death. These people had already dedicated their souls to the devil and the dusk. Once they opened their mouths and fell into hell, What awaited them was a fate worse than death. After the gloomy Moya sunk into the horizon from the mountains in the east, Tadessa, who only appeared in the autumn night sky, was halfway through the journey. The stars in the north and the south changed. There was only a short period of time left in the night. Everyone was exhausted, but they still got nothing. Jean couldn't help but look at Brando a little apologetically, but Brando said that it was fine. He was lucky, but this result was also expected. He looked at the young people who looked like frosted eggplants. Although he knew that they were just flattering him, he was still very satisfied. He planned to wait until dawn to search the camp one last time. If it didn't work, he would think of another way. These people would always leave some clues. And it was at this time that Amandina, accompanied by Freya, finally arrived at the camp. Amandina was very smart. When she saw the messy camp and the young people of the patrol team who seemed to have not slept for at least a week, she knew that the Lord was so troubled because of her. Otherwise, why would he have to make things difficult for a group of insignificant cultists? He was not Braggs's sheriff, and the sheriff might not personally care about these trivial matters. She bowed slightly to Brando, and then asked him about the story of the night. She first glanced at the cultists to make sure that she had never met them before, and then checked the scattered things found in the camp one by one. But when she heard Brando mention the blank parchment, she looked up and said to Brando, "My lord, let Captain Jean send these outlaws away first. As you can see, they probably won't talk." Brando glanced at Amandina. The two of them had worked together for quite some time, and he could already hear some hidden meaning in her words, so he nodded. The patrolling cavalrymen hurriedly tied up the remaining living people with ropes. Of course, they also tied up the dead people. No matter if they were still breathing or dead bodies lying on the ground, it was still their credit. Since the easygoing Count had already expressed that he would give them the credit, they naturally wouldn't be polite. Although they might not really need the credit, a cultist could be exchanged for a lot of bounty, enough for them to squander. When the patrol team was busy, Amandina pulled Brando and Freya aside and whispered, "My lord, I think I know why they are here." Brando was slightly startled and looked at his Amandina with some confusion. Amandina looked at him and then told the two of them what happened to DN. Then she said, "My lord, do you still remember the will my father left behind?" Brando nodded. "Martha above, I may not be alive for long. If someone is lucky enough to see this will of mine after my death, I am willing to legally transfer all my belongings to this person. In addition, I also have a secret ancestral property. I am willing to divide this wealth into 3 parts. 1 part will be given to this person, 1 part will be given to my wife, Sadie, and 1 part will be left to my daughter." Amandina thought for a moment and recited the contents of the will word by word as if she was reading it. "If the person who sees this will be interested in this wealth, please pass this will and my keepsake to my wife. Also, tell her about the date at the Baden Ball. She will understand what I want to express." In the end, she stopped and read for a while in silence. "Finally, I am sorry to Sadie. May Lady Martha punish me." Brando looked at Amandina and knew that she would not do anything unnecessary. He waited for her to continue. Amandina took a light breath. "When my father was young, he was very poor for a period of time. He met my mother at a ball at that time, and they fell in love very quickly. At that time, they bought a mansion in the old town of Braggs. The courtyard where I was born was bought after my father earned some money. I think I know where my father left his inheritance." Brando couldn't help but laugh. Amandina was always so serious. He was short of money at that time, so he valued her father's will. But no matter how much inheritance Borg Nesson left behind, it was just a drop in the bucket for Tonagel. He was just a small noble. "Amandina, since you remember where your father's inheritance is, then think of a way to find it. It's good to have it as a souvenir." He suddenly stopped and looked at Amandina with surprise. "You're saying that these people are after your father's inheritance?" Amandina nodded her head lightly. This could explain part of the problem. Only these low-level cultists would care about this small amount of money. They might have gotten wind of it from somewhere and wanted to make a fortune. But it could not explain why Turst and Medjk were after it. Perhaps they did not care about the same thing. But Brando looked at the 2 white-winged cavalry deserters who were tied up. Their relationship with Medjk was not a coincidence. He knew that his guess was not correct. If only they could speak, it would be good. But it was impossible. Amandina looked at her lord's deep frown and said softly, "My lord, I think I might have some clues about that blank parchment." "You have a way?" Brando came back to his senses. Amandina shook her head. "It's just a guess. I'll have to take a look to be sure." The parchment was placed together with the Codex of All Things, sandwiched between the pages of the book. Brendel asked a young man to bring the forbidden book over. Amandina opened it and took out the parchment. She flattened it out, and her eyes revealed a look of understanding. She hesitated for a moment, then said to Brando with some hesitation, "My lord, this is a letter. I think I can make the words appear on it, but can you let me do this alone?" "A letter?" Brando was slightly surprised. He looked at Amandina with some doubts in his heart, but he still nodded. "Thank you, my lord." Amandina was grateful. Brando did not ask her what she wanted to do. This was a silent trust that made her feel satisfied and gratified. She excused herself from Brando and took the parchment to a wooden house. She raised her hands to the back of her neck and took off the necklace hanging around her neck. The necklace still had the key to the house 52 on Gravedigger Street. She laid the parchment and the necklace on the ground. Then she knelt down and bit her finger, dripping blood on the necklace where the pendant originally hung. At this time, a miraculous scene occurred. The blood flowed down the necklace and floated in the air, outlining the outline of a crystal. This imaginary crystal emitted a faint light. Amandina shone the light on the parchment, and lines of words gradually appeared on the parchment. Amandina looked at the words and sighed. She waited until the blood on the necklace gradually dissipated, then put the parchment back on and carefully covered the necklace with her shawl. Brando waited for a little while for Amandina to come out. She walked to his side and handed the parchment to him. "Did it work?" Brando asked. Amandina nodded gently. "Amandina," he looked at her carefully. Amandina might have some little secrets that others did not know, but Brando believed that she would not harm him, so he did not ask any more questions. Everyone had their own secrets, and he respected Amandina's choice. He opened the parchment and hurriedly glanced at the first 2 paragraphs on it. He raised his eyebrows slightly. There was a special purple text on the letter that read, "Dear Pomide, my brother. We have never been so close to the truth, and the fragmented riddles have gradually formed a complete picture in front of me. I have taken good care of the Marshal's relics, and now I will set out to find the truth. I believe that one day you and I, and everyone else will be treated justly. For 30 years, the nightmarish images that you and I witnessed in that place have haunted my mind, but to this day, I am convinced that the choice we made that day was one of justice and selflessness, and I shall soon prove it. I believe that the Marshal may object to the princess's request, but there are some things that we have to do. I, and the county have long agreed to keep this promise, and I have received this honor to preserve a part of the evidence. I am sure that in the near future, it will become an honorable witness. In addition, I have sealed a part of the fragments in the same place, as part of my legacy for my descendants. Because you and I both know this, what we are about to accomplish is full of unknowns and dangers. I think that if I were to meet with misfortune one day, these pieces of the puzzle would be preserved through my wife's hands. Oh yes, we have not written to each other for many years, and I forgot to tell you that I am married. My wife, Sadie, is the most beautiful girl in the world. I love her as much as I love myself, my parents, and the people I respect the most in the world. If possible, I hope that you can meet her. You will definitely fall in love with her. She is a quiet and gentle girl, knowledgeable, intelligent, and reserved. Sometimes I wish that she was the only princess in the world, and I am her knight. But I am often away from home, and I owe her too much, and I feel very guilty about it. Sadie and I already have a child of our love. She is my daughter, and I named her Amandina. Amandina is the Elvish word for flower of hope. My daughter looks very much like my wife, but I believe that she will become a knight in the future, like me. She is very clever, and has been able to see this since she was a child. I can see it in her eyes, a light of wisdom that I have only seen in the eyes of Her Royal Highness, and I am sure of it. I often think that if Lord Scott had a son, he could marry Amandina to him. They would be the brightest stars in Erwin's future. Haha, you will think that I am dreaming, but I have long heard that Lord Scott is already married, just like me. His betrothal is to the beautiful and gentle Lady Cartier. It is a pity that I do not know where they are staying, or I would have attended their wedding. Think about it, what an honor it would be. Finally, I hope that you will always be healthy and strong as an ox. I hope that everything we do will be worthy of the Marshal, Her Highness, and everyone involved. May the black pine be evergreen, and may Erwin live forever. May the faith shine as it was in the beginning, and may the sword be as sharp as ever. Since the year of the water harp, I have missed your shepherd, your brother. Brando carefully read the last sentence before he raised his head and looked at Amandina in front of him. Amandina's face was slightly red, and it was obvious that she had read the whole letter before. She was a little embarrassed and she whispered, "Please don't mind, my lord. That is just my father's wishful thinking. You and Her Highness have another engagement, and there is also the Roman lady. You can just think of it as a kind joke. Originally, this letter was not a big deal. Anyone could see that it was just a family letter, and the contents could be seen as a joke between family members. But after all, it was through her hands, and she felt that there was something different about it. Amandina was a little uneasy, wondering if the Lord would think that she had played some little tricks in it. But in fact, the onlooker saw more clearly. Brando did not care about this matter at all. He was more concerned about the other contents of the letter. He looked at Amandina and smiled bitterly. "Amandina, this is the letter your father left, right?" Amandina was startled and nodded subconsciously. "Do you know this person's shepherd?" Amandina shook her head this time. She frowned and showed a thoughtful expression, but after a moment, she shook her head gently. "Your father's real name is Shepherd, isn't it?" Brando asked. He had never heard of this name. After all, this was a story from 40 or 50 years ago. The history of this period in the game was just a passing mention. Amandina trembled slightly, and then nodded gently. "Maybe so. He may have mentioned it to me once or twice. My father is from Cypher. In their place, from children to adults, they usually have two names. In private, brothers and family members often use the name that belonged to children as a nickname." Brando thought for a moment, and it seemed to be true. He looked at the letter in his hand and had a general outline in his mind. Based on the contents of the letter, Amandina's father and his grandfather might have some sort of relationship. Based on the titles in the letter, Amandina's grandfather should be from the same generation as Amandina's father and Seal. That Pamid was obviously one of the officers, and he might even be one of Amandina's trusted subordinates. This was greatly beyond his expectations. He never thought that there would be such a connection between him and Amandina. In the past, he never believed in fate, but now he could not help but believe in it. It was as if there was an invisible line connecting him and Amandina together. The patrolling knights cleared out the hunters' camp before dawn, and Eugene repeatedly thanked Brando before he left. The captain of the patrolling knights was extremely respectful, as if compared to this small merit, being able to establish a relationship with the count was more important. Brando did not expose him, but instead thanked him sincerely. The two sides separated outside the forest. The young patrolling knights had a good impression of the count, who did not put on airs, and repeatedly told him that he must go and observe the execution of these outlaws. Brando did not understand why these people were so interested in the execution, as if it was some kind of entertainment instead of killing people. Eugene also promised that he would persuade the Parliament of Nobles to give him a bronze Starflame medal, but the Starflame medal was already widespread after Anson's era, and was not as precious as the Candlelight medal that only the royal family and the Holy Cathedral of Fire were qualified to give out. The old part of Grey Rat Street had been completely renovated after the year of the Howling War. It had been incorporated into the public cemetery, and it was not too far away from Amandina's residence on Gravedigger Street. It was just a street that faced the underground crypt, and was cold and deserted even during the day. The public cemetery was located behind a temple that belonged to the Grim Reaper, and the temple sat quietly at the intersection of the Grey Rat Street and the Gravedigger Street. Brando asked Dian to bribe the monks in the temple to allow them to enter the public cemetery to take a look. The old monk in a grayish-brown frock led them through a large and small corridor supported by countless arches, and then through a small door to the back of the temple. After passing through a forest, they entered the range of the public cemetery. It was a quiet place surrounded by trees, and the open space between the arches of the trees had many nameless or famous tombstones. A few stone paths surrounded it, leading to the unknown depths of the forest filled with fog. "He's not worried about us?" Freya could not help but ask in surprise when she saw the old monk return to the temple and close the door. "He's just a coward. I've heard that there are many legends about this graveyard. I've heard that there are many strange things wandering around in the forest. Every year, people are killed in this area." Little Phoenix replied with disdain. "It's not that scary. That's just to deceive outsiders, because there are people who want to use this layer of disguise to do illegal things here. Murder, secret transactions, whispers in the forest are all plots and schemes. In fact, these old monks are the ones who know best." After listening to Petit Finus's words, Dianan replied with a smile. "Anyway, as long as someone pays, they don't care what we do." "But they're not afraid?" Even though she had seen a lot, Freya still found it hard to believe. These are all public secrets. Tomb robbers and corpses are sold. There are even necromancers who secretly buy corpses from the monks to use as research materials. There is a huge underground black market here. How could the monks not know? Freya sighed softly with some disgust. What a blasphemy! The necromancers also believe in Martha, don't they? Dianan replied indifferently. Freya frowned and glanced at him. The young man realized that he seemed to have said something wrong and quickly added, "Those monks are inextricably linked to the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Even the nobles don't want to provoke them. Besides, the nobles have their family tombs. If they don't want to interfere, what can we do? Those necromancers are mostly members of the Grey Domain. Ordinary people don't dare to offend them." Freya knew that he was telling the truth. Although she was unwilling to listen, she just frowned and did not speak. She clenched her teeth tightly. If the old monk appeared in front of her again, she would pull out her sword and stab him in the heart. Brando's face was expressionless. What Dianan said was common to him, but it was not entirely true that there was no danger in this cemetery. Normal places would not be as foggy and gloomy as this place in broad daylight. The visibility was not more than 10 meters. The surroundings were surrounded by trees, as if the sun could not penetrate it. It was just past noon, but the cemetery seemed to be in the evening. It was even cloudy. The supernatural mysteries came from the underground. There was an even bigger graveyard there, Bruglis's underground public graveyard. Danger lurked in every corner, filled with zombies and moving skeletons. Ever since the year of howling, not many people dared to go down there. But that was not their goal today. He asked Amandina, who was beside him, "Amandina, are you sure it's here?" The temperature in the cemetery was a few degrees lower than outside. Amandina's face was a little pale from the cold. She pressed on her shawl and whispered, "The nearby residential area was demolished 20 years ago and turned into a cemetery. But I heard that the house my parents originally rented was luckily preserved. There's a gravekeeper living there." "There's a gravekeeper here?" Freya was slightly surprised. She thought that this place was completely lawless. At least in name. Amandina was a local after all. She had more or less heard what Dianan said, but she did not want to talk about it. She frowned and said, "I heard that he helped the gravediggers transport the corpses out. He runs this shady business." Business? Freya almost fainted from anger. Brendel heard her clenching her teeth so hard that they made a grinding sound. It did not take long for them to find the gravekeeper's house. Amandina still remembered the direction, and Dianan could also find the place. They passed through the lush forest and many tombstones, and saw a 2-story wooden house in the fog. It stood alone in the depths of the forest. Dianan had already contacted the gravekeeper. Naturally, the gravekeeper did not know Brando's identity, but when he heard that a noble had come, he thought that he had found a big deal and was waiting respectfully in front of the house. The gravekeeper was called Old Sly. His real name had long been forgotten, like a skeleton buried in the ground. He looked exactly like Brando's impression of this profession. It was as if he had met a living demon. He had a hunched back and a hunched body, similar to the strange Quasimodo in Notre Dame de Paris. The only difference was that the latter had a noble heart, while the former was full of evil tricks. It was hard to tell his age. His face was full of wrinkles, but his eyes were lively, as if they were constantly spinning with sinister thoughts. His head was bald, and only a few strands of hair were left standing lazily, as if they were a miniature copy of the forest in the fog. Freya looked at the man coldly, but Brando was too lazy to make things difficult for such a small person. In fact, these people might not be willing to do these shady businesses. He understood that in this era where everyone more or less lost something, the blame should not be placed on one person's head. Otherwise, it would be purely to vent one's anger. But this did not mean that he was willing to deal with this kind of person. He looked at the man and did not even bother to exchange greetings. He directly asked, "You already know what we want, right?" The gravekeeper hurriedly nodded and bowed, respectfully handing over a bunch of keys to Brando. This was what Dian had told him. Although he did not know what this young noble wanted to do with his house, he at least knew Dian. The young man had given him a large sum of money. Naturally, the money did not belong to Dian. He was very clear that he could not ask too much about anything in this place. Who knew what this noble wanted to do? The more he knew, the more dangerous it would be. Moreover, nobles had some strange fetishes. He secretly glanced at the two beautiful girls behind Brando, and some unspeakable thoughts appeared in his mind, but he did not show it on his face. To him, as long as he got the money, it was fine. Freya watched as the gravekeeper left and went into the fog. She did not know how to clench and unclench her fists several times. The guy looked at her with greedy and filthy eyes, thinking that she did not see it. She almost lost her temper several times, but after all, she was not the little girl who had just left Wuxia and was not involved in worldly affairs. She endured it. Brando looked at her and Amandina apologetically, and the sullen feelings in the two ladies' hearts naturally disappeared. The three of them entered the house. Dian and Petit Finus consciously guarded outside. In fact, Brando did not need to avoid Petit Finus, but the latter understood that he needed to stay behind to look after the young man. This was also what Brando had told him in advance. Amandina first entered each house and looked around one by one, as if she wanted to find traces of her parents' lives in this old house. However, she was destined to be disappointed. The house was full of coffins, and it was filled with a nauseating smell. Amandina went downstairs, upstairs, and then back to the living room. Her face was very ugly, and she almost vomited. "Is it here?" Brando looked at her face and could not help but ask with concern. Amandina nodded silently. "Can you confirm where it is?" "At the back of the house, there is a black pine tree. If I remember correctly, it should be under the tree. There is a small pool there, so it shouldn't be a cemetery. I remember my father once told me about it." Amandina recalled and replied, "He and my mother met at a ball in Baden, and their first date was here." She looked around with some disgust. Of course at that time, this was still a residential area, and you can see the Wuxia River not far away. "Then let's hurry up and go to the yard," Freya replied with a frown. "I really don't want to stay here for a moment longer." Damn it, this guy actually turned the place where Amandina's parents used to live into this, a foul atmosphere. Brando couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. This was probably the so-called hatred for the owner affects the object. In his opinion, this house was actually not that big of a deal. Shouldn't a gravekeeper's house be like this? The stench was just the smell of decay and the stench of a corpse. Even though the gravekeeper wasn't someone to be hoped for, being condemned because of this was a bit of a disaster. But he didn't dare to say this in front of the two ladies, because he saw Amandina looking at Freya with obvious gratitude. It seemed that ever since they cried in front of their mother, the relationship between the two of them became better. Just like the traditional structure of the house in the Braggs area, the kitchen led to the back door. Amandina brought them to the backyard, and there was indeed a tall black pine tree behind the house. But the pool in her memory had already dried up. Fortunately, the gravekeeper didn't have the idea of turning his backyard into a cemetery, so the yard was still untouched. But Amandina wasn't sure where her father's inheritance was buried under the black pine tree, so Brando and Freya could only dig a circle around the tree. Fortunately, the gravekeeper's house had a shovel, and the two of them had an endless amount of strength. In the first hour or two, they didn't find anything. Amandina's father seemed to have buried the inheritance very deep, or they guessed wrong, the inheritance wasn't here at all, or it had been dug away by someone else. In short, the hole got deeper and deeper, but there was no trace of the inheritance. But when Freya had dug about 2 to 3 meters deep in a certain direction, she suddenly felt her shovel hit something hard. She immediately realized that she might have found something. She quickly stopped and dug up the soil to take a look. Sure enough, she found a rusty iron chest buried under the soil. The box wasn't too big, about the size of a suitcase. Freya quickly called Brando and Amandina, and the three of them worked together to dig the box out from under the soil. After they cleaned up the box, an emblem embossed on the surface of the box was revealed. The emblem was divided into 4 squares, and 2 of the squares had a crescent moon on them. Brando couldn't help but exclaim softly when he saw the emblem. The crescent moon was the symbol of the Erewhon family. The emblem of the Cipher family was a crescent moon embedded in a full moon on the shield. The emblem of the House of Covardo was derived from the emblem of the Cipher family. The emblem of the House of Covardo was derived from the emblem of the Cipher family. The emblem of the House of Covardo was derived from the emblem of the Cipher family. Brando couldn't help but look at Amandina. He didn't expect her family to be related to the Cipher family. But his knowledge of heraldry was lacking. Otherwise he would probably be able to recognize that she was a descendant of the Cipher family. "My father is a noble from Cipher, my lord," Amandina had to explain in a low voice. Brando suddenly understood. The nobles of Cipher family were more or less related to the Cipher family. This was not surprising. But this doubt only flashed through his mind, and he quickly threw it away. He looked at Amandina. At least for now, the most suitable person to open the box was undoubtedly this noble lady. 2 chapters will be available this weekend. I hope you enjoy reading them, and I'll also ask for monthly votes. Chapter 892. Amandina, you open it. Brando looked at the box and said. Amandina was stunned for a moment before she reacted. She looked at her lord carefully, feeling a little touched, and then nodded gently. She placed her hand on the cold iron box and suppressed the excitement in her heart. She chanted the incantation in a low voice. Word by word came out from her soft lips, low and clear. The lock of the box seemed to be lifted by an invisible hand, and then quietly slid open. Finally, it fell to the ground with a bang. She took a deep breath and slowly opened the box. Below was a layer of waterproof tarpaulin, and under the tarpaulin were 3 tightly bundled packages. The wrappers were also made of the same tarpaulin material, and on top of the packages was a letter. The seal on the letter was also printed with the emblem they had seen before. Amandina opened the envelope and carefully read through the contents of the letter. The contents of the letter were similar to the will. If someone else found this inheritance, he hoped that the person who found it would split it into 3 parts. He would be able to inherit the richest part, while the other 2 parts and some miscellaneous items would be left to Amandina and Sadie. At least they would have something to rely on in life, and at the same time, it would also be a memento. There were also some words left for Amandina in the letter, probably hoping that she could be happy and forgive his irresponsible father. After reading the last sentence, Amandina held the letter with both hands for a long time without saying a word. She lowered her head, and her thick eyelashes trembled slightly like feathers. Brando and Freya looked at each other behind her. The future Valkyrie's eyes were full of sympathy, and she almost wanted to share the sorrow in Amandina's heart. She thought of her own background, and her heart also softened. After a while, Amandina put down the letter. She looked as if nothing had happened, but her face was frighteningly pale. "My lord, let's open these packages." Seeing her like this, Brando couldn't bear to say anything, so he just nodded. He suddenly wondered if he had really made the right decision to come here. He thought that Amandina had long forgotten the haze of the past, but he didn't expect that these sorrows were buried so deep in her heart. Amandina opened the largest package first, and the gold and silver rays immediately illuminated the 3 of their faces. There were gold bars and silver ingots neatly stacked together, along with some jewels and deeds to houses and lands. Amandina quickly estimated that there were at least 100,000 tours worth of wealth, which was a large sum of money for a small noble family. However, this money was prepared by her father for the person who discovered the inheritance. Amandina silently put it aside and opened the second package. The second parcel contained similar items, but the amount was only half of the first parcel. This parcel was for her mother. There was also a letter signed by Sadie, her mother. Amandina did not open the envelope. Instead, she stared at the letter for a long while before putting it down gently. Then she picked up the third parcel. This was the smallest parcel, about the size of a dressing box. This parcel was left for her. When she held the parcel, she almost suffocated, but she still held her breath and carefully opened it. She separated the layers of oiled paper, and inside was an exquisite walnut box. When she opened the box again, there was a ring and a thin necklace on top of the velvet cloth. The moment she saw the necklace, she couldn't help but cry. Brando and Freya looked at the necklace in silence. It turned out that the crystal pendant of the necklace was a beautiful recording crystal. When the box was opened, the crystal shone and reflected a man and a woman standing side by side. The man had a head of black hair, and his face vaguely resembled Amandina's. He smiled gently at Amandina. Anna, if there is a day when you open this box with your own hands, I believe that at this time, I will already be dead. My beloved daughter, I dare not ask for your forgiveness as an irresponsible father, but please believe that your father's life is to pursue the most righteous and just things in this world. Because I know that a person who takes responsibility for this world will never be a sinner. Anna, I hope that there will be a day when you can use your clear eyes to see the truth of this world, and not be blinded by falsehood. Because you are so intelligent, you are my pride. This ring is the token of my engagement with your mother. After obtaining your mother's permission, I will leave it here. I hope that one day it can be a witness to your happiness, to your other half. Anna, the gentlewoman who resembled Amandina said with a smile, I hope that one day, you'll be able to find your own happiness. Liar! Amandina sobbed, as if the emotions that she had been suppressing were finally bursting out like a flood that had broken through a dam. Her beast-like whimpers finally turned into howls of pain. Brando had never seen his quiet and calm Amandina reveal such a side to him. She was as helpless as a child, her weak shoulders trembling, as if she could not make any other sound other than crying. Brando was also choked with sobs. In this world, there were some emotions that could always move people's hearts, and hit the softest part of people's hearts. Family was undoubtedly the kind of emotion that could never be cut off. No matter how strong and indifferent she appeared in his eyes, as if she had already forgotten everything in the past, in front of her parents, she was still crying like a child. She was not biting her lips and tears were welling up in her eyes, but she had completely lost her voice and cried out like a wild beast. Freya also turned her head and wiped the corners of her eyes with her hand. She did not know how much time had passed. Amandina finally sorted out her feelings. She blushed and tried not to look at Freya and Brando, as if she was afraid of being seen by them as a joke. My lord, I have checked carefully. It seems that there are no relics of Lord Darius here. As soon as she opened her mouth, her face could not help but turn even redder. Because her voice was so hoarse, it was almost like a different person was speaking. Brando looked at her with some concern and asked, Are you okay, Amandina? Amandina shook her head and sighed softly. Her heart was in a mess, and for a moment, she could not tell if she was really okay or not. But in any case, after getting the things that her father left for her, the hatred in her heart for her father who left without saying goodbye seemed to be less intense. She silently thought that perhaps when her mother was holding her hand on the sickbed, she already knew where her father had gone. They had always known, because her father had never lied to her mother. They just worked together to deceive her. She smiled, then shook her head gently. Although the tears still hung on her cheeks, Amandina's smile was very cute. Brando finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Freya, and the kind-hearted girl of Bucci also breathed a sigh of relief. There were no relics of Darius in the box, which was completely opposite to what was written in the letter. This was both within and outside of Brando's expectations. He thought for a moment before answering, Amandina, your father could not guarantee that the person who unearthed his inheritance would be you, nor could he guarantee that the person who unearthed it would keep his promise to give the inheritance to you and your mother, so it is unlikely that he would put such an important thing directly in the inheritance. Amandina nodded her head. But he clearly wrote in the letter. Freya asked with some confusion. That was a private letter, there was no need for him to lie, right? She immediately understood and said, I understand, there was no need for him to put Lord Darius' relics in his own inheritance, but he could have left clues in the inheritance. Brando looked at her with some surprise. How did you suddenly become so smart? Freya gritted her teeth and glared at him. If my father left a message for me in the inheritance, I think it can only be in my package. Amandina thought for a moment and replied, But isn't it possible that it was in your mother's package? Freya turned back and asked again, Amandina shook her head. My mother's package was basically filled with valuables. My father would definitely take into account the greed of people, and only the inheritance that he left for me was almost all miscellaneous things that wouldn't attract attention. Moreover, I've also checked my mother's package before, and that letter, there was nothing in it that was worth paying attention to. Amandina, you guessed it a long time ago, you're really smart. Freya said with some envy. She was never the smartest one in the Night Academy, and could even be said to be a little stupid. But for those who were truly talented, she only envied and did not have the slightest bit of jealousy. The princess told her that her father was the most talented Night Lord in Erewhon's previous era, which made her very distressed. Why was she so clumsy? Amandina smiled slightly. Have you checked it? Brando asked again. Amandina nodded. I've checked the necklace, the ring, and the box inside and out, but I didn't find any clues. She thought for a moment and replied, I don't think my father would leave such important information in a conspicuous place. I'm afraid only by taking them apart will I be able to find out where the clues are. But that's the last thing your father left for you. It's okay, my lord, Amandina replied softly. This is also my father's wish, he won't blame us for this. Besides, if we miss someone, we should keep it in our hearts and not be entangled in these external things. She opened the box, but Brando held her hand. I'll do it, he said. Show me the necklace. Amandina was slightly startled. She raised her head and looked at her lord, then nodded and put the necklace in his hand. Brando took the necklace and carefully examined it. Then he pinched the pendant of the necklace and gently turned it. After only a moment, the pendant really did loosen. He dropped the pendant in a certain direction, then carefully held it up to the light in the room, and then pulled out a wrapped piece of paper from it. His actions were without the slightest hesitation, as if he had planned all of this in advance and had already guessed that the note was hidden in the necklace. Freya and Amandina, who were next to him, were completely stunned. My lord? Amandina's mouth was slightly open. She almost thought that her lord was an omniscient and omnipotent god. Recording crystals had a physical characteristic. Their crystal structure was hollow. Brendel had thought of this when he checked the necklace, and he tried to remove the pendant from the necklace. He did not expect to succeed in one try, and he found the key to the pendant. This was also a coincidence. He handed the necklace over to Amandina and explained the reason to her with a wry smile. Amandina finally understood the reason, but she still looked at her lord with great respect. Amandina was a researcher of magicite runes, so she was most familiar with all kinds of crystals. However, the recording crystal was a rare item because it was a man-made magic crystal. There were very few people who truly understood its physical properties. Only her lord, who was so knowledgeable that it was almost unheard of, was able to use it so easily. The three of them opened the note and found that there were some strange symbols drawn on it. It was like a child's scribbles. Brando and Amandina did not understand what it was at first, but Freya said softly, This is a military secret rune. Military secret rune? Brando was slightly surprised. He knew that there were often secret messages that needed to be passed on in the military. Every country had a set of secret symbols that were modified from ancient runes. He was very familiar with Erewhon's military secret runes, whether it was the Anson's secret runes from 30 years ago or the new secret runes after the Great Frost Upheaval. He could decipher them, but the ones in front of him were obviously not any of them. He looked at Freya with a questioning gaze, and the future goddess of war nodded affirmatively at him. This is the military secret rune of the Cruise people, and it's an old secret rune from half a century ago. I just happened to learn it in the Royal Academy. Amandina also realized what she was talking about. Yes, Amandina replied as if she had recalled something. When I was young, my father taught me some of this secret rune, but he did not tell me what it was at that time. Brando did not expect Freya to have learned the secret rune of the Cruise people. He immediately asked, Can you decipher it? Freya read it carefully and nodded. It's not a big problem, Brando, this looks like a map. What are these? There were 3 things in front of Freya. A light gray crystal, some reddish-brown stone pieces, and a papyrus map with only a few lines. These 3 things were taken out from the same iron box. This box was taken out from under the floor of an old house in Hood after she deciphered the secret rune. Of course, she did not recognize any of them. Brando thought of a way to get Dian to spend some money to smuggle out the inheritance from her father's tomb. He cast an elemental protection spell on the box, so that those people would not be able to open it. There was a lot of work going in and out of the tomb, and the wizards who secretly practiced dark magic would not bring out the corpses one by one, so it was not strange that they used a box. Brando was originally worried that it would arouse suspicion, but he underestimated the extent to which these things were common in the eyes of grave robbers. After the gravekeeper received a sum of money from Dian, he patted his chest and promised that it would not be a problem if he wanted to carry a few coffins out of the tomb, let alone a box. Then he found some nimble people from God knows where. In Brando's eyes, these people's style of doing things was similar to that of the Brotherhood of Thieves. In short, with the help of these people, the box was successfully smuggled out without any hiccups. The people who transported the box had done this kind of work over the years, and the box was moved like a stone in their hands. They did not even look at it from beginning to end. Brando could not help but feel lucky that he was quick-witted enough to cast a windwing spell on the box. Otherwise, with the experience of these people, he was afraid that they would find out that there was a problem with the weight. By the time they transported everything back to the manor and went to Hood to retrieve the last relic of Amandina's father, or rather, the relic of Sword St. Darius, it was almost evening. Brando opened the box in his study and took out the things in the box one by one, and then the scene appeared. But compared to Freya's confusion, Brando and Amandina's expressions were a little different. "My lord, these stone pieces," Amandina remembered sharply. "I seem to have seen them when I was young. When my father first bought them from a merchant, it was as if he had obtained a treasure. After that, he has been buying these stone pieces everywhere. I remember that for quite a long time, he has been playing with these stone pieces." "Did he tell you anything?" Brando stared at the grey crystal and asked without turning his head. Amandina recalled for a moment, but shook her head. "I was too young at that time. I vaguely remember my father saying a few times that these stone pieces seemed to be the key to something. But later these stone pieces gradually disappeared from my sight. I thought my father had lost interest in them, but I didn't expect him to keep them." "Amandina, have you ever thought that these things are actually related to my grandfather?" Brando replied. "I'm afraid so. According to the letter, this box contains the relics of Lord Darius, as well as the fragments of the picture that father spoke of." "Are you referring to these pieces of stone?" Amandina asked with a hint of doubt. But Brando did not answer. He stared fixedly at the grey gemstone. Chapter 893. Under the light, the grey gemstone appeared dim yet dazzling. This contradictory feeling blended so naturally on this gemstone, as if it would attract people's attention at a glance. Anyone who saw this gemstone for the first time would know that it was not an ordinary gemstone. But this grey gemstone was so familiar to Brando that he opened the dimensional space and took out another grey gemstone that was almost identical to this one. When he slowly opened his palm, Freya let out a soft exclamation. "Brando, the gemstone in your hand is exactly the same as the one your grandfather left behind. Did Lord Darius leave this to you?" Brando glanced at the Erewhon Valkyrie, which gave the latter a shock. Freya had never seen him show such a strange expression, and subconsciously thought that she had said something wrong. Brando took a light breath and put the gemstone back. In fact, he still had one more gemstone like this. He had seen similar things twice before. The first time was in the Loop of Trade Winds. The second time was under the glacier in the deadly frost forest. In the Loop of Trade Winds, Archbishop Amon and Wind Empress Saint Tassol called this gemstone the Sealing Stone. And under the glacier, in the strange dream, the Myrna people worshipped it as a sacred object. But he knew in his heart what this thing was, the soul fragment of the darkness dragon. This grey gemstone emitted a strange light because it was transparent inside, which meant that the inheritance in the gemstone had been extracted. And this gemstone, it was a relic left behind by his grandfather. Sword St. Darius was the darkness dragon? Brando was shocked by this sudden thought. This seemed to explain why Darius was judged by the Holy Cathedral of Fire, exiled, and chose to leave the center of power of the kingdom and live in seclusion. Why did the allies suddenly change sides during the Holy War? It was because Sword St. Darius was the darkness dragon. Because of this truth, everything seemed to make sense. He shook his head again. But this did not explain why they were attacked by Madara's undead army from behind during the Third Holy War in the game. Besides, if his grandfather was the Darkness Dragon, the Holy Cathedral of Fire wouldn't let him off so easily. After all, the Darkness Dragon was the archenemy of the 4 Holy Cathedrals. Another suspicious point came from his grandfather's lifespan. In Brando's memories, his grandfather had passed away due to illness, but in fact, it was also due to the gradual aging and decline of his body's functions. His final lifespan could only be considered to be slightly longer among ordinary people, but with Sword Saint Darius's strength and realm, he had passed away at an untimely age. He had long suspected this. Not to mention, after receiving the Dark Dragon's inheritance, his lifespan would be greatly increased. He knew very well what the inheritance of the Dark Dragon meant. It was the blood of God. Brando bent his knuckles and gently knocked on the desk. Doubts arose in his heart, as if there was a faint thread in his thoughts, but he couldn't grasp the thread at the moment. At this time Freya suddenly said, "Brando, Amandina, take a look at this map." Brando already had some guesses and conclusions in his heart at this moment. He raised his head and looked at the simple map, but when he looked at it, he was slightly startled. Because on the papyrus map, there were only a few simple lines outlined with a pen that was difficult to fade, and then some crooked annotations were written. The whole map was almost impossible to understand, but he suddenly felt as if he had seen this map somewhere before. Was it in the game? He immediately shook his head. There were very few secret maps in the game. Sophie had come across a few, but most of them were clearer than this one. And in this life, he had come across even fewer secret maps. About this map, although he had an impression in his mind, he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Freya looked at him and Amandina, then said, "These annotations are also secret text, and it seems to say a place called Osopal." Osopal? Amandina was stunned. Erewhon doesn't have such a place. Cruz doesn't have it either. Brando replied. He took a deep breath. This is the name of the Myrna people. The Myrna people once had a great battle with the Cruz people and the Wind Elves there. All of a sudden, he remembered. That feeling was as if another image subconsciously appeared in his mind, and this image naturally overlapped with this simple map, making him suddenly tremble. He suddenly remembered that he had seen this map here before. The Myrna people. Tumen. Tumen had once hidden a map in his mind when he officially embarked on the path of a planeswalker. That map would occasionally appear in his mind, but when he actively tried to recall it, he couldn't remember a single thing. It was because of this that he had a feeling of familiarity and strangeness. At this moment, he completely understood. The map that Tumen gave him only had lines of undulating mountains and rivers, but Amandina's father had marked on it. The place that Freya pointed to was the Osopal Plains, which was today's 4-leaf clover field. However, there were also some places that Brando thought should be the names of the Myrna people that corresponded to today's names. But the map left behind by Amandina's father was still blank. Although Brando didn't know why Borg Nessun would draw such a map, he faintly guessed that the latter was looking for something, and this thing was not only related to the war between the Myrna people and the Black Dwarves 1,000 years ago. It was also related to his grandfather. Grandfather, who in the world are you? Brando couldn't help but groan in his heart. He looked at the 3 items on the table, and the doubts in his heart suddenly became more profound than when he didn't find any clues. It was as if he had parted the fog and found that there were even more black clouds behind it, and he couldn't even see his own fingers if he stretched out his hand. His heart was filled with doubts, and he finally couldn't help but open the telepathic link, and said to the Shire and Medisha on the other side, "The Shire, Medisha, are you there? I have a question to ask you." But he didn't expect that as soon as he opened his mouth, the Shire's surprised voice sounded. My lord, I have something to ask you, and I didn't expect to hear your voice. Our hearts are really connected." "Cut the crap," Brando interrupted him in a huff. "The Shire, let me ask you, do you know the 2 people, Fearmead and Shippard?" The voice on the other side became excited. "My lord, why are you asking about them?" "That means you know them?" "Of course, they are your grandfather's attendants. Fearmead was born in the Anna family, and is the 2nd son of the Count of Grey Mountain. Shippard was born in a small noble family in Cipher, and he was a famous genius back in the day." The Shire paused and continued. "Brando, did you find them?" Brando shook his head. "I only heard about it by chance." "Did your father tell you?" The Shire sighed. I have been looking for them. So you don't know about their situation? My lord, when they received the princess's order, they left without saying goodbye. I know they must have known something, so I have been looking for them. The Shire replied. Brando frowned and asked sharply, Her Highness. The Shire's voice became hoarse and then he said, Ah, you misheard, my lord. The Shire, I heard from the Night Song Tiger that the scenery in the Gem Plains is very good. I think it is time to give you a holiday. Brando silently threatened. The Shire's voice was almost crying. All right, Brando, please don't put me in confinement, listen to me. All right, that princess. You know, your father almost became the betrothed of one of Princess Griffine's aunts. One of them? I can't reveal her name. I have to protect a lady's reputation. Besides, she may not meet you. The Shire said helplessly. Is what you said true? It's absolutely true, the young attendant mage promised solemnly. Brando frowned. He felt that this guy's words were not completely trustworthy. But if it was true, then the clues were cut off again. He shook his head and suddenly he remembered something. What do you want from me? Don't you have something to ask Medisha? The Shire's forehead was full of cold sweat, and he wanted to change the topic, but he heard Brando's cold snort, and he quickly replied, All right, if you don't have something urgent on your side, you should listen to a piece of news from me. What news? Brando was surprised. It was a magic message from a certain countess's subordinate, and she passed it to me. Dilfery. In front of the princess was a silver brooch. She picked it up and looked at it carefully, then silently put it down. She still remembered the situation that afternoon. The afternoon sun seemed to have a certain taste, and the leaves rustled, but there was no sound except for the silence. She gently tiptoed, then slowly retracted her cold lips. Brando's eyes widened, and he looked at the princess with some confusion. Brando, I'm really grateful to hear that you still want to go down this path, but I still hope that you can seriously consider our engagement. Why? Brando frowned and asked. Erewhon is a small country, and to fight against potential enemies, we must gather the power of the whole kingdom, and even restore the ancient system, Griffine said. Griffine took a few steps back and looked at him carefully with her light silver-gray, bright eyes. But this ancient kingdom has been ruled by Cypher and my family for 2 generations. I know it too well. The nobles under my father's rule have different intentions, short-sighted, and only a few have ideals. These people are not worthy of trust. As if to emphasize the sentence, she gently shook her head. The kingdom must re-centralize power, re-establish the local tax system that has been suspended since Anson's time, and weaken the military power of the nobles. But Brando suddenly understood the hidden meaning behind the but. The Southern Territory already had the foundation to restore the royal power, but the right to decide the future of the whole Southern Territory fell on him. If he supported the princess without reservation, then whether Duke Anthony, Duke Vero, or Duke Grinoires objected or not, the final result would not change. The Battle of Autumn Twilight had already shown that Tonagel had such a decisive military power. But if he objected, or even just maintained the status quo, then the local nobles would follow his lead and be indifferent. Indeed, the Duke of Vero was the princess's grandfather, and the Duke of Anthony was, at least in name, an ally of the princess. The Highland Knights were detached, but the local nobility and the central royal family were naturally antagonistic. The Duke of Vero would never risk losing his power to support his granddaughter, and the Duke of Anthony was the same. They were happy to see a royal family close to them, but would not allow it to override them. This was a natural conflict between the princess's ideals and the Duke's core interests. But what should he do? The kingdom must re-centralize power, and Tonagel and Valhalla naturally could not be detached. It could even be said that they were the first to bear the brunt of this. Her Highness wants me to set an example, but can I trust this half-elf girl? Trentheim and Valhalla were built by me step by step. It's where many people's hopes and future lie. The Red Bronze Dragon mercenaries who experienced the November War, the adventurers who were persecuted by Grodin, the residents of the Green Village, and even Amandina and Carglaise. Their hopes and dreams are all wrapped around me. This is the responsibility that comes with authority. Can I pass this responsibility to others? He silently weighed everything in his heart. From an emotional point of view, he was willing to trust the princess. She was able to persist in her ideals, and had a heart that pursued benevolence and justice. She was the eldest princess of Erewhon, and the holy princess who had won the hearts of countless players in history. But no one was perfect. Whether she would still be controlled by her aristocratic nature in this life, hesitating and compromising with the conservative forces, was related to the fate of many people. Reason told Brando that the princess had a weak side in her nature, and she was not a true reformer. And all of this depended on the gentleness in her nature. History had already judged everything, and today's outcome depended on his choice. Brando was very clear that he was different from the princess. He had no foundation in this world, and the only thing he cared about was his parents. But Princess Griffine had an unbreakable connection with the old nobles, and she was not the ruthless Silver Queen. Brando looked at the princess in front of him. She was half a head shorter than him, and she raised her head slightly. Her pale silver-gray eyes did not avoid his gaze. She pursed her lips, and her silver curly hair fell down, shining beautifully under the sunlight. Her pointy ears peeked out from under her long hair, showing that she was an elf. No one would doubt the beauty of this princess. She had the nobility of a royal family mixed with the natural intimacy of a forest breeze. Of course, Brando would not forget that his lips still had the fragrance of a young girl. "I know what you are thinking, Brando." Princess Griffine saw that he understood and said, "But if the person who can decide the future of a kingdom is too naive, it may not be a good sign for you and for me." Brando heard the hidden meaning in her words, so he asked, "Then what do you think I should do, Your Highness?" Princess Griffine looked at Brando. He could actually take the same path as Erek, dethroning her and Haruz, and establish himself as king. His strength was actually better, and he had more ability and time to do so. However, if he did so, he would lose the reputation that accompanied him and his rightful position. If all he needed was a throne and supreme power, he could have chosen this path. But if he chose the latter path, he would lose far more than he would gain. Princess Griffine's eyes lit up slightly. She looked at the different noble, the count, and quietly replied, "Marry me. I am Haruz's sister." In fact, it's not that I don't have the right to inherit the throne, and you, as my husband, can legitimately manage and rule this country according to the traditions of the kingdom. At that time, Tonajal and Valhalla will be the territory of the royal family. Vero, Lantan Island, and even Grinwars and Karsuk will submit to you, which is also a legitimate matter. She paused. However, if one day you no longer have any interest in the throne, only Haruz or his descendants can inherit this position. Wasn't this a wreck? But the conditions were much harsher. Brando listened to Princess Griffine's words and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Your Highness, but it doesn't sound like I'm marrying you, it sounds like I'm marrying you." Princess Griffine smiled somewhat mockingly. She could see that Brando didn't care about the power in his hands. "But I already have a fiancé," Brando could only reply. "Let's put this matter aside first." "It's okay. Then I'll wait for your answer." Princess Griffine was not annoyed at all, but smiled slightly. Brendel had no choice but to flee. Griffine's fingers pressed on the brooch, as if she had recovered from her memories. She looked up at the sunset outside the window. The sunset was as red as fire, hanging far below the golden clouds. At this time, there was a knock on the door. She was slightly startled, listened to the sound and said, "Please come in, Mrs. Hill." After the door opened, it was her maid who appeared outside. The woman in her 40s held a letter in her hand and stood outside the door respectfully. "Your Highness. It's so late, what's the matter?" Princess Griffine looked at her and asked. "There's a letter from Valendenburg," Mrs. Hill replied. "Is it for me?" "Yes, it's a letter from Mr. Oberway." Griffine took the letter, opened the envelope, then unfolded the letter inside and read it carefully. She raised her eyebrows slightly at first, then her face changed color. "Your Highness, the Silver Empress of the Cruz Empire has recently made an exception to confer the title of Countess to a female. According to reliable information, this new Countess is from Erewhon and has some kind of close relationship with Count Tonajal. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.